Episode 181, Back to Family. "Thank you," Alex said to Nellie. She didn't look at him. She just kept working with the food in her pan. "Why are you thanking me? I think those two women are eyesores," she said. He felt a bit ashamed of her. He thought that if she was the only one in her truck after he left each day, she must feel very lonely. "Why do you tolerate them so much?" she asked, as she sat on a stool and watched him pack up. He was stunned and replied, "We're old classmates after all. They just said a few words to me. They didn't try to beat me up or anything. I don't want to be like them. If I start hurling insults as they do, I might become like them." "Oh, you have much more patience than I do. If someone gets upset with me, I'll get 10 times more upset back at them," she said. He didn't say anything. In his 7 years of poverty training, the humiliation, ridicule, and bullying that he had endured had been unimaginable. "Hey, more than a month has gone by, so why haven't you called your family yet? You're not going to die alone like me, are you?" she asked. Her question touched his heart, as the memories of his family came flooding back to him. He had started to lose his memories of his grandparents, father and mother, since he had been sent to Texas for poverty training 7 years ago. He had not seen his parents in all that time, and he had only met his grandfather once on Harmony Island a few months ago. He sniffled a little as he looked at her with watery eyes. "Did your family treat you badly?" she asked. Her question surprised him, and he replied, "No, it's just that thinking of my family makes me sad." "Did your family treat you badly?" She stared at him, but she didn't seem to understand what he had meant by this question. She appeared to stop and think about something, and she became a little gloomy. "I hate thinking about my family. They're worse than some of the worst villains out there." He was surprised to hear this. "What did your family do to you that makes you hate them so much?" She looked at him with a painful expression. "Just don't talk to me about them anymore, okay? They're all dead to me now." After she had finished talking, she grabbed a drink out of the refrigerator and walked out of the food truck. He was concerned, since they had just had an emotional conversation, and he wanted to go with her. But she said, "Just look after the truck while I'm gone. If I come back and I find you being lazy, I'll deduct your pay by $150. She went for a walk alone. More than an hour passed before she returned. She appeared to be back to her usual self and continued bossing Alex around with an occasional kick to his rear end. Despite being kicked, Alex was very happy to see that she was doing better. Alex returned to his rented room that evening. He lay in bed and checked for information about Richmond University. Summer vacation was coming to an end, and classes at this Washington, D.C. university were resuming in a few days. He thought that if he and Nellie could park the food truck near the university, he would have more opportunities to see Leona. He put down his phone and was about to go to sleep when it started to ring. He saw a number with a Washington area code, but he couldn't guess who was calling. He answered the phone. "Hello, Alex, it's Philippa," said the caller. "Philippa? How did you get my number?" he asked. "Hey, it wasn't easy. I had someone help me crack into your WhatsApp and find out your number," she said. "Oh, what's the matter?" Alex wondered why she was calling him, as they had not had much contact with each other in high school. There'll be a meeting with people originally from Texas at the Ruby Hotel tomorrow. We should go there together. People from Texas who now live in Washington, D.C. will all be there, and maybe they can help you. Come with me," said Philippa. "I don't want to go. You can go by yourself, but thanks for telling me." He did want to attend the meeting, but his lack of funds prevented him. Hey, you're so boring. How can you refuse my invitation? Are you still a bachelor? You really don't understand the advantages that it can bring you, she said to him, and then continued, Are you afraid that you can't afford to pay for your meal? Don't worry, you won't have to pay. A boss will be there who's inviting everyone this time. Up to 100 people will attend, so we can go together. He muttered. She had warmly invited him, and he didn't have anything against Philippa. On top of it, he wouldn't need to pay for it, so after a few seconds of mulling it over, he said, Okay, I'll go with you. Okay, good. It's tomorrow evening in meeting room 304 at the Ruby Hotel. I'll see you there, she said and hung up the phone. Philippa was sitting with Miriam at a coffee shop downtown, and they sipped tea. Miriam, why did you want me to bring Alex? I thought you said that you hated him, she asked suspiciously. Yes, it's because I hate him so much that I'm letting him come, said Miriam, as she took a swallow from her cup. Philippa had a bad feeling. It felt like the phone call she had just made to Alex might end up hurting him. She said in a low voice, We're all high school classmates. Some of the unhappy things that happen in high school are water under the bridge. Don't you agree? No. Miriam stared at her angrily and said, If it wasn't for him, I could have gone to a top university. What school do I go to now? I go to a second-rate local college. So my whole life path was changed by him. Philippa, do you know that because of this, my family and friends laughed at me for 2 years? It's all thanks to Alex. I want to see him ridiculed by lots of people. I want him to have a taste of what I had to deal with, and then he can finally see how it feels. Philippa knew what had happened all those years ago. Why did Miriam think it was Alex's fault? What had happened to Miriam was that when she was taking her final exams, her pen had stopped working properly, and she had gotten so flustered and annoyed that she had failed. Philippa remained silent. The next day, Alex and Nellie drove the food truck to the popular West Lake scenic area. It was the end of summer vacation, and people were seizing the opportunity to make their last summer trips before the season ended. There were lots of tourists that day, so business was doing well. At 7 p.m, there was a steady stream of customers. Alex told Nellie that he had to leave because he was going to a meeting in a hotel, but Nellie refused to let him go. As he didn't want to break his promise to Philippa, he finally negotiated with her to deduct $30 from his pay to compensate for his absence. He had planned to take a bath and change into clean clothes before he left, but it was already too late. He had to go to the Ruby Hotel in his dirty work clothes. While waiting at the bus stop, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it wasn't Philippa's number. He answered the call. Alexei? A woman's voice came over the phone. He froze as soon as he heard this strange but familiar voice and manner of address. Alexei? Said the woman again because he had not responded. He couldn't believe what he had just heard was real. Alexei, what's wrong with you? It's your mother. My child, what's wrong with you? Why don't you speak? Said the woman on the other side of the phone in a slightly anxious tone. He started to sniffle. Mom? Alex choked up, and he could hardly speak. Tears started to fall from his eyes, which he tried to wipe off with his sleeve, but they just kept flowing. Hello, my dear boy. Your mother has missed you so much, said Flora, Alex's mother. I've missed you so much too. He choked out the words. Okay, son, we'll meet soon. I'm in Washington, D.C. now. I've reserved the best meeting room for us at the Orange Hotel. You should go to this hotel so you can let your mom have a good look at you. Really? Mom? You're really here? He was overjoyed. After hearing his mother's affirmative reply, he said, "Mom, I've made a promise to go to a meeting with someone today, but when I'm finished there, I'll come and see you straight away." "Can't you just push your meeting back to a later time?" asked his mother. "Mom, I've already promised my classmate that I'd go with her. Didn't you and Dad teach us when we were kids to keep our promises? I'll see you when I'm finished there," said Alex. "Good, son. I'm glad my words are still in your heart. Well, you go to the party first, and after the party, come over to the hotel and see me," she said. Alex agreed and then hung up the phone. His eyes were still red, and the other people at the bus stop looked at him in surprise. They didn't understand that he was excited that he was going to see his mother. When the bus arrived, Alex hopped on, found a seat, and sat down. He looked out the window at the street as the bus drove on, but he was in a daze with his thoughts. His mind was filled with images of his mother from his childhood. He remembered that his mother had been very strict, yet doted on him. Once, he accidentally hit his cousin when they were playing together. His uncle had wanted to organize an investigation with the teacher into what had happened. He had wanted to punish him with a beating, but his mother had not allowed it. Alex had been so angry with his uncle that after his uncle had left, his mother had made him stand in a corner until the next morning. When he was 6 years old, his parents had been promoted to head the family's businesses in Southern Europe, so they left the country. He could only visit them during spring break every year. And now it had been 7 years since Alex had started his poverty training, and his family had never been together in all that time. Thinking of his childhood, Alex couldn't help but be fascinated. At that moment, the bus arrived at his destination. Alex got off the bus and saw a towering building in the distance. It was the Ruby Hotel. He walked to the front of the hotel. As he was about to go in, he saw an old woman pushing a bicycle nearby. Plastic bottles and cardboard were piled up high on the bicycle. She was careless, so the plastic and cardboard fell off and spread out all over the sidewalk. He ran over to help her pick things up. As he picked up empty plastic bottles, he chatted with the woman and learned that her son had died in a car accident. "Thank you, you're a kind young man," she said to him. Her old eyes looked teary. She sighed. "If my son was alive, he might just be like you. Can you call me Mom?" Seeing the twinkle in her eyes, he thought about how he had not seen his own mother for 7 years. He was still so sad. But this woman had been separated from her son by his death, and now she was miserable in her old age. "Mom?" Her request hit him in the heart, and he couldn't help but also shed a few tears. She cried and took out a couple of dollars from her pocket. She said, "Young man, take this. Thank you very much." He couldn't accept her money, but she insisted on giving it to him. He knew that if he didn't accept it, she would feel sad. So he said thank you and took it. She continued to push her bicycle as he walked into the hotel. In a BMW not far away, a driver said to his boss, who sat in the back seat, "Boss, now that young man is really shameless. He just helped that old woman pick up plastic bottles, and then he asked her for money. Is that man crazy?" Episode 182. What's that smell? A man in his 40s was sitting in the back seat of the car. He smoked a cigarette, puffed out a smoke ring, and said with a gentle smile, "Don't you see that boy looks very ragged? I don't think he has a job. He needs the old woman's money so he can eat." "But then he walked into the Ruby Hotel," the driver said. "Hey, you're such a fool. Can't you see that he can't afford to eat? Maybe he's looking for work. I think he went into the Ruby to ask for a job as a security guard or something. It's hard to know what he's doing," replied his boss. "You're smart, boss." The driver scratched his head and asked, "By the way, boss, aren't you going to treat everyone to their meal at the Ruby tonight? It's almost 8 o'clock. Don't you need to go up now?" "Aren't you just my driver, or are you running my schedule too? I have to wait until they're almost all here before I can make my appearance. That way I can make more of an entrance," said the man. "Okay, you're clever, boss," the driver said with a smile. Alex found the meeting room that Philippa had told him to go to. He adjusted his clothes and hair in a mirror and walked in. There were 10 tables in the room and 8 or 9 people at each table for a total of 80 or 90 guests. Almost everyone had arrived. On a wall along the side of the room, there was a long red banner with the words "Texans Meet" in Washington, D.C. Half of the people in the room had a Texan accent. Alex was about to go inside, but his phone rang. It was his mother, so he answered it. It turned out that Alex's mother missed him a lot. She had already reserved a room in the best hotel in Washington, but she was eager to see her son. So she had come to the Ruby Hotel and reserved that hotel's best meeting room, room 888. She asked him if he was already at the party and if he could come to see her first if he wasn't. But he said that he was already in the meeting room 304. So his mother gave up and told him to just see her as soon as it was over. He hung up the phone and thought about how they were both now in the same hotel. He was very excited. "Alex!" Philippa had seen him walk in. "Why did you come here dressed like that? Come over here and let's sit at this table," said Philippa. He smiled and followed her to a table. To his surprise, Miriam was also at the same table. "Philippa, who is this? Why are you dressed like that?" asked Miriam. A few people in the room also noticed Alex's appearance. "Yes, his clothes are dirty. What's that on his forehead? Sweat? Why couldn't he take a shower first?" said a man sitting there. "He's a little smelly. What's that smell?" A woman sitting next to him held her nose. Alex had not expected such a response, as he had thought that everyone would be very kind. Am I that naive? He wondered. He had not taken a shower, so he couldn't disagree with a few complaints. He tried to smile. "Miss Henley, you haven't finished what you were saying just now. Let's talk about it again," said a young man sitting near her as he smiled. Miriam was the most beautiful woman at the table, in the whole room for that matter. The men weren't really interested in what she was talking about. Rather, they wanted to impress her and win her favor to see if they could score a date. The young man's proposal received unanimous approval from the rest of the table. "Oh, I won't tell you about that again. Rather, I'll tell you something more interesting. I can guarantee that no one has heard of it." She flipped her hair. "Oh, tell us before the food comes so you can relieve our boredom," said the young man. The other people at the table looked very interested. "Ahem." She cleared her throat, glanced over at Alex, and then she began to say, "Last time I came back from a tour with a friend, I got off at the high-speed railway station, and then I went to check in at the Crown Hotel that was nearby." She had always wanted to find a super-rich boyfriend, so when Jake Grant wasn't present, she described him as a friend rather than a boyfriend to allow other men an opening. What if she finally met another man with more money than him? Alex wondered. Crown Hotel? I haven't stayed there before. It costs at least $500 a night, which is too expensive, blurted a young man at the table. Yes, I guess that Miss Henley can stay at the Crown Hotel. I'm envious, said another. Her listeners were all commenting on this expensive hotel. Alex also listened to her talk about it. He had a bad feeling, looked at her and scoffed a little. When I got to the front desk, I saw a man waiting to check into a room. but he was wearing terrible clothes that looked like they didn't cost more than $20. His pants and shoes were covered with dust, and his face had a lot of sweat. Just like... She pointed at Alex and continued. The man, who looked similar to this guy, was standing there waiting to check in. The other people looked at Alex with incredulity and started to talk among themselves. What? People like him stay at the Crown Hotel? Are you sure about that? Asked the young man. I'm wearing more than $300 worth of clothes, and I can't afford to stay at that hotel. How can a loser with cheap clothes like him do it? You must be kidding us. He must have asked the front desk lady if there were any waiter jobs at the hotel. How can a loser stay at that hotel? Asked another, curiously. No. He didn't come to look for a job. He came to stay at that hotel. First, he asked the front desk lady for a big and elegant room, and then he wasn't happy with it, so he asked for the most expensive luxury presidential suite. Do you know what card he pulled out to pay for the room? He used a Metro Skybank Premier card, she said. The others looked at her in surprise. Damn it. The luxury presidential suite at the Crown Hotel costs $4,000 a night. But that's nothing. The Metro Skybank card in his hand indicated that his personal assets reached at least $20 million, exclaimed one person. She continued, I thought that this young man must be wealthy but very low-key. A lot of people are so unassuming. When you look at a small car driving down the road, that person might have more than 10 Ferraris in their garage. They just drive their small car when they're tired of driving their fancy cars. The young man was startled by what she had described, and the others were the same. They all fixed their eyes on her. What happened afterward? Did the manager of the hotel also come out to meet him? They interrogated. Ha ha, she giggled. But the others didn't understand what she was getting at, so she said, Just like you, I thought this was a low-key, super rich man, but I didn't expect that the front desk lady wouldn't be able to get his card to work. Finally, she asked if he had another card or some other way to pay. So he rummaged through his backpack, but only found a couple of $100 in his wallet. So he couldn't pay for the room, and then he ran away. I don't know where I could go to get a room looking like such a mess with a stupid card. If he dared to come into my shop, I'd chase him out, someone exclaimed. I know, right? Miriam said with a smile. She looked at Alex and asked, Alex, do you think that man was funny? Alex had his head down as he was looking at his phone and didn't answer her. Why has Lester not arrived yet? It's already 20 minutes after 8. Many people started to notice that Lester Yates, who was in charge of the event, had not yet arrived. Mr. Yates is going to say a few words to us, so he should be here soon. Let's start serving the food now. Miss Miriam Henley can preside over things, said the host. When a man saw that Lester, the leader of this group, had sent a message, he stood up and said in a loud voice, Who is Miss Miriam Henley? I am. Miriam stood up, motioned to all the people, and said modestly, I've met with Mr. Yates a few times. He asks me to preside over this event. I'd like to get things started. Miriam called the waiter over and asked them to start serving the food. The relationship between Miriam and Lester wasn't as simple as she had implied. She was still Jake's girlfriend, but she had been leading Lester on for several months. It was on her initiative that she was hosting that day. Soon, all sorts of dishes were served around the room. Well, before we start, allow me to say a few words. This is a gathering for fellow Texans, and we will help each other in the future. It's our first meeting, so I suggest that we all introduce ourselves in turn and tell everyone a little about what we do. This way, if we ever need help, we'll know who we can ask. Her proposal was approved by all present. Alex looked at her as she stood on the stage, but he couldn't help frowning. Philippa gently nudged him and looked at him apologetically. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought you here. He smiled faintly and said, "It's okay." He thought that although he sold pancakes, he could take care of himself and that there was nothing to be ashamed of. After he had this thought, he was much calmer and continued eating. "Well, let's start now. My name is Miriam. I'm still studying at university, so I might not be able to help you in this city. I have to rely on your help more at this stage in my life," she concluded. Although it didn't matter if she was in the city or not, she looked beautiful, so no one looked down on her. Her voice brought comfort and love to the men present. The next step was for the others to stand up and introduce themselves. "I'm an executive with a major retail car company. If you want to buy a car, you can come to see me," said a young man with a smile. "I'm a university professor. If you're having any problems in education, please talk about it with me," said another, adjusting his glasses. "I'm with a major online sales company," came another voice. "I work at a hospital," said another. One by one, they all talked about their jobs. Nobody wanted to lose face in front of their fellow Texans. Even if they were just a minor staff member, they had to describe how powerful their company was. After all, everyone was impressed by their determination and assertiveness. "Okay, you can go next. Please stand up and introduce yourself," Miriam said, excitedly looking at Alex. Episode 183, Help Me with Pancakes? Alex put down his knife and fork and stood up. As soon as the group saw that he was dressed in dirty clothes with messy hair, like a man from a street stall, they started to whisper. "That man looks so ragged," whispered a woman. "What does he do? It's disrespectful to come to this meeting dressed like that," replied a man. "Shh, maybe people don't like to show off, but they're actually rich. There are lots of rich people who like to pretend to be poor," nudged another. Alex calmly said, "Hello, everybody. My name is Alex, and I drive a food truck with a friend to sell things on the streets of Washington, D.C. One of our most popular items is pancakes. If you stop by one day, I can make you one for free." He gave a faint smile and sat down. As soon as he finished speaking, the people who were present were stunned for a moment. They didn't have any confidence in someone who wasn't working for a company. How could a pancake seller speak so casually to them? Everyone had something to say about it. "He's a pancake seller? Is this job even worth mentioning?" said someone under their breath. "A pancake is only a few dollars. I don't think he could earn even $1,000 a month. After food and rent, he would have no money left over," spoke another. "I'm surprised this kind of person has the nerve to join this association. The most important person here is a man with a monthly salary of over $20,000. What can he do to help us as a pancake seller?" said a woman snootily. For a while, Alex became the object of discussion for the whole group. Some people ridiculed him, some satirized him, and some even went so far as to despise him. In their eyes, he was the person with the lowest status in the room. Miriam, who was standing in front of him, gave him a look and walked over to his side. She looked at him with affection, turned to face the crowd, and said with a smile, "I seem to recognize him. Not long ago, I met him outside the Eden." "No, how? How could a pancake seller be at the Eden restaurant? Miss Miriam, you can't be right," said a young man in disbelief. The others didn't believe her either, and looked at her with puzzled faces. "Everyone is wrong. I saw him driven away by the security guard outside the building. You won't believe what he did. He confessed his love to Miss Marvel of the Tenuco Group, and she refused him. He also argued with Daryl Brennan. who had taken Miss Marvel out to dinner.
What? He confessed his love to Miss Marvel? This kid's a tough guy, a pancake seller who wants to climb high and dream big dreams, said a young man with a smirk. When I look at that boy's face, I know he's a greedy man. Greedy for money. The Marvel family is one of the wealthiest families in the city. He's a pancake seller with big daydreams, said a man with disgust. This boy reminds me of people in the African grassland. A small man who dares to challenge a lion. He's a loser, at the bottom of the line. And he also challenges Daryl Brennan. Things aren't going to end well for him, said another man laughingly. Alex sneered. All the people commenting about his job were Texans in Washington. Even if he was a pancake seller, he didn't look down on himself. He had come to the Ruby Hotel because he had promised Philippa. He had not expected that such a negative situation would develop. Why am I still here, he thought. Alex stood up and walked to the door. The others saw him trying to leave, and they thought that he was ashamed of himself and too embarrassed to stay. Don't go. Alex, stop, Miriam called while moving towards him. He heard her voice and felt angry. He was also anxious to see his mother. When he reached for the door, it swung open and a man in his 40s with a big belly walked into the room. It was Lester Yates, who was the organizer of this meeting. Who is this? Lester looked at Alex's face, but he didn't appear to recognize him. However, his eyes twitched slightly. Mr. Yates, this is one of our guests, so don't let him go, Miriam said to him. She had walked over to Alex and caught him. She winked at Lester and said with a smile, Mr. Yates, Alex had a bad time with everyone just now. Ah, Lester laughed and patted him on the shoulder. It's okay. Everyone's a fellow Texan. They're all joking, so you shouldn't take anything too seriously. For my sake, how about you go and sit down? Alex found it hard to refuse Lester, so he gave him a look and took his seat again. Sorry, don't take their words to heart, Philippa whispered to Alex as she felt guilty. This made him feel a little relieved. Inside the Ruby Hotel's most luxurious meeting room, the boss of the Cracks & Co. company was standing beside a beautiful middle-aged woman who is Alex's mother, Flora. The other man at the table in room 888 was Ken Stokes. Flora had come back to the U.S. for business reasons. She had also wanted to take the opportunity to visit her son. After learning that Alex's poverty training was over, she had begun to prepare for her trip when she would finally see him. On the eve of her return, she had heard that her son was being punished by the family again, and Alex wasn't allowed to use any of the family resources. What's the difference between this and another poverty training for my son, she thought. So as soon as she had returned to the U.S., she had secretly made an appointment with Ken, the person in charge of the East Coast Division. She wanted him to take care of her son. However, after talking with him for a long time, he did not dare to agree to her request. She was helpless, but she could understand his position. After all, the sanction for Alex was by order of the family. If Ken dared to bend the law for selfish reasons, he would be severely punished by the family. She waited for Alex and then called in Frank Dreck, the owner of the Ruby Hotel, and said, You go to room 304 and see what stage their party is at. Look out for this young man. She showed him a picture of Alex on her phone screen that Ken had sent her. Yes, ma'am, he agreed respectfully. Although he didn't know this middle-aged beauty, he recognized Ken, who was the man of the day in Chicago. In the whole East Coast Division, the officials at all levels understood that they should be polite to this beautiful woman. How dare he ignore her, thought. Mr. Dreck left and went to room 304. In room 304, Lester and Miriam were chatting, and Lester said some polite words. Mr. Yates, why did you get this pancake seller to come back?
Do people here want to buy pancakes from him? A young man who was sitting nearby had made this remark, causing a burst of laughter, and some people began to taunt Alex. Well, it's not good for us to brush people off. After all, we're Texans, and we should be tolerant of others. Lester walked around the room and pointed to Alex. Alex, please stand up. Alex respected Lester, so he stood up. You may not know Alex, of course. I don't know him either, but I met him by chance today. I can share with you a little bit to let you know who he is, said Lester. The other people were puzzled. Was it possible that the pancake seller had an unknown side? Alex was stunned. Did Lester buy pancakes from me today? He thought. He tried to recall the customers he had served that day, but he couldn't remember having seen Mr. Yates. Today, I saw an encounter between a tramp and an old lady with a bicycle. Alex took the initiative to help the old lady pick up some things she dropped on the ground. Originally, I thought he was a good guy, but unexpectedly, he asked the old lady for money, said Lester. Lester had recognized Alex when he had first seen him at the door. The previous day, Miriam had asked him to help her humiliate him, so he had detained Alex to keep him in the room. The people present again started expressing their opinion. What? I thought this man was poor, but I didn't expect that he would have moral problems too, said a man with disgust. I want to send him to the police station. It's disgraceful for us Texans, said another in a bitter voice. Alex was really disappointed. He had not expected that Lester wanted to retain him. Seeing that he and Miriam had exchanged glances, Alex laughed bitterly. It turned out that everything was a setup by Miriam for her own goals. Let him go! We won't welcome such a morally corrupt person, exclaimed a woman with disgust. Yes, he's a disgrace. My food won't stay down if he's here, replied a man angrily. Even if they didn't chase Alex away, he didn't want to stay in the room any longer. He looked at these ugly people and prepared to go to the door. Stop! Shouted Lester. Lester stopped Alex with a sneer on his face. You think you're at home here? Do you think you could just come and go as you please? You need to pay for your meal first. If you don't have anything more to eat, you can leave me $100. Philippa couldn't take it anymore. She stood up and said to him, Mr. Yates, you said that today was your treat and that we wouldn't have to pay for it. Lester sneered. I did say that, but I invited Texans. I invited honest people. If somebody else turns up who's poor and dirty like him and with poor moral character, why should I pay for him? Philippa bit her lip as she thought that she had misled Alex. But Alex only ate a little bit. How can you make him pay $100? On average, a meal here is $100. When he leaves, who's going to eat the rest of his unfinished meal? Lester said. There were 3 knocks on the door and a man came in. It was Frank Dreck. Mr. Dreck immediately spotted the young man that the middle-aged beauty had shown him a picture of and asked him to look out for. He was surprised. He was unaware of the relationship between the beautiful woman and the youth. When he saw how badly dressed Alex was, he naturally didn't imagine that the woman was this poorly dressed young man's mother. Mr. Dreck. Seeing Dreck, Lester quickly welcomed him into the room. Have you come to see us? Everyone, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Dreck, owner of the Ruby Hotel. After hearing Lester's introduction, everyone stood up and greeted him. Oh, you're holding a meeting here. I wish you all a good time. Dreck acknowledged the guests and asked Lester, Mr. Yates, what's wrong with this young man? Oh, Mr. Dreck, don't worry about him. This is what happened. Lester roughly told him about what Alex had done and finally said, I can't let a person with bad qualities like this have a free meal. So if he can't pay for the meal today, I'll just let him work for it. Drek nodded, added a few polite words, and walked out of the room. He went back to report to the beautiful woman in room 888. Episode 184, A Shrew and a Loser. Mr. Yates, you're really amazing. Mr. Drek hardly comes out to greet anyone, said someone from the crowd. Yes, the Ruby is one of the top hotels in Washington, D.C. Mr. Drek's fortune is at least several $1 million. Even when the local rich people come, he doesn't show up in person. We're outsiders to him, but not to Mr. Yates, said a woman with a smile. There's a future to following Mr. Yates, said a man with a big smile. The guests were all praising Lester, but he could only smile awkwardly. He had not yet figured out why Drek would come to see him. Although he had some achievements to his name in Washington, his business wasn't that big. In terms of his wealth, he may not even rank in the top 300 in the city. But anyway, Drek had stopped by, which was always a good thing. Lester took the opportunity to boast, trying to take advantage of this moment to reinforce his position as leader of the Texans in the Washington group. Mr. Drek and I have known each other for a long time. The last time I went to Chicago, Mr. Drek and Mr. Ken Stokes paid me a special visit. We had dinner together. Are you friends with Mr. Stokes? Asked the same man curiously. In several nearby states, people from all walks of life have to show Mr. Stokes respect. Mr. Yates, can you introduce us? Asked another inquisitively. The other people in the room admired Lester even more. It was amazing to have a connection with Ken Stokes. It's hard to say if I can. If I have a chance in the future, I'll invite Mr. Stokes to one of our meetings, but let's have dinner first, he said. When he finished speaking, all the others sat down at their tables. Mr. Yates, this man has not left yet. Miriam took his arm and looked at Alex with a sneer. When she heard that Lester knew Ken, who was such a powerful figure, she had an idea for getting rid of her boyfriend Jake. Boy, can you afford to pay for your meal? If you can't afford to pay, you can report to the hotel and do some chores for them to pay it off, said Lester. I'll step out and get some money, Alex said. My mother is here. I'll go ask her for some money to pay him back, he thought. Oh, you think I'm a fool, do you? I don't think you can afford it. If you run out this door, you're probably not coming back, said Lester. Yes, how can a pancake seller pay for this meal? Said a young man. Remember Miss Miriam's story about the Crown Hotel? He probably doesn't have much money. If you can't afford it, you should go to work for the hotel, said Lester. Who said that he can't afford it? The sound of a woman's voice came from the door. A beautiful middle-aged woman quickly walked in. She was wearing a long black dress with sheer fabric covering her shoulders. Her hair was tied back and revealed her gold earrings. She had big, bright eyes and emitted the charm of a mature woman. It was Alex's mother, Flora. Her face was full of beauty. After seeing his mother for the first time in 7 years, Alex heard her voice but wanted to stop her from speaking. She had come to visit Alex behind the family's back. In front of so many people, they still needed to maintain their status as the reclusive Ambrose family. She walked in by herself, and then Ken and Drek followed her. She moved to the front in a dignified manner and sat on a chair. Ken and Drek stood on both sides of her. Alex also stood beside her. Who is that? The guests were looking at each other and didn't recognize the woman who had just walked in and didn't even look at them. Mr. Drek, you... Lester knew nothing about the other two, so he had to ask Drek. Drek was about to say something, but Flora nodded her head slightly at him, so he obediently closed his mouth. Who is Miriam? Stand up for me, now, Flora commanded. Miriam heard her name and was shocked. She stood up. What did you say about this young man? Flora asked her with a smile, but to Miriam her smile was weird and terrifying. In front of this woman, she felt like a primary school student. She was flustered and dared not to lie to her. There's a security guard for the building outside, Miriam said as Flora slowly stood up and walked over to her. Flora grabbed Miriam by the hair and slapped her hard on one side of her face. She let go of her hair and returned to her chair, where she sat staring at Miriam. Miriam felt dizzy, but fortunately, she was held upright by the people around her. The guests near her were afraid of Flora, so they didn't dare to intervene. Which one of you is Lester? Get over here. Flora didn't take them seriously at all. The crowd became excited. The middle-aged beauty was so strong that she even spoke to Lester this way. I'm here. Lester was still trying to figure out who this woman was. When he had heard her coming, he had slowly blended in with the group. How could he bear such humiliation in front of so many people? He strode up to Flora and said, I'm Lester. Who are you? Who am I? You don't have the right to ask me this question, she sneered. When I walked into this room, I heard that you were shouting about losing money. What's the matter? Lester answered Flora's question in a meaningful way. That boy ate my food, so shouldn't he give me money to pay for it? But he can't afford to pay, so I'll leave him here to work it off, said Lester. So, you said he can't afford it? Flora said with a sneer. She asked, what else did you say with that stinky mouth of yours? Although she scolded him for his bad mouth, he felt that as long as he didn't cause a conflict with this woman, he could take advantage of the moment. Of course he can't afford it. I saw it with my own eyes outside. The boy asked an old lady for money. If he had money, why would he ask an old lady for her money? He said. Tell me clearly, why did he want money from an old lady? Flora asked, as she didn't believe that her son would take money from a poor old woman. I heard the boy call the old lady his mother. The woman was maybe 70 or 80 years old, so she can't be the boy's mother. Although I only heard a few words, I'm guessing that the boy must have a mother but wasn't taught well by her. So now he's turned into this mess, said Lester. Hey, yes, what child who has a mother would dress so badly? Said a woman from the crowd. A child without a mother is like a weed, which means they must be pitied, the man said. The other people echoed his observation. When Alex looked at his mother, his eyes were watering and tears started to form. He was so distressed that he wanted to hug her so that she would not be so sad. Flora stood up, rushed over to Lester, and hit him in the mouth. When she tried to hit him again, he grabbed her hand. Let go, she said angrily. Hey, you're a vicious shrew, he exclaimed. Alex interrupted him and moved to kick him in the chest. He fell to the ground. Alex pulled his mother to his side and asked anxiously, What are you doing? He wanted to understand why she acted like she didn't recognize him, so he didn't call her by her name. Child, she said with tearful eyes, and stretched out her hand to gently touch his face. Lester had been helped up off the ground. Look at this. A shrew and a loser dare to bully me. Do you think I deserve to be bullied? Fellow Texans, help me fight these two people. Who's the bravest here? I'll help you solve any future problems that you encounter in this city, said Lester. Lester had great prestige among these people. When he said this, several men got up to attack Alex and Flora. All of a sudden, Drek and Ken were in front of Alex and Flora. Mr. Drek, please get out of the way. If there are any damages to the room, I'll pay you twice as much. You can see that these two people are so arrogant. I need to get my revenge, so I don't look like a fool in front of the Texans. Lester was furious. You want revenge? Don't make a fool of yourself. Go apologize to this lady. You can't afford the consequences of offending her, advised Drek. Mr. Drek, you really look down on me. Although I'm a stranger, I deserve some respect. I've been humiliated so much today, and now you want me to apologize to this woman? Asked Lester. I don't know who this rich woman is, but I'm not afraid of her like you are. I'm one of the top 10 richest people around here, and I want my revenge. Lester knew that this woman couldn't be part of the Washington elite. As long as the woman wasn't one of the top 10, he really didn't care about her. Several of Lester's fellow Texans started bluffing. Mr. Yates knows Ken. Are you better than Mr. Stokes? Said a woman snootily. You should apologize quickly to Mr. Yates, and he might be able to forgive you, said another man with pity. Ken looked solemnly at Lester and asked, Have you really met Ken Stokes in person? Do you know what he looks like? Of course. If you're smart, you'll get out of my way, or... Lester also wanted to frighten them with Ken's name. But he started to panic when he noticed that the man standing in front of him had been silently staring back at him. He felt that he must be somebody important. He looked at Ken and asked, Who are you? Who do you think I am? Ken sneered. Lester panicked, and he looked over at Drek. Mr. Drek? Who is he? Drek snorted and said with a sarcastic smile, He's the famous Ken Stokes, Mr. Stokes of the East Coast Division. In the end, it turned out that the man standing in front of Lester was the famous Ken Stokes. Episode 185, Mother's Brutal Revenge. How could he be? Said Lester. He looked at Ken in a panic. Ken looked back at him with a smile. Lester couldn't help but tremble, and his brain buzzed. He had to react with caution. Mr. Drek had no reason to lie to him. Ken Stokes was the man. Mr. Stokes, I'm sorry. I've offended you. Lester was so frightened that he knelt down. Although he had never met Ken, he had heard a lot about his deeds. Besides being courteous to people from all walks of life, he was even more daunting, as it was said that he held at least dozens of lives in his hands. And he had just been so rude to this man. If he got on Ken's bad side, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lester wanted to eliminate Ken's anger as quickly as possible, so kneeling down in front of him was his best idea. Huh? The other people were looking at each other. So, he hasn't met Ken? Why is he kneeling down all of a sudden? Is the man in front of him really Ken? The others thought. After the guests realized what had happened, their hearts began to pound, and their legs became weak. There were soft sighs around the room as nearly 100 people present started to kneel down in fear. Mr. Stokes, I'm sorry. I didn't really know you. I've offended you. I'm no better than a pig or a dog, said Lester in a nervous voice while kneeling in front of him. Ken kicked Lester in the head. He screamed and fell to the ground. He quickly got up but knelt down again and continued. Good fight. Yes, that was a good kick to my head.
Ken snorted and went back to Flora. What do you think we should do? Her mood had calmed down. She stood up and walked over to Lester slowly. Lester's heart was beating more violently. Ken was respectful to this woman as if he were her subordinate. What is her status? He thought. As Lester knelt, he watched a pair of high-heeled shoes walking toward him. He heard the clicking footsteps, which made him shiver. "Look at me," Flora commanded. After hearing her voice, his heart leapt out of his throat. "Yes?" he replied in a panic and slowly lifted his head. When he saw her sneering face, he seemed to smile like a slave at his master. She grabbed his hair, touched his face, and slapped him mercilessly 6 times. She let go of him, and he felt his face burn and start to swell. A hot stream began to flow from his nostrils, which he wiped and saw that his hands were stained with blood. "Please forgive me. Please forgive me." He had been beaten and didn't dare to make this woman dissatisfied with him. He was still smiling and begging her to forgive him. The other people in the room also whispered for their forgiveness. "A bunch of idiots can't even figure out who they should be apologizing to. Do they want to live?" she said coldly. Without the strength of the Ambrose family, it was difficult to deal with 100 people at the same time. But if the family wanted to, it would not have been impossible. Lester was the first to react. He turned his head to Alex and said, "I'm sorry. I'm a fool. I'm nothing to you. Can you please forgive me?" "Yes, we're terrible people. Please forgive us." All the people there started apologizing. "I was wrong. It was me who had looked down on others with contempt," said Lester. "So, what do you think we should do to deal with these dogs?" Flora asked Alex as she turned to look at him. "I think they've scolded themselves enough. As long as they don't bother me again in the future, I don't think we need to do anything more," Alex said. This group of people had only looked down on him and mocked him a few times, so their harshness towards themselves was too much. In addition, Lester and Miriam, who had been fanning the flames, had been slapped hard on the face. Alex felt that what they owed him had been paid back, so there was no need to continue punishing them. "That won't do," Flora sighed. 7 years later, her son was still so generous. They had insulted him, and now he was just letting them off the hook. But she couldn't easily let go of their comments about his mother. She glanced at the dishes on the tables around the room and got an idea. She turned to the large group of people and said, "Everybody stand up, pick up your dishes off the table, and put them down on the ground." Lester and the group stood up and spent the next 2 minutes putting all the dishes from the tables onto the ground. Everyone lowered their heads in fear, as they didn't know what she was going to do next. She said, "You can eat your food off the ground, but you can't use forks or knives." There were sighs among the crowd, and someone muttered in a low voice, "How can I eat without cutlery?" Flora said with a proud smile, "I don't care how you eat it. You can eat it off your plate with your hands, or you can get down on the ground and lick it off, just so long as you eat all of your meal, and then you can go. You, take away all the cutlery from the tables. If they can't finish eating, they're not allowed to leave," she told Drek. "Yes, ma'am," he replied respectfully. He ordered the waiters to collect all the forks and knives off the tables. "Let's go," Flora said when she saw that everything was as she wanted it. Alex, Ken, and Drek followed her to the door. Alex glimpsed at Philippa, who was standing in the crowd with a frown on her face. He smiled faintly, walked over to her, and pulled her away from the group. He asked his mother, "Can we let this girl leave now?" "Okay, it's up to you." Flora thought that Alex intended to deal with her, so she didn't object. Thank you. Philippa repeatedly thanked Flora. She was overjoyed. She secretly looked at Alex and saw him smiling at her. She felt that he was so handsome at that moment that she couldn't help but smile back at him. After his mother had given Philippa permission to leave, Alex and Ken walked the young woman out. Flora then asked Drek to supervise the group that remained. She left with Alex and Ken and went to room 888. As soon as they walked into the room, Flora hugged Alex tightly. She called him son, and he called her mom. They both had tears in their eyes. They were just repeating the two words blindly and could not find any other words to express their inner feelings. The mother and son, who had been separated for 7 years, could hardly recognize each other. They had to wait until no outsider was present before they could talk to each other comfortably. Standing to one side, Ken couldn't help but turn his head away and wipe his tears with his hand. "Well, Alexei, let's not cry or let Mr. Stokes see this," she said to her son after holding him for a long time. She finally let go of him and wiped her tears. "I'm very glad to see mother and son reunite," said Ken with a faint smile. "Mr. Stokes, it's been a long time since we've seen each other," said Alex as he greeted him. "I didn't answer the phone before because the family doesn't allow subordinates to answer your calls. I hope you'll forgive me." He thought of Alex's several prior phone calls and felt very guilty about not having responded. "It's okay. I don't blame you," Alex said with a light smile. Flora asked Alex and Ken to sit down and eat with her. Alex had not been eating well these days, so he tucked into the delicious food. "Slow down. No one will take your food away from you." Flora couldn't help but feel sad as she watched her son eat. "Alexei, listen to your mother and give up looking for that Debbie girl," she said. "If you give up looking for Debbie, you'll be able to restore your identity within the Ambrose family, and you won't have to suffer anymore." Alex shook his head slowly and said, "I found her, but she refuses to recognize me. I want to be with her. Mom, I can't live without her." Hearing that Alex had found Debbie, Ken was stunned. Since the family had ordered him to stop looking for her, he had not taken any further action. Alex had unexpectedly found her using his own abilities. He felt that he had to report this to the rest of the family. "Silly child, I heard that she's just a country girl. You should know that accepting such a background into our family is more difficult than trying to ascend into the heavens. Do you not want to Flora started to say, as she looked a little tense. She wanted to ask him if he didn't want to inherit the family properties. Realizing that Ken was still there, she closed her mouth. She just looked at Alex anxiously. Alex had been able to accept 7 years of poverty training in order to finally attain his position within the family. Now he was desperate to find this girl named Debbie. Isn't he setting up obstacles for himself? He might even lose his family rights, thought Ken. "Mother, are you not from an ordinary family? Your family was different from the Ambrose family for sure. I want Debbie. I'll fight for her. When I was a child, did you not often say to me that you must grasp something you like with all your strength? Debbie is the one I want. You weren't lying to me, were you?" said Alex. "Stinky boy," Flora laughed and scolded him. Seeing her son's indifference, she looked at him for a few seconds, sighed gently, and turned to Ken. "Mr. Stokes, you see, Alexei's like this. I know that Alexei once spoke up for you on Harmony Island,
can't you really consider what I said to you earlier?
Previously, she had asked Ken to secretly help Alex. However, he had been inflexible and refused. She could see that he was also very worried about her son's situation and that he was trying to understand her feelings.
This,
murmured Ken. He was in a very difficult position. When he had seen the bad state her son was in, he had become equally distressed. However, he had received a firm order from the top echelons of the family, and he couldn't disobey it, especially as he was the person in charge of the East Coast Division.
Mom, don't embarrass Mr. Stokes anymore. I'm living a full life now. You can rest assured that I'll get rid of this awkward situation, and you can have a daughter-in-law as soon as possible.
Alex smiled, implying that the Ambrose family would accept Debbie and everything would be okay in the future.
Episode 186. It's all in the garbage? Flora looked at Alex and spoke kindly, but her eyes were firm. Then she was quiet. She was well acquainted with Ken and knew that there was no way he would violate the family's orders and secretly help her son. She had already asked him several times, but she knew that she was putting him in a difficult position. She didn't want to risk aggravating him or turning him against Alex, so that if ever he was really in trouble, he would think twice about helping him. Mr. Stokes, I would like to have a private word with my son, she told him.
Of course, Ken replied as he stood up and walked to the door.
Then he turned around and said respectfully, Mrs. Ambrose, the family has said that you mustn't help Alex. He has done very well so far. I advise that you don't ruin it now.
Ken had worked for the Ambrose family for 30 years. He knew that the head of the family was very firm in his instructions, but also that Flora was desperate to help her son. He was worried that after he left, she would be tempted to give him a bank card or valuable item that he could sell. This would cause a lot of problems for her and Alex if the rest of the family found out.
Mr. Stokes, don't worry, I understand, she replied with a smile.
As soon as Ken left, Flora's expression became serious. She flipped open her cell phone case and looked at the $10 million bank card that she kept in there. But she didn't take it out. During their dinner, she and Alex chatted about their lives and enjoyed each other's company. They both cherished their time together, and although they were talking about trivial matters, it felt very special to them. He told her that he was planning to stay in Washington, D.C. for a period of time, and that he was in no rush to get back to New York. Flora was afraid that this would interrupt his studies, so she said that she would arrange for him to switch to Richmond University. If anyone asked, she would remind them that the family had always had a tradition of putting education first. They could have no argument with that. Alex agreed that he should switch to Richmond University, and Flora knew that he was only doing this so that he could stay in Washington, D.C. and pursue Debbie. Good moments always pass quickly, and soon the meal was over, and it was time for Flora to leave. As the head of business in Southern Europe, she was always very busy. Ken followed Alex and Flora out of the hotel. Before leaving, Flora took Alex to see some people she had noticed living in a squat nearby. There, they found a group sitting on the floor lifelessly. Some stood holding bowls of soup. Some ate with their hands, and some poured soup straight from the dishes into their mouths. Their chins were covered with vegetable dregs. Their clothes, especially their t-shirts, were greasy. Flora and Alex glanced at them, then walked away. They didn't want to see any more. Flora felt that she had made her point about the importance of Alex's education. When they came to a $200,000 Porsche, Alex couldn't help laughing. He asked, "Mom, why are you driving a Porsche?" "One of my new business clients in Europe is Porsche. Of course, I have to be familiar with their cars," she replied with a smile. She looked at Ken and said, "Mr. Stokes, my eyesight isn't very good. Would you be happy to drive me?" Alex was surprised. He thought, "I know that Mom's eyesight is excellent. Why is she lying to Ken? Is she just too lazy to drive?" "Okay," Ken answered and walked around to the driver's door. "Wait a minute," Flora said as she suddenly grabbed him. With a bashful smile, she continued, "It's a real mess inside as I hardly ever clean it. I need to tidy up a bit so you won't think less of me." She smiled at Ken and climbed into the car. Although Flora was over 40 years old, she had been exceptionally beautiful when she was younger, and she was still very charming and attractive. Her smile made Ken go weak at the knees as he glanced at her in admiration. When he noticed Alex watching him, he coughed and blushed. After several minutes, Flora climbed out of the Porsche. To the surprise of both the men, she pulled out 5 bulging black garbage bags. They were astonished. They would never have imagined that someone could clear out so much garbage from such a small car. She handed the bags to Alex and said, "I'm in a hurry to leave. Please, can you help me by getting rid of these bags in the trash? But before you throw them away, make sure you sort through them carefully. I heard that the council is very strict on recycling, and you will be fined if you put the wrong items into the garbage." She then turned to Ken and said, "Mr. Stokes, shall we go?" She waved goodbye to Alex and they drove away. It was not until they had left that Alex started to think. He took the bags of trash to the recycling site. There was no one around, so he was tempted to throw them all into the general garbage container. But he remembered that his mother had been very specific about him sorting through them. He opened the bags. 4 of them contained the usual domestic garbage, but the last one was heavy. He untied it and removed some newspapers from the top. Underneath, he found piles of banknotes. They weren't dollar bills, but euros. He guessed that the bag contained hundreds of thousands of euros, which would be even more in dollars. He was stunned and moved by his mother's kindness. She had gone to so much trouble to help him. At that moment, he received a text message from his mother. It said, "Have you dealt with the garbage? If you have dealt with it, now you should go home and relax." He knew that she was wary of the family checking her messages, so he worded his response carefully. He replied, "It's hard to classify the garbage. Fortunately, I've done it carefully. I'm going home now." Seeing his text, Flora smiled and relaxed. Alex returned to his rental house with the garbage bag of euros. He couldn't take the money to the bank because his family would find out. He decided to temporarily store it under the bed. 3 days later, he received a text message from his mother saying that she had enrolled him at Richmond University and he could start there at the beginning of the new term. She sent him all the details of his new department, tutor, and dormitory number. Although the family agreed to let Alex switch to Richmond University to continue his education, his official identity was still as a poor pancake seller. They refused to lift the ban on him until he gave up his search for Debbie. He spent the next few days preparing to start his new university course. He knew that he had to tell Nellie that he could no longer work in the food truck. He had looked so tired recently that he could hardly bear to tell her. That particular day, they had kept the truck in a city park for the whole day and had been very busy. In the evening, Alex sat in his room for a long time before he plucked up the determination to go and knock on Nellie's door. She was happy to see him, and she said, "You're here. Give me a shoulder rub. I'm so tired. I must have made at least 200 pancakes today." She often asked him to rub her shoulders after the day's work, so he was not surprised. He asked her to sit down. While rubbing her shoulders, he finally said, "I can only work for you for 3 more days. Then I'll be leaving." He felt her body tremble slightly. "Are you going back to New York?" she asked without looking at him. He replied, "No, I'm transferring to Richmond University." "Fine. Off you go. There's no need to discuss it with me," she said. She turned her head and looked at him with a small smile. "Oh, I see. You're just here to ask me for your pay before you go. Well, you've missed so many hours recently, I'm not going to give you anything." Alex had expected her to feel a little sad that he was leaving and was disappointed by her reaction. He joked, "Come on, Nellie, I've worked hard for 2 months. You didn't give me a dime. Aren't you afraid that I'll complain and get the police to arrest you?" Nellie looked at his smiling face and lowered her head. Alex didn't understand why she didn't care that he was leaving. He had just made a little joke to try to cheer her up, but she didn't react at all. Then he noticed that her shoulders were trembling, and as he looked at her, 2 big tears fell onto her lap. He was surprised and started to ask, "Why are you—" "Get out of here!" Nellie shouted suddenly. She raised her head and Alex saw that her eyes were hazy with tears. She glared at him angrily. He said, "Is it that what I said that upset you? I'm so sorry, Nellie. I know my joke went too far. I never meant to hurt you. I know you've been hurt in the past. Can you tell me about it?" She bit her lip and looked at him with hatred. Finally, she sighed softly and said, "I was thinking about someone I knew when I was a child. One day I picked up one of his toys to look at. When he saw me with it, he shouted at me. I was so upset that I cried and hit him. He pressed me to the ground, kicked me, screamed at me, and threw me out of his house. He told me he was going to get the police to arrest me, just like you did just now." Alex was angry and distressed. He hugged her and said in a soft voice, "I was just joking with you. What he did to you was cruel, and I want to help you get your revenge. I'll help you find him, and then I'll beat him for you." Nellie interrupted him in a loud voice. "If you hit him, I'll hit you even harder." Alex was stunned and asked, "But you told me that he beat you, scolded you, and threw you out of his house. Why would you protect him?" She blushed, but she still looked at him stubbornly and said, "I just like him. What's the matter? You think I'm cheap, don't you?" He replied softly, "No, the love between men and women often can't be explained." She looked surprised that he understood. "If you like him so much, why don't you go to him?" he asked. She looked flustered. She lowered her head and said, "He's handsome, and he comes from a wealthy family. Not only am I ugly, but I'm just a pancake seller. I'm not good enough for him." Alex shook his head and said, "So what? Why shouldn't you find him and see what he thinks? Who says that you're not good enough for him? Who says that rich and poor people can't be together? I know that I like Miss Marvel. I'm convinced that if I'm persistent, I'll succeed with her in the end. Why don't you believe in yourself?" She replied, "You're wrong. He'll never want to be with me." "Nellie, you're so stubborn. You should open your mind a little bit." Nellie was really upset by that point. She had already thought everything through. She had spent her whole life thinking about that man, and she had accepted that she would never be with him. Now, Alex was trying to put other thoughts into her head. She covered her ears and screamed at him,
Get out, loser! I hate you! Get out! She pushed him out of the door. Episode 187, New Beginnings. Alex stood outside the door for a moment and listened to Nellie weeping in her room. He felt awful. He sighed and went back to his room to have a rest. The next day, when he saw her, she seemed back to her usual self. He didn't know what to say, so he didn't mention their conversation from the previous evening. They worked together in the food truck, as usual. 3 days later, it was his last day working with her before he started at the university the following day. That evening, he returned to his rental room and started packing up his things. Later, he was cooking himself some chicken soup when he heard someone banging on the door. When he opened it, he was surprised to find Nellie standing there holding a plate of pancakes. "Hey," he said. Nellie put the plate on the table and said with a smile, "Please eat them. I made them for you." Alex was pleasantly surprised and realized that she had brought them to celebrate their last day working together. He felt very touched as he sat down to eat the pancakes with his chicken soup. To him, the food tasted delicious. He looked at Nellie and said, "Your pancakes taste wonderful." She answered, "I know." She had been carefully watching Alex as he ate, and she thought to herself, "He really is a lovely boy. His heart is as sweet as honey." She looked at him again, and with a small smile, she said tenderly, "Alex, I was wrong the other night. Please don't hate me." "Of course I don't hate you. You think too much," he replied with a smile. "I know you really like that man you told me about. The only thing stopping you is," he wanted to say, an inferiority complex, but he didn't want to anger her again, so he stopped himself. Instead, he said, "I believe that we make our own happiness. I think you should take the initiative to find him and tell him how you feel. I think there's still reason to be hopeful." Nellie had spent the previous 2 days giving serious consideration to what Alex had said. She replied, "But I'm so worried that if I find him, he'll laugh at me again for being ugly and for thinking I could be with someone like him." Alex responded, "But at least then you'll know how he feels toward you, and then you can stop thinking about him. It would still be better than not knowing. But don't be too pessimistic. You also said that you knew him when you were both children. You've both grown up since then. Maybe if you meet him now, he will like you." "Do you really think so?" she murmured. Alex replied, "Of course I do. Unfortunately, I can't help you look for him right now, but when things are sorted out with Miss Marvel, I'll go with you to find him. If he's polite, then I'll leave you to it. If he's rude to you like he was when he was a child, I'll beat him up for you." Nellie was very moved. In her whole life, no one had ever defended her in this way. She tried to hold back the tears that had welled up in her eyes. With a small smile, she said, "Well, thank you. But don't say any more now. Eat your dinner. There's plenty left." The next day, Alex got up early. He had bought a suitcase, and he packed all his clothes into it, with the garbage bag full of euros safely hidden in the middle. He put his backpack onto his back, picked up the suitcase, and walked out of his room. He planned to say hello to Nellie, who had slept on the sofa, and then report to Richmond University. However, Nellie had already gotten up. She asked Alex to eat some pancakes that were left over from the previous night. When he finished eating, she gently patted him on the shoulder. When he turned around, he found her holding out a stack of dollar bills toward him. She said, "This is your wage. It was $1,200 in total. I didn't deduct a single dollar from you. Alex now had a huge amount of money in his suitcase. So he said, "No, please keep the money." Nellie was bewildered. She asked, "Why did you work for me if you didn't want the money? I know you need it. I'm leaving now. You take the money." As far as she knew, he was as poor as she was. Alex hesitated. He had no way of proving his real identity to her, so he took the money. He thought, I have her bank details. If she looks like she's struggling, I can always transfer it to her. Nellie drove Alex to the university in the food truck. Outside the front gate, they climbed out of the truck. All around them, students were walking past with their suitcases. A girl approached Alex and said, "Alex?" He saw that it was Philippa. They chatted, and it turned out that Philippa was also studying at Richmond University. She had been feeling a little guilty, but also grateful to Alex since they had last met. However, she hadn't had the nerve to call him. She was surprised but pleased to bump into him again. "Have you come to Richmond University to do business?" she asked him. "Leave him alone," Nellie said sternly as she glared at Philippa. She remembered that the last time they had met, Philippa and Miriam had laughed unkindly at Alex. Philippa smiled and didn't say anything. Alex said softly to Nellie, "It's okay, we're old classmates, and now we're studying at the same university." Although Philippa was a little confused, she remembered how Mr. Stokes and the beautiful woman had helped Alex in the Ruby Hotel the last time they met. They had both left an impression on her. Philippa took Nellie's hand and said, "I was wrong the last time we met. I feel terrible. I will never look down on anyone again." Nellie looked back at her suspiciously but didn't say anything else. She turned to Alex and said, "I'm hoping to make a lot of money here today with the truck. I better go and set up." "Well, in the future, when you're parked here at the university, let me know and we'll eat lunch together in the cafeteria," Alex said. Then he watched Nellie go back to the food truck and start selling pancakes to the students. He and Philippa walked through the gate to the university. As they went through the gate, they heard a lot of talking and laughing coming from behind them. Alex turned his head and saw a young man surrounded by beautiful women. He was tall and athletic and stood very straight. He was well dressed in an expensive shirt and pants and designer shoes. He also wore Prada glasses, which made him look like a movie star. Two beautiful women stood at each side of him, obviously flirting outrageously. The young man held a bottle of Evian in his hand and looked very relaxed. The women giggled at his jokes, complimented him, and occasionally clapped their hands. It was clear that the four girls were trying to persuade the young man to put his arms around their waists, but he didn't seem to be interested in cuddling them. The man and the beautiful girls were very eye-catching, and they quickly became the center of attention. Everyone passing by stopped to look at them with envious glances. As Alex watched, the man and his friends arrived at the gate. They stood side by side and blocked a car from entering. It was a very expensive sports car. Alex guessed its value to be at least $100,000. He assumed that the car belonged to someone rich and powerful, but it appeared that the driver didn't even dare to sound the horn. Philippa noticed Alex looking curiously at the tall man and explained, "That's Colin Patterson. He's in the music department. His family is very rich, and all the girls in the school fancy him." Alex understood what Philippa had told him, but still had some doubts. "Oh, okay," he nodded, and then he said with a puzzled smile, "I can see that he has some pretty girls following him around, but they're blocking that car from getting in. They're lucky the owner of the car is so relaxed. He isn't even sounding the horn to get them to move. No matter how rich his family is, I'm surprised that the driver isn't doing anything. As Colin and his friends approached them, Philippa pulled Alex to the side, out of their way. One of the beautiful girls said with a smile, "Colin, I love it when we walk with you. Everyone moves to make way for us." Colin replied with a smile, "They're giving way to me because you four are with me. The fact is that they're ashamed of themselves and can't help but get out of my way." "Colin, you can really make us happy. You're so sweet that I really don't want to leave you for a moment," the four girls laughed. When Colin passed Alex, he didn't even notice his existence. He saw straight through him. The five of them walked down the road with the car slowly driving behind them. When they reached a fork in the road, the driver rolled down the window. He didn't look like a student. He called out to Colin, "Colin, I'll wait for you at Ocean Building later." Colin just glanced at him and then continued to walk with the four girls. Philip and Alex looked at each other with a smile. They realized that the car belonged to Colin and that the man driving it was his valet. That was why he hadn't dared to sound the horn. Philippa showed him the way to the dormitory building of the Department of Life Sciences. "What happened that day has always bothered me, Alex. Do you still blame me?" she asked as they walked together. Alex shook his head and said with a smile, "If I had blamed you, would I have let you go that day?" That put Philippa's mind at ease. She asked, "How do you know Mr. Stokes? Who was that beautiful lady and why did they help you?" Alex knew that he couldn't tell Philippa his true identity. Even if he did tell her, he knew that she wouldn't believe him. He quickly invented an explanation and said, "Actually, I was just lucky. Mr. Stokes brought the lady to buy 2 pancakes from the stand. She thought that the pancakes I made were delicious and she gave me a lot of praise. She knew I was a poor college student and couldn't go back to New York, so she persuaded Mr. Stokes to help me switch to Richmond University. It was a coincidence that I saw them again in the Ruby Hotel that day. I don't know anything else about them." "Oh, is that all?" Philippa had never imagined that Ken had helped Alex simply because of 2 pancakes. When she saw him nodding, she asked, "Do you still have contact with them? If you have any more difficulties and want them to help, will they?" He replied, "No, I don't even have their contact information. Besides, they've already helped me once. I'm not related to them. Why should they help me again?" "That's what I thought," Philippa said. She was a bit frustrated. She still had her plans and thought that if Alex could talk to Ken, maybe he could convince him to help her find a good job in the future. Now, it seemed that it was not possible. Episode 188, Welcome New Enemies. Once Philippa had shown Alex to his dorm, he quickly found his own room. His 3 new roommates looked at him as he walked in and thought he must have gone to the wrong room. Once they had called the administration office and confirmed that he was indeed their new roommate, he started to unpack his things. The 3 roommates were very curious about the fact that he was able to switch from another university. He lied to them that it was because his family was poor, and Washington State had special policies for people like him that allowed him to switch. When the 3 roommates saw that Alex was wearing cheap but new clothes, they asked him more about his background. He told them that he had worked in a food truck for 2 months during the summer to earn the money. They all sympathized with him, and he was grateful for their kindness. He felt very guilty for lying to these 3 kind-hearted students. He slept in his new dormitory that night. and the next day he went to the classroom with his roommates. The tutor found him and talked with him privately in his office. To his surprise, the tutor didn't know anything about his background or his true identity. He really believed that he was a poor student who transferred to Richmond University through a special policy of the education department. The tutor introduced Alex to the whole class, and he officially became a student of the Richmond University biology department. The other students in the class thought that he must be from a wealthy family to be able to switch schools, but when they saw that he was wearing cheap clothes, they quickly lost interest in him. Some even laughed together about his clothes and joked about his scruffy shoes with the people nearby. Alex didn't care what others thought about him. After class, he ran out of the classroom. He wanted to find out which class Leona was in. At the same time that Alex was being introduced to his new classmates, a new student was also being introduced into the music department. That student was wearing a black silky top and a short pink skirt. Her arms and legs were perfectly white. She had long black hair and eyes like pools of water under the night sky. The tutor told the class, "Everyone, this is the new student who has been transferred to our class, Miss Leona Marvel. As she is new, please help her settle in and take good care of her." "Yes, we'll take good care of Leona," several lively boys cried out. Everyone else in the class was whispering to each other. One student said, "Leona is from the Marvel family. They're one of the top 5 families in Washington, D.C. I heard that her father is looking for a husband for her." His friend replied excitedly, "Wow, and now she's in our class. Whoever wins her heart and joins the Marvel family will never have to worry about anything ever again." His friend laughed and said, "You're dreaming, aren't you? Don't even think about it. She would never consider one of us. Stop teasing me." "Well, I guess that out of the whole school, Colin is the only one who stands a chance with her," agreed his friend. Leona introduced herself and sat down. Lots of excited boys immediately gathered around her. Of course, they knew that they didn't really stand a chance with her, and they didn't dare to actually sit next to her. But they felt very lucky just to be in the same class as her. Alex searched the classrooms one by one and finally found Leona's class. "Miss Marvel," he said when he saw her. She was sitting very quietly, and he felt a bit self-conscious as he walked into the room and approached her. "What are you doing?" Several boys stood up and blocked him. Alex ignored them and focused on Leona. But when she looked up at him, he saw a trace of disgust in her eyes. He thought, "She has told me several times now that she's not Debbie, but I haven't listened. Maybe she's starting to get angry." He felt like he had been doused with cold water. "I was too bold today," he thought. Approaching her on her first date in front of everyone has only made her angry. He took a last glance at her and left the classroom. The boys in the class saw that he was badly dressed. They had never met him or heard his name before. They thought that he was a stupid little loser and the whole incident was a joke. Alex printed a copy of Leona's class schedule from the university website. He decided to visit her whenever he could to try to build a good relationship with her. He remained convinced that as long as he persevered, Leona would eventually be moved by him. He watched her for 3 days and observed that she attended all her lectures, listened attentively, and took notes every day. Although plenty of boys admired her, none had dared ask her out. Alex was satisfied to bide his time. On the 4th day, when he went to find her after class, he saw a handsome boy sitting beside her. It was Colin.
whom he had met at the school gate on the first day of term. Alex stood at the door and watched them talking. He could hear that they were talking about music. Folk music originated from the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl in the prairies in the 1930s. The focus isn't on vocal skills, but on a more natural sound. I particularly like We Shall Overcome by Joan Baez. Bob Dylan and Woody Guthrie are also very good, Colin said with a smile. Leona's eyes were full of appreciation. She said, "You know so much about music. I know nothing compared to you." He replied gently, "Miss Marvel, you flatter me. I've still got so much to learn, but I realize that you and I have very similar interests. Perhaps we can spend more time together." Leona smiled and continued to chat with Colin. When she happened to glance toward the door, she saw Alex standing there, but she quickly looked away and continued chatting with Colin. She didn't react to Alex's presence at all. Alex's heart froze for a second, and he was overwhelmed with a sense of panic. He clenched his fists, and his nails were deeply embedded into the flesh of his palm, but he couldn't feel it at all. Colin noticed Leona looking at the door and also glanced in that direction. When he saw Alex gazing at her affectionately, he was surprised at first and then laughed indifferently. He didn't pay him any more attention, thinking that he was just one of her admirers. He thought, "I can understand that loser's admiration for her beauty, but that's all it is, admiration and fantasy." Alex had a strong urge to rush up and drag Leona away, but he knew that it would only make her hate him even more. He had to wait. Watching Leona and Colin chatting and getting along so well, his heart felt like it was being pierced by a knife. He slammed the classroom door and ran back to the dormitory. "What's up, buddy?" Eddie asked when he saw how lost Alex looked when he walked back into the dorm. The four roommates got along well and had spent a lot of time chatting over the last few days. Alex knew that none of them had much money. "I'm fine," he answered and lay down on his bed. His mind was all over the place when he imagined Leona and Colin together. "Well, you don't look fine, but okay. We're taking the names of people to perform at the New Year's party. Do you feel like doing it?" Eddie asked. He was the secretary of the school's student union, and they were trying to encourage students to take part in the show. "Sorry, it doesn't appeal to me," Alex replied casually. Eddie raised his eyebrows and said, "Come on, dude. There'll be loads of beautiful girls at the party. Even losers like us will be able to pull." Beautiful girls? When Eddie said that, Alex looked at him. He wondered whether Leona would be going to the party. He asked, "Do you have a list? Can I see it?" Eddie got out the program for the party and handed it to Alex. Scanning it, he quickly found Leona's name on it. Chasing a Dream, performers, Colin Patterson, Leona Marvel, Doug Finchley, Fiona Stellwood. Seeing Colin and Leona listed together, Alex felt a pain in his heart. But it was at least an opportunity to see her again, an opportunity that he wanted to seize. He said to Eddie, "I'll go. Add me to the list." "Excellent," said Eddie. "I just had to mention the beautiful girls, and now you want to go." He added Alex to the list. In the afternoon, they went to the auditorium together. The performers were practicing there, and dancers were auditioning to take part. Alex felt a little tired, so he found a seat and leaned against it. About an hour later, he was woken up by the sound of music. He rubbed his confused eyes and looked around him to find that there were now a couple of hundred students in the auditorium with him. Some of them were on the stage practicing, and others were watching and waiting in their seats. The director was using a microphone to organize everything. He said through the megaphone, "Okay, Colin and Leona, it's your turn to practice once. We haven't got much time. Let Colin try the microphone first." The performers were supposed to be given rehearsal time in order of their arrival. As Colin and Leona had only arrived 10 minutes previously, they should have had to wait about 2 hours for their turn. However, they were both from important families. Colin was one of the most eligible bachelors in Washington and one of the star students at Richmond University, while Leona was from one of the top 5 families in the city. The director had come under a lot of pressure to give them preferential treatment. The other performers were told to make way for Colin and Leona to perform. Many of them complained loudly, but they left the stage anyway. Colin and Leona had been sitting in the first row of the audience, chatting through the details of their performance. When they saw that the stage had been cleared for them, Colin took a long sip from his can of soda, put it on the ground, and invited Leona up onto the stage to practice. When he saw them stepping onto the stage, Alex stood up and walked along the aisle between the seats. As he reached the front row, he heard Leona starting to sing. He sat down in the seat that she had just vacated and looked up at her on the stage. "Where is the world full of flowers? If it does exist, then I will go. I want to stand on the highest mountain. I don't care if it is a cliff or not." Leona sang the 4 lines beautifully. Then she stopped singing and looked at Colin. "Live hard and love bravely. Don't ask for anyone's satisfaction. Just be worthy of yourself." Colin also sang very well, which surprised Alex. He looked too macho to have such a melodious voice. But even people who didn't know much about music recognized that he had a very good voice and was a highly trained singer. The girls in the audience watched him adoringly, as if he was already a superstar. "About my dream, I never choose." Colin was reaching the last 2 words of his lines when he let out a loud hiccup. The whole audience was stunned into silence for a moment. It sounded so funny that a few students started to laugh, but stopped when they saw the people around them glaring at them. Then they bit their lips and pinched their flesh to control their laughter. Colin was mortified, and his face turned bright red. He didn't dare to look at Leona because he couldn't bear to see her reaction. Fortunately, no one else laughed, and Colin started to sing again as if nothing had happened. Then, suddenly, Alex just couldn't help it. He was already finding the disparity between the way Colin looked and the way he sang funny. Then, when he made a fool of himself in front of Leona, he was so happy that he just couldn't contain his laughter. Episode 189, The Brawl Begins. At that moment, the auditorium was quiet, and Alex's laughter sounded particularly loud and harsh. Colin locked his eyes on Alex in a resentful glare. He glanced surreptitiously at Leona and saw that she was amused, which only made him angrier. The director thought that Alex was behaving so crassly that he immediately ran over to the center of the stage, pointed at him, and said loudly into the microphone, "What are you laughing at?" "What am I laughing at?" Alex repeated. He knew that Leona was watching, and didn't want her to think that he was rude. "You're obviously laughing at Colin's hiccup. Why don't you just admit it?" asked the director. "If you knew what I was laughing at, why did you bother to ask?" Alex replied. The director's face burned red as he looked at Colin. When he saw how angry Colin was with him, he felt very anxious. Colin looked at Alex and said angrily, "If you laugh again, I'll get you thrown out of here." Alex now felt annoyed himself. First, this guy was colluding with his girlfriend, and now he was talking down to him in this way. He sneered and said, "I can laugh if I want. How are you going to stop me?" Usually, Alex managed to bite his tongue and remain polite even when he was angry. But he was so depressed about Colin that he just couldn't stop himself from being rude. When the other students heard that he had dared to challenge Colin, they were surprised, angry, and amused. They were also not very impressed with Alex. One student said, "This boy is crazy. Who is he? What's his background?" "I just can't believe he's challenging Colin. What an idiot," answered his friend. The first student continued excitedly. "Look at him. He's wearing cheap clothes. He looks like a total loser next to Colin, and yet he still dares to stand up to him. If Colin's on form, he'll destroy him." Colin sneered at Alex and said, "Well, I'm not going to waste my time on scum like you." Then he called out to someone backstage. "Can someone call security to kick this idiot out?" The head of security arrived with two of his men and said, "No problem, Colin. I've had my eye on this guy. We'll get rid of him now." Alex looked at Colin and said, "Wait, Colin, what right do you have to get me kicked out?" Colin was a very proud person. He wanted to say, "With my power, I have the right to do whatever I want to do." But he suddenly realized that Leona was watching everything. He was afraid that she would be disgusted with him if he was so arrogant. So he changed his words and said, "You're not even here to rehearse. You're just distracting us while we're trying to practice. That's why you should leave." "Who says I'm not here to rehearse?" Alex said. "My name is Alex, and you'll find me on the list. Look for yourself if you don't believe me." "Nonsense, I've read the list. I would remember you," said the director. "Is he telling the truth?" Colin asked, as he turned to look at the director, who immediately took out the program and started looking for Alex's name. After a moment, his face froze. He murmured, "Damn," in a low voice. Then he looked at Colin and said, "It's true, his name is on the program. He's one of your dancers." "What?" Colin grabbed the director's list and saw Alex's name on it for himself. He looked at Alex angrily, and when Alex smiled back, he could barely control himself. He said, "Okay, so you are on the list, yes, but I'm telling you now that you can leave. I don't need you to dance for us." "If you make me leave, you'll be damaging your own performance. I'll tell you the truth. I didn't sign up to help you. I came for Leona," Alex said. "Leona doesn't need you either. Now go," Colin said firmly. He glanced at Leona and saw that she was looking anxiously at Alex. He was slightly surprised by that, and he could tell from her face that she did know him. Then he remembered seeing him standing at the door of the classroom a few days earlier while he'd been getting to know Leona. He wondered what was going on between them. "Leona, do you want him
to dance with you?" Colin asked, feeling a little guilty. Alex dared to look at Leona. He was afraid that she would also want him to leave. They looked at each other. Her eyes were puzzled, angry, disgusted, and helpless. Alex simply stared into her eyes and refused to look away. His hand was gripping the armrest. "I don't know," she answered. Her eyes narrowed and she said in a low voice, "You decide." Colin looked at Alex again. He felt that he had become a thorn in his side. He was upset that Leona hadn't taken the opportunity to get rid of Alex when she could. He felt that he had already lost this battle. "Well, now that you're here, I'll give you a chance. The song we're performing this time is a very energetic song. We need dancers who are athletic and fit. I doubt that you're strong enough." Alex looked quietly at Colin and thought, "I know that I'm strong, but how are you planning to test me?" Colin said, "I have a test for you. If you can knock me down to the ground, I'll let you participate. Do you dare to try?" Everyone smiled and looked at Alex. They were convinced that he would not take on Colin's dare. "Is he going to do it?" one student asked his friend. "I can't believe he is," the friend replied. "Go on, pretty boy, give it your best shot," the student taunted Alex. Alex stood up slowly and walked to one side. The audience looked at him and assumed that he was going to leave. They all sneered at him for being a loser, for daring to challenge Colin, but not following through with his challenge. But Alex didn't leave. Instead, he climbed up the steps onto the stage. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know his true identity and thought that he was being very arrogant. He slowly walked over to Colin as the director approached them with a microphone. The audience was astonished when he blocked Alex and stood in front of him, yelling at him through the microphone. "You stupid loser! You're a nobody, and you dare to challenge Colin? What are you thinking of? I'm the director here, and I'm ordering you to leave now. Off you go. We don't need you here." Alex shoved the director's shoulder, and he fell to the ground. Several students rushed to his side and helped him up. They were ready to fight Alex together, but Colin stopped them. In front of Leona, Colin was determined to retain his composure. But he also wanted to teach Alex a lesson. The director said to Alex, "You probably didn't know that Colin participated in the National Youth Games last year and won second place in the Taekwondo competition. You have no chance if you take him on. It would be much better for you if you just left now without any further embarrassment." To ingratiate himself to Colin, the director had taken time to learn about his background. When the spectators heard that Colin was a Taekwondo expert, they understood what he had planned for Alex. They were looking forward to seeing what happened. Alex ignored the director and continued to walk toward Colin. Leona stepped up to Alex and whispered, "Stop now. It's not worth it." She really didn't want these men to fight over her. Then, when she heard that Colin was a master of Taekwondo, she became very worried that Alex would get seriously hurt. "It's okay, I can fight him," Alex replied quietly, although he felt a little unsure if he should when Leona had asked him not to. "Leona, you get out of the way. Don't worry, I'll just test him, I won't seriously hurt him," Colin said to her. It was clear that he was confident that he would win. Then he winked to the man beside him, and that man pulled Leona out of the way. "Are you ready, boy?" Colin asked Alex. "If you really want to fight, I'm ready. Of course, this is a lot of nonsense," he replied. "Stop trying to squirm out of it, coward," Colin berated him. and then hit him in the face. It was true that Colin had almost won in the youth games, and his attack was ferocious. Alex was startled, and he quickly retreated to the side. But Colin was too fast, and he hit him again, this time missing his face, but hitting him hard on the neck. Alex felt a deep pain. "Yes!" Everyone watching cheered. "The little loser was easily beaten by Colin," one man called out. His friend said, "If Colin really goes for it, he'll knock that loser flat out." "I thought that because he dared to go up there, he must have some skill, but it seems that I was wrong. He's just a target for Colin. He's going to get pummeled." Leona was very anxious when she saw Alex getting hit in the face. She kneaded her hands together and looked nervously at the two men who were fighting on stage. Colin used his elbow to hit Alex hard in the chest, winding him. Alex was struggling to regain his breath when Colin barged his shoulder into him, knocking him back a few steps. Alex wobbled and nearly fell to the ground. Colin sneered. "Boy, you're not very strong after all. You're definitely in no shape to dance for us. You better walk away while you still can." Alex glanced at Leona and noticed that she looked a little calmer. He realized that she was certain that he would take the opportunity to retreat and avoid further injury. It annoyed him that Leona was so convinced that he would lose. With a rush of rage in his heart, he whispered to Colin, "It's time to finish this." Then, Alex rushed at him. Colin had never wanted this fight to go too far. He had wanted to teach Alex a lesson, but he was too afraid of damaging Leona's impression of him to really hurt him. He tried to get him to give up, but instead Alex tried to attack him. Colin smiled to himself and thought, "Well, Leona, now you can't blame me for what happens. I tried to help him, but this ignorant fool just won't admit it when he's defeated. Now I have no choice but to make him suffer." He nimbly dodged Alex's attack and knew that his opponent did not have time to turn around to defend himself. He kicked him hard on the hip, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the floor. Colin yelled out in triumph and leaped into the air, ready to land heavily on Alex as he struggled on the ground. "No!" Leona cried out. Colin looked at her horrified face and quickly stopped what he was doing. Instead, he gave Alex a quick look, looked down at him with contempt, and said, "You can forget dancing for us, loser." Then he went over to Leona. Lying on the ground, having been kicked by Colin and now hearing his insulting words, Alex felt totally humiliated in front of Leona. He felt guilty and angry with himself. Ignoring the pain in his body, he quickly climbed up from the ground, walked over to Colin, and smashed his fist into the back of his head. As Alex approached him from behind, Colin heard people shouting out warnings, and he tried to duck. He was a little too late, and Alex's fist hit his ear, causing it to bleed. He held his head as his heart filled with vengeance. He thought, "This time I'll show you no mercy." He said sinisterly, "You really don't want to live, do you?" Episode 190, Volunteers. Colin got into a fighting stance ready to punch Alex, who no longer felt so confident. He now knew that he couldn't beat his opponent in a fair fight. He stepped back, and as he planned, Colin did not hesitate to step forward. Alex took the opportunity to hit him hard in the chest. The only reason that Alex was able to hit him was that Colin's arrogance was causing him to become complacent. He thought very little of his opponent and wanted to finish the matter quickly with one impressive blow. But suddenly, Alex punched him again. He felt embarrassed and went into a rage. "Bastard!" Colin shouted without thinking. Onlookers were taken aback. At Richmond, he had always been the perfect image of a modest gentleman. No one had ever witnessed him losing his temper or resorting to vulgar language. He regained his composure and stood in a taekwondo stance. Keeping his eyes fixed on Alex, he edged closer to him. Aware that he was a martial arts expert, Alex knew that he had to be careful as he stepped slowly back. "Ah," Colin shouted when he was 2 yards away from Alex. He stood on the toe of his left foot and raised his right foot high in the air in front of Alex's head. He was about to kick him in the face when he suddenly felt his foot being lifted, causing his whole body to fall backward. Alex had predicted what was about to happen and had acted quickly. As Colin's foot was still rising, he had taken a step forward and grabbed it, straightened up at the waist, and thrown his opponent backward. Fortunately, Colin was solid on his feet and managed to hop back without falling down. From 10 yards away, he rushed at Alex, jumped up, and aimed to kick him hard in the chest. It was a taekwondo flying kick and was Colin's specialty. This maneuver had scored him many points when he competed in the youth games. Often, it had been enough to finish his opponents. He was planning to kick Alex in the head hard enough to give him a concussion or crack his skull. However, Alex had anticipated his attack. As he was still flying through the air, Alex managed to kneel and slip under him, avoiding the kick. Colin was astonished, even more so when Alex kicked him from below. Colin lost his balance and fell to the ground. After several rolls, he stopped. What he didn't know was that Alex had also had some combat training. He had been taught how to protect himself with a knife, and had spent many hours practicing throwing a knife at moving targets. As a result, he developed excellent observation and anticipation skills. Although Colin's attack was skillful, he had started from too great a distance, which gave Alex time to predict what he was doing. In anticipation of the attack, his body had moved relatively before his mind had even processed what he had seen. He had not only managed to dodge the attack, but had also used Colin's momentum against him. "Colin!" cried out one of his supporters. "Are you okay, Colin?" another asked. "Quickly, somebody help Colin up," ordered another. Many people gathered around him and helped him up. Leona also walked over to him quickly to check whether he was hurt. I'm okay," he told them all. "I was just distracted for a moment." Although he had been beaten, he refused to admit that Alex was a better fighter than him. "Colin, can I be the dancer in your program now?" Alex asked proudly. Colin had said that he would be qualified to be a dancer if he could knock him down. "What? Do you still want to be a dancer? Just get lost," Colin replied angrily. "Colin, would you like me to call someone from the sports department to help you beat this boy?" one of Colin's friends asked. As other people glared at Alex, he noticed that Leona was also looking at him with disdain. He was puzzled and hurt by her expression. Colin looked at Alex coldly and said to the director, "Let him be a dancer in our program."
Then Leona helped him walk off the stage. He certainly didn't want Alex to stay, but he acknowledged that he had made that deal with him, and he would look small if he tried to renege on it in front of Leona. The audience was almost all friends of Colin, and they felt nothing but contempt for Alex. They thought that he had been disrespectful. The director particularly despised him and yelled at him to get off the stage. Alex tried to remain calm. He quietly went backstage and found a chair to sit down and take a few deep breaths. Colin was also sitting on a chair backstage. Leona was standing next to him, asking him whether he was in any pain and applying ointment to his injuries. When Alex saw this, his blood boiled. He had also been wounded in the fight, but Leona was only worried about Colin. Not only that, but she was fussing over him and treating his wounds. Alex sat in his chair and waited for a long time. Even when Colin left, she did not go over and check on him. Alex couldn't believe that he had made so much effort to become the dancer for her show. The next day was Tuesday, and there was no class in the afternoon. Alex was supposed to go to the auditorium to practice, but the rehearsal was canceled because of Colin's injuries. This left Alex with nothing to do, and he was lying on his bed bored when he received a call from Philippa. She invited him to accompany her to the city. He had nothing else to do, so he agreed. At the school gate, Alex saw Philippa waiting for him. She was dressed in jeans and looked very energetic. She told him, "I want you to go to the Olympic Park with me. I'm going to sign up to be a volunteer." "A volunteer?" Alex asked curiously. "Yes, the Washington, D.C. Olympic Games are starting soon. I saw on their official website that they're recruiting volunteers who can speak foreign languages. It's a great way to earn some extra money, and it will be a wonderful experience. Volunteers also get certificates, which will look great on our resumes. It's a fantastic opportunity," Philippa had told him. She came from a modest family, and she knew that she would have to work hard to secure herself a good career. "That sounds like a good idea. I'm happy to go with you." Alex smiled and hailed a cab to take them to the Olympic Park. When they arrived, they quickly found the place for volunteers to sign up. It was in a large indoor gymnasium in the park, and there were already at least 100 people waiting in line. There was a row of tables in the hall where applicants were waiting to register. As Alex went to find the bathroom, Philippa joined one of the lines. After a moment, she heard someone calling her. "Philippa, over here!" She recognized that it was Miriam's voice and turned around. When she saw Miriam, she went and sat next to her. Since the incident in the Ruby Hotel, the two of them had not had any contact. Miriam had been feeling too embarrassed to contact Philippa, and Philippa didn't want to make Miriam feel worse. "I saw that you came here with Alex. Are you with him now?" Miriam had also come to sign up to volunteer, but she did it because she thought it might give her the chance to meet rich young men from exotic countries. She had spotted Philippa and Alex as they arrived, but because of what happened at the hotel, she had been hiding from Alex and didn't want him to see her. When she saw him head to the bathroom, she took the opportunity to speak with Philippa. That day in the Ruby Hotel, she had seen Ken and a mysterious lady helping Alex. She wanted to know who they were and what their relationship was with him. She suspected that maybe there was more to him than he let everyone think. Over the last few days, Miriam had been thinking about it a great deal.
She had found a lot of information about Ken on the internet and knew that he was a powerful man, and she was convinced that the lady was someone even more powerful. They had both gone out of their way to help Alex. She was desperate to know his true identity. "You've got it all wrong. I just asked him to come with me to sign up. We're just friends," Philippa explained. "I thought he was studying in New York. Why are you friends with him?" Miriam asked. "He switched to Richmond. He told me the woman who helped him in the Ruby Hotel that day also helped him switch universities," Philippa said. "Okay, I wanted to ask you about that. Do you know what the relationship is between Alex and Ken and that woman from the hotel? Is Alex really just a poor student, or is he hiding something from us?" She was desperate to know what was really going on. "Forget it. You're reading too much into it. Alex told me that Ken and the woman only helped him because they met him when they bought 2 pancakes from his stall and felt sorry for him. When they saw him at the hotel, they decided to help him. Alex is nothing special," Philippa said. "Really? Can Alex get in touch with Ken? What's more, did Ken give him any money? Someone in Ken's position could be very generous," Miriam asked. Philippa shook her head and said, "No, they just met him by chance. How do you know so much about Ken? And why are you asking about their relationship with Alex? You're thinking too much about it." "So, Alex really is a loser," Miriam confirmed. Hearing that Alex was not as she had imagined, she didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed. Philippa took her hand and said, "Miriam, don't say that. He's my friend. Besides, there's no reason for the two of you to hate each other. When he comes back, can you please make up with him?" "Make up with him? Philippa, it's easy for you to say, but remember, you left first that day. Do you know what a mess I was in by the end? I had to eat with my hands and drink soup on the floor. It ran down my chin and all over my clothes. Even my hair was dirty, and my whole body smelled of rice. Lester Yates called me a loser in front of everyone and kicked me out. I felt so humiliated that day. And who did all that to me? It was Alex's fault. I hate him so much. I will never be friends with him," Miriam said emotionally. Her face was scarlet, and her eyes were wet with tears. Episode 191, A Test for Friendship. Miriam and Philippa hadn't noticed that Alex had arrived back from the bathroom, and he overheard everything that Miriam said about him. It made him feel guilty. When she saw him, Miriam raised her head and looked at him with hatred. She said, "You're so proud of yourself, aren't you? But don't feel too pleased with yourself. Without Ken Stokes and that woman around to help you, you're still just a poor and worthless loser. In my eyes, you're no better than the flies feeding on garbage. You managed to humiliate me publicly. But don't worry, I'll pay you back with interest," she continued. Miriam stood up, walked over to him with a venomous glare, and gave him a hard shove. She said, "Get out of here, you scumbag." Then she went back to the table to wait in line. Philippa walked up to Alex and looked at him anxiously. She said, "Alex, I'm so sorry about that. Miriam's too stubborn."
She knew that Alex was not at all the kind of person that Miriam thought he was. It was all a misunderstanding, and now they hated each other. "I know," Alex said with a small smile. "You need to go and register. I'll wait in line with you." They deliberately joined the line furthest away from Miriam and tried not to look at her. After half an hour, it was Philippa's turn to register. She sat on the swivel chair to complete the registration form while Alex stood nearby and waited. As he was waiting, he saw a small group of people arriving and noticed that several staff members stood up to greet them. He heard one of them say, "Mr. Brennan." He was surprised when he saw that the person in the middle of the group was Daryl Brennan, the man who had taken Leona out for dinner recently. He was dressed smartly as before. His eyes were bright and his expression was relaxed. He looked like a rich and healthy young man. Daryl's family business was one of the sponsors of the Olympic Games, and they had specifically sponsored the modernization of the gymnasium where volunteers were now being recruited. Because of his family's involvement, his father had asked him to inspect the venue, check that everything was going smoothly, and meet some officials from the Olympic Committee and show them around. He was surprised to see Alex. He still remembered him clearly as the loser who had destroyed his chances with Leona Marvel. "Oh, it's you," he said to Alex. Then he quickly recovered his composure and smiled. He said to him, "So, even a loser from the street can sign up to volunteer? What did you have for breakfast, loser? Was it a corn cob?" The other applicants waiting in line overheard Daryl's joke and smiled. Some of them recognized him. Others didn't know who he was, but they all saw that he was handsome and well-dressed. He looked like someone important. Most of the volunteers were students from various universities in Washington, D.C., and they didn't know Alex. They could see that he had clearly offended Daryl, but didn't know how or why. Daryl went to the registration table in front of Alex. He leaned on it lazily, looked at Alex with disdain, and said with a smile, "You really are thick-skinned. Does anything get through your thick skull? How dare you come here? Get out. You've no right to be here." Then he looked at the staff and said, "Don't give him the registration paper. It's a waste of paper to give one to him." Alex swallowed his anger and said, "Don't worry. I didn't come here to sign up. I'm just accompanying my friend who wants to volunteer." "Friend? Who could possibly want to be friends with you?" Daryl sneered. Then he noticed Philippa standing next to Alex and said, "Are you friends with this scum? What great taste you've got. Don't bother filling in the form. Just leave." Alex said in a hurry, "Daryl, that's not fair." But before he could finish, another voice interrupted him, saying, "Not fair? That's rich coming from you." People looked in the direction of the voice and saw a slender young woman approaching them. It was Miriam. She walked up to Alex, looked at him with a sneer, and said to the crowd, "This man and I were high school classmates. A few days ago, we held a meeting in the Ruby Hotel, and he totally disrupted the dinner. We had a lot of important people there. In the end, he made us all kneel on the ground and eat our food from the floor." She turned to Alex and said, "Your behavior that day was abysmal, and now you expect to be accepted as a volunteer?" That night in the hotel, Miriam and her family had struggled to eat all the food from the ground. They had been totally humiliated. Before leaving, they were told that they must never mention Ken Stokes' name in connection with what happened that night, or they would suffer even more severe consequences. Although she now told everyone what had happened, she was careful not to mention Ken's name. Anyway, everyone in DC had already heard the story of people having to eat off the floor of the Ruby Hotel. There was no reason for her to keep it secret. Someone commented, "Ah, I heard that story about people eating off the floor like pigs. This must be the guy who made them do it." Another man said, "Judging from his clothes, I would say that he's also a poor loser. How did he get everyone in the hotel to eat from the floor?" "Hey, just forget it. All we need to know is that he's not a good man," replied his friend. Someone else said, "None of you really know who he is. Let me tell you plainly, this is the loser who rode a hire bike to the fancy restaurant last month. You must have seen the photos on Instagram." That day, Alex had hired a bike and followed Daryl and Leona to the restaurant. He hadn't realized that he was being photographed and that those photos were then posted all over social media. Of course, everyone had found them hilarious and shared them with their friends. "Oh, I recognize him now. He's that idiot who took a hire bike into the restaurant lobby," said one man. Another student said, "Yes, I still have that picture in my cell phone. Look, here it is. You can see that there are luxury cars such as Porsches, BMWs, and Mercedes-Benz outside the building. And this guy pushed a hire bike right in. He should be ashamed to show his face in public." He showed the photo to all his friends, who roared with laughter. Not only that, but he also proclaimed his love to Leona Marvel outside the front of the restaurant like a total psycho. He thought she would accept him, and he could marry into a wealthy family. He told me himself. I feel disgusted just to look at him," Miriam told everyone. Daryl looked at Miriam, processing the way she had told the story. He thought to himself, "She knows so much about that day, then she must know that I was also there, having dinner with Miss Marvel in the restaurant. She must know that I was also rejected by Leona." He realized quickly that Miriam had purposely left out his humiliating part of the story to protect him. He couldn't help but feel a little more favorable toward her. The onlookers began to mock Alex's pursuit of Leona. They made all sorts of jokes at his expense, calling him a loser and a daydreamer. "Will you please leave now?" Daryl said to him with a proud smile. Alex knew that there was no point trying to reason with Daryl, so he lowered his head to Philippa and answered, "It's okay. Take no notice of him. Fill in the form." "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Daryl grabbed Philippa's application form and tore it into pieces, which he threw into the air. The paper fell like confetti. She stared at Daryl and her mouth tightened. 2 tears slowly gathered in her eyes. Alex squatted down and held her face in his hands. He said gently, "Don't cry, it's okay. I'll make sure that you become a volunteer." Philippa could no longer stop herself from crying, and a stream of tears rolled down her face. Alex felt terrible. "Alex, let's go. I don't want to be here. Let's just go," she said as she took Alex's hand and prepared to leave. He looked at Philippa, wiped away her tears, and said softly, "Don't cry. Olympic volunteers are recruited by the government. This man has no say in it. You're so good at foreign languages, you have every right to volunteer." "But they..." Philippa said. Alex interrupted her with a smile. He said to Daryl, "Look, I know that you hate me, but please don't take out your resentment on my friend. She has very good foreign language skills and is well qualified to volunteer.
I don't know what rights you have in all this, but I think if this matter went higher, it wouldn't look good that you tried to stop her. Are you threatening me? Ha! You really think I'm afraid of you? Daryl sneered. Alex didn't speak, but just looked at him quietly. He couldn't believe that Daryl wasn't backing down. Some of the onlookers were now starting to feel very sorry for Philippa. One girl said, "That girl is completely innocent." "She was dragged into it by that boy," agreed her friend. Daryl was actually a bit worried. If Alex did decide to take it further, he knew that he could handle the government officials. But public opinion on social media was beyond his control. Any negative publicity about him on the internet would impact his company and could cost him a lot of money. Miriam suddenly said to him, "Daryl, I've got an idea. Why don't you make a bet with this idiot? If he wins, you let the girl sign up. If he loses, they both have to leave quietly. He was my classmate for 3 years, and I know that although he's a bit of a loser, he will keep his word." Daryl looked at her. Then he turned to Alex and said, "Do you agree?" Alex thought for a moment and then nodded. Daryl looked around and noticed a dartboard on the wall. His mouth raised into a small smile. He looked at Alex and said, "I challenge you to a darts contest. If you beat me, she can be a volunteer. If you lose, you both have to leave." "No, Daryl, that's not enough of a punishment. If he loses, he has to kiss your feet," Miriam suggested. "Great idea," Daryl said excitedly. He laughed as he looked at Alex and said, "I'll raise the stakes with you. In addition to what I said before, whoever loses has to get down on their hands and knees and kiss the other's feet. Do you agree? You have to promise to keep your word." Philippa took Alex's hand and whispered, "Alex, let's go. I don't want to volunteer anymore." "No, I must do this. Since Daryl's challenged me, I have to accept or be totally humiliated. Don't worry, it'll all be over soon," Alex said to Philippa with a small smile. "You mustn't." Philippa still wanted to persuade him to walk away, but he was no longer paying attention. "Ha ha, you loser. So, you've accepted my challenge. You can't get out of it now. Since you think you're so amazing, now's your chance to prove it. Come with me," Daryl said with a smile. He and Alex walked over to the dartboard. Episode 192. Get, Set, Game On. Holding up 3 darts in his hand, Daryl asked Alex, "Do you understand the rules of darts? Do you need me to teach you?" "I've played darts before," Alex replied. "Fine. Today we'll play 301, Daryl said, raising his voice a little for the benefit of the crowd. "I'll recap the rules so we're clear. 301 is one of the most common games to play with darts. We both start with 301 points, and we'll take turns throwing 3 darts each. Our scores for each round will be subtracted by the 301 points. Whoever gets their score down to 0 first wins, but it has to be exact. You can't just score a bunch of points until you've scored over 301. If your last throw takes your score past 301, it doesn't count. You have to keep trying until your score adds up to 301 exactly." They each took 1 shot at the dartboard. Daryl's dart was closer to the bullseye, so he was to go first. He stood in front of the dartboard, leaning forward slightly and holding the dart in his right hand. He moved his throwing arm forward and backward a couple of times,
then threw his first dart. It hit the small green area just above the bullseye.
"How come Daryl's dart is so far away from the center?" asked a female student who was watching.
Her boyfriend laughed and said, "Darts isn't like archery where you always aim for the center. In darts, the highest score isn't the bullseye." They continued to explain to her. "The dartboard is divided into different scores. If you hit the bullseye in the middle, you score 50 points. The areas around it score 1 to 20. The highest score is the triple area of 20 points, which gives you 60 points. Daryl quickly threw his 3 darts, scoring 60 points, 40 points, and 20 points. This gave him an impressive total of 120 points. "Nice one, Daryl," shouted one of his friends. Another said, "He's amazing, nearly as good as the professional players." His friend agreed. "His score will be reduced by 120 points, so he's down to 181 already. That's a great start." Several of Daryl's followers praised him, and most people watching commented to each other that he was a very good darts player. They were sure that he would beat Alex. Miriam walked over to Daryl, handed him a drink, and said with a smile, "Daryl, you're so good at darts. I don't think that loser could compete with you even if he had 10 years to practice." "What's your name?" he asked her with a smile. She was very pleased that he asked. She smiled and replied respectfully,
"My name's Miriam. I'm a student at Richmond. I came here today to sign up to volunteer."
"You should definitely be one of the lead volunteers," Daryl said loudly, and the staff manning the recruitment tables nearby readily agreed.
"Thank you, Daryl. Thank you so much,"
Miriam said. She was so happy and grateful to him. Daryl explained to her, "As a lead volunteer, you'll be one of the beautiful young women who will hold the name of our country on a banner in front of you as you enter the stadium. Your salary will be higher than the other volunteers, and you're likely to be seen on live TV. It's a position that everyone wants, but since you're now a friend of mine, I think you'll be perfect for it. No need to thank me," he said. Then he looked at Alex, who was standing in front of the dartboard, getting ready to throw his darts. Alex held up his first dart, looked at the dartboard, and threw the dart. It scored him 20 points. The second dart also scored 20. The third dart only scored 1 point. One of the spectators laughed. "His 3 darts only scored 41 points. What does that take him to, 260? Daryl's nearly 80 points ahead of him." "I could throw with my eyes closed and beat his score," said his friend. When the people watching saw Alex's score, they all laughed at him. Daryl said triumphantly, "Boy, I'll let you give up gracefully now if you like. There's no need to prolong your suffering." Alex replied, "It's not over yet. You do well to hold your tongue and not brag too soon. I just haven't had as much practice as you." "Okay, your choice. We'll see what you have to say after the next round," Daryl said triumphantly. He went and stood in front of the dartboard again. He was already 79 points ahead of Alex, and he was feeling very relaxed. His next 3 darts did even better than the first round. He scored 60, 40, and then another 40. Now his total was down to only 41 points. He was confident he would easily win the game on the next round. His supporters cheered when they saw that he had scored 140 points. Some people yelled at Alex that he should give up the competition and start begging Daryl for mercy. Philippa took Alex's hand and said anxiously,
"Alex, let's go. There's no way you're going to beat him."
Alex said with a small smile, "It's not over yet. Don't worry. Even if you're sure I'm going to lose,
I know that I can still win. She quickly shook her head and said, No, I didn't say you were going to lose. I still hope you win. Alex smiled and walked back to the dartboard. His expression was dignified. He held up his first dart and focused on the board. He scored triple 20, taking 60 points off his score. Deep down, Alex felt quite confident, as he had spent a lot of time practicing throwing knives, and he felt there were a lot of similarities. Although he'd not played darts before, he felt it should not be too hard for him. However, the weight and shape of the darts were quite different from his knives, and he had to get used to them. That was why his first 3 shots hadn't been very good. He was slowly getting used to the feel of the darts. He adjusted his technique slightly, and with a little bit of luck, he had managed to score 60. His excellent shot filled him with energy, and he quickly threw his next 2 darts. He scored another 60 and then a 20. In this round, he had also scored 140 points, taking his total down to 120. Someone commented, Hey, how did he do that? Perhaps he does have some skill. Someone else replied, He only scored 41 points in the first round and then 140 in the second round. It doesn't make any sense. The second round was just a fluke. He was lucky. I bet he'll score 41 again or even less in the next round, said another spectator. The first man said, What next round? Daryl only has to get 41 points to win. With his skill, he'll do that easily, don't you think? Most of the people watching thought that Alex had just gotten lucky in the second round. They didn't believe that he had any skill. Daryl said to him, Hey, loser, I'll give you a chance. If you admit defeat, I'll let you get on your hands and knees and kiss my feet here. But if you want to carry on playing until I beat you, we'll go out to the square, and you can kiss my feet there in front of everyone. Do you know how many people there are in the Olympic Park right now? Unfortunately for you, I also ate a bag of popcorn this morning and my stomach is gurgling. I just hope I don't fart while you're down kissing my feet. I'll do my best to control it, but no promises. When they heard what Daryl said, everyone burst into laughter. One man said, Yes, Daryl's a man after all. His fart won't be pleasant. His girlfriend said, Ha ha ha. Even if he's on his knees when he farts, he'll get the full blast of it. It's making me feel ill just to think about it. You should take up his offer and kiss his feet here rather than in the square, advised the first man. What do you think, loser? Do you want to get it over with now? Daryl asked with a smile. Alex replied, Daryl, you're one of the most popular gentlemen in D.C., and now you're threatening to fart on someone. Don't you feel ashamed? Okay, loser, it's your choice. You'll regret it in a minute, but don't blame me, Daryl replied with a chuckle. He went back to the dartboard and threw his next dart. He was feeling great. To win, he just had to hit 41 points with his next 3 darts. He felt very confident that he could do that. He planned to shoot a double 20, and then a 1 to win the game cleanly. He aimed at the double 20 and threw his first dart. His aim looked perfect. At that moment, Alex's eyes tightened. He was holding a small knife in his hand. No one was watching him as he quietly threw the knife at the dartboard. The blade gently hit the bottom of the board and landed on the carpet beneath. It landed quietly, and no one noticed it. However, the slight impact of the blade hitting the dartboard made it shake slightly. It was enough to cause Daryl's dart, which should have hit double 20, to land instead a double 5. "Oh," he said. He was surprised, but he quickly calculated where to aim next. He aimed his second dart at double 15 and hit it perfectly. He had one more shot and could still easily win. He just needed to hit the single one. Daryl thought this would be the easiest shot of all. However, Alex threw another knife at the board and the same thing happened. Daryl's dart scored 18 points. As per the rules he himself had explained at the start of the game, this took his total above 301, so his last shot was discounted. He still had 1 point left out of his 301 to score. Daryl was shocked. He couldn't work out how he had failed to score 41 with his 3 darts. Someone said to their friend, "Daryl must have deliberately messed up his last shot so the boy doesn't lose too badly. He's being kind and trying to save him from the embarrassment." His friend replied, "Yes, that must be it. There's no way Daryl couldn't score 41 points with 3 darts. He's too good. He should have just ended the game, though. That boy's only got himself to blame." Another guy said, "Actually, I bet Daryl wanted to humiliate that loser even more. I reckon he left 1 point on purpose. He could have won that round easily, but he didn't. I think he deliberately left 1 point so he could watch the boy get his hopes up, just so he could destroy them again in the next round. That's so cruel," he said. But even as he said this, he laughed. The crowd seemed to be split on whether Daryl had messed up his round to be kind or to embarrass Alex further. But no matter what they thought, they all agreed that he was still going to win. Daryl heard their comments and said to Alex, "Well, I've given you a chance. Don't let me down. If you really have any skill, you could still win by scoring 140 points with your 3 darts. Otherwise you'll lose, and you know what's coming." He knew full well that he hadn't deliberately shown Alex any mercy, but he wanted people to think that he had. Fortunately, everyone seemed to think that he had done it on purpose. Episode 193, Feelings Are Blooming. I'd like to thank you for giving me a chance to turn the tables. The game isn't over yet. I would wait until it is before you start celebrating, Alex said coolly, and then walked to the dartboard. He knew that his only chance was to score 120 points in this next round. He focused on the double tens, leaned forward and aimed the dart. His aim was perfect and scored him 20 points. Now he had to get to 100 with his last 2 throws. "Look at that! He'd managed to hit it again," someone commented. "Wow, he's lucky," said his friend. The first man concluded, "There's no way he'll manage to score 100 points with his last 2 darts." While the spectators were still discussing his first throw, Alex's second dart hit the bullseye, winning him 50 points. They all still thought that Alex was dreaming. Then, as his second dart hit the bullseye, they were suddenly quiet, and their jaws dropped. Collectively, they agreed that Alex's skill had indeed improved rather suddenly. 10 minutes ago, he could only score 41 points with 3 darts, but now he seemed to be able to score whatever he wanted. Alex ignored them, focusing solely on the darts. He had 50 points left and 1 dart. His only option was to hit the bullseye. However, when he looked at the board, he realized that the last dart was sitting at an angle, taking up most of the area of the bullseye. only about a third of the circle was exposed for him to aim at. It was an incredibly difficult shot. Daryl smiled to himself. He was an experienced darts player and knew that this was a shot that would even challenge professional darts players. He was confident that Alex couldn't do it. Alex thought carefully, and then turned to the people behind him and said, "Please let me through." The spectators didn't know what he was doing, so they made way for him to pass, and then watched him take 4 large steps backward. He now stood at twice the original distance from the board. No one could understand what he was doing. How would he ever hit the board from that distance? Miriam pointed at him and scolded. "Alex, what are you playing at? You know that you have to get a bullseye to win. Don't tell me that you think you can hit it from that distance. I think you should admit defeat right now and stop making a fool of yourself. Everyone will laugh at you." Philippa looked at her and said, "Miriam, how Alex chooses to throw the darts is his business. You don't need to worry about it. Besides, do you really think it's appropriate to treat old classmates like this? Why do you defend this loser? I think you feel guilty because he's about to be humiliated, and I think it's all your fault. Or are you into him?" Miriam said with a sneer. "Shut up," Philippa said as she blushed. She hadn't expected Miriam to be so mean. When she saw that everyone was staring at her and smiling, she was embarrassed. Anxiously, she said, "We used to go to high school together. I just don't want anything bad to happen to him." "You can pretend that I'm talking nonsense, but take a look at yourself in a mirror. Your face has gone completely red," Miriam joked, causing a burst of laughter. Daryl gently put his hand on her shoulder, which really made her happy. Looking into her eyes, he said sarcastically, "Since this boy's decided to make it even more difficult for himself, maybe he knows something that we don't. He seems so confident that I'm now convinced that he will definitely hit the bullseye and win the match. What do you think?" Other people heard Daryl's irony and laughed. One man said, "Yes, he's sure to hit the bullseye." Another agreed, 50 points to win the game." Alex aimed his last dart at the board and tried to calm his nerves. He had moved so far back from the board because this was the distance that he practiced throwing knives. He had felt uncomfortable throwing the previous darts, and the last throw was the most difficult. To give himself the best chance, he therefore chose the distance that he was most familiar with. He threw the dart. The room was silent as everyone held their breath and waited to see what his throw was like. To their surprise, the dart went in a perfectly straight line toward the bullseye. It moved so fast that no one could keep their eyes on it. They just heard a ding as it hit the board. When they looked over, they realized that the plastic flight on the end of the previous dart had been cut off, and parts of it were lying on the ground. Alex's third dart was sticking proudly in the bullseye next to the second. He had scored 20 points, 50 and 50, making a total of 120 points. He had won the match. No one could believe it. They kept staring at the darts on the board in amazement. Some people rubbed their eyes to make sure that what they saw was real. Alex walked over to Daryl and said with a smile, "Daryl, I'm sorry. It must have been a fluke." "What?" Daryl was still staring at the dartboard in disbelief. He just couldn't understand how a loser like Alex could have performed such a tricky shot. Finally, he turned to look at Alex, who was smiling at him. He wanted to shout and swear at him, but he restrained himself. Then he remembered the bet that they had made. "Daryl, can my friend sign up to volunteer now?" Alex asked innocently. "Yes," he replied reluctantly. Then he started walking toward the door. Alex snorted and shouted after him, "Are you just going to leave?" "What do you expect me to do? Do you really think you deserve to win? Get out of my way," he replied angrily. Alex originally wanted Daryl to apologize to Philippa, but he had stopped caring about that. He couldn't believe that Daryl was still acting so arrogant even though he had lost. He couldn't help but smile as he said, "Okay, you insist on acting like a spoiled child. You go. I will tell everyone what just happened on social media. I'll make sure to tell everyone your full name. And don't worry, I have a video of the whole match." Alex took out his cell phone and held it up to Daryl. He hadn't recorded the match at all, but he pretended he had to scare Daryl. He knew that to deal with people like Daryl, you had to hit them where it hurt. With Daryl, it was his pride. He had learned from Nellie how to deal with bullies. Seeing Alex so angry, Daryl was worried. He was really afraid that he would carry out his threat and post the video on the internet. That would have a detrimental effect on his family's business. But how could he kiss Alex's feet in public? He was from one of the best families in the city. The humiliation would be unbearable. Alex knew from Daryl's face that he was flustered. He walked over to him and said, "Daryl, come and kiss my feet. Everyone's waiting." "You..." Daryl was furious. How could Alex, a total loser, dare to do this to someone as important as him? But even with Alex egging him on, he didn't dare show his anger. He hesitated while trying to decide what to do. Finally, he decided that he had to protect his business and avoid Alex posting on social media. He slowly walked over to him and prepared to kneel down in front of him. The spectators couldn't believe that Daryl was going to kiss Alex's feet. They were speechless. "Whoa, Daryl is really going to kiss his feet," said one guy. "Poor Daryl. First was rejected by Leona, and today he's got to kiss this loser's feet. He won't be able to hold his head up in public after this," his friend said. "He'll die of shame," the first guy agreed. "Wait a minute," a voice said, and Daryl felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. He looked up and saw that it was Miriam. She stared at Alex and said, "Daryl, you're too good to kiss his feet. I'll do it for you." Everyone was surprised by this. "What?" Daryl asked. It took a minute for him to understand what she was offering. "Alex, Daryl made the bet with you, but no one said that the loser couldn't get someone else to kiss the winner's feet for them. As Daryl's friend, I'm willing to do it for him. You can't have any objection," Miriam said. "If I take care of this myself, you can't threaten Daryl anymore." Alex was stunned. He hadn't expected that Miriam, who was arrogant and proud, would be willing to take Daryl's place. "Daryl, step back. I'll kiss his feet for you," Miriam said. "Okay, thank you. I'm eternally grateful." Daryl was overjoyed and stepped aside. Miriam knelt down on the ground. Alex looked at her and felt awful. He stepped aside and said, "Forget it. I don't need you to kiss my feet. Just leave it." "No, I don't need your pity. I don't want to owe you anything. Stand still and let me kiss your feet," Miriam replied angrily. Alex felt sad. but since she wanted to do it for Daryl so much, he stepped back in front of her. Miriam got down onto her hands and knees and kissed Alex's feet. Then, Daryl helped her stand up and said, "Thank you. I'm very grateful to you. After you graduate, you will come and work for my company. I will give you a great job and an excellent salary." Miriam replied with a smile. "Thank you, Daryl. It was an honor to be able to help you." Then she glared at Alex and said viciously, "Alex, I will remember the humiliation that you caused me today. One day I will pay you back double." "Good for you, Miriam. But you've made me very happy today. Let's go. I'll treat you to an expensive meal," Daryl told her as they left together. Alex accompanied Philippa as she registered to be a volunteer. Then they took a cab and went back to the university, where they had lunch together in the canteen. Philippa paid for both the cab and the meal, which embarrassed Alex, but she insisted. She'd given him no choice. "I do have some money. You don't have to pay for me," he said to her with a smile. She sighed softly and replied, "I don't think you can earn much money working for Nellie. Anyway, I can afford to buy you a cheap meal in the canteen, but you've chosen the cheapest dish. I hope it's okay." He replied sincerely, "It's delicious. I like vegetables. Please don't worry about that." He realized that he cared about Philippa very much. He cared about how she was feeling and what she thought of him. When he looked at her again, he saw that she was blushing. She quickly turned her face away. He thought to himself, "If I hadn't helped Philippa at the Olympic Stadium today, what would she think of me? What does she think about everything I did today? And what are my feelings towards her? Do I like her? No, I only have space in my heart for Debbie. I can't have feelings for anyone else." Episode 194, Old Flames Rekindle. Philippa and Alex were sitting at the Richmond University canteen and eating. When Philippa said, "You need to eat more," she took a piece of chicken from her plate and put it on Alex's. His face burned as he thanked her. Then he concentrated on his meal. He was trying to clarify everything in his mind. He hastily finished his meal and said, "I'm going to go." After putting his plate in the area for dirty dishes, he quickly walked out of the canteen. Over the next few days, as soon as he finished classes, he went to the auditorium to practice for the performance. He had no formal dance training, but he was flexible, with long, slender arms and legs. With the guidance of his teacher, he gradually became familiar with the dance moves. He was always enthusiastic about rehearsals because that was where he got to see Leona. But because he had beaten Colin when they fought on the stage the previous week, Leona seemed to have a problem with him. Also, Colin was always there, and he stopped him from speaking to her. Alex rehearsed for more than 10 days without managing to say a word to Leona. Watching Leona and Colin sitting together discussing the details of the program every day, Alex became very depressed. One particular day, Alex and his team were rehearsing on the rostrum of the stadium. They had permission to rehearse there because of Colin. Otherwise, the sports department that managed that area would never have allowed another department to use it. At one point, Colin went to the bathroom while Leona continued singing on the rostrum. Alex and the other two dancers were watching her from behind the barrier. Alex knew that Leona didn't like him, so he contented himself with secretly watching her sing. Just watching her graceful figure made him happy. As he was watching her,
He let out a loud sigh. Leona suddenly looked at him, and her delicate features made his heart leap. He quickly tried to turn away, but he lost his balance and fell over the barrier with a loud cry. The rostrum was more than 2 meters high. Fortunately, he managed to keep hold of the barrier while he fell, so he didn't land too heavily. But he still found himself lying on the ground with a badly bruised arm. Alex couldn't help but cry out as he landed. It wasn't the pain that made him yell, but the shame of falling in front of Leona. "Ha ha, Alex, you really are a clown," said one of the other dancers. "That was so funny, I can't believe you did that," said the other. As the other 2 dancers looked down at him and laughed, the students who were training in the sports stadium at the time also burst into laughter. He was so embarrassed that he just wanted to get up quickly and run out of the stadium without looking back. He didn't want Leona to see his humiliation. As he was scrambling to his feet, he saw a figure walking toward him. He looked up and realized that it was her. From her worried expression, he knew that she must have seen what happened. He couldn't face talking to her, so he quickly got up and tried to leave. "Did you fall?" she asked anxiously as she grabbed his arm. He realized that it was too late for him to leave, so he bowed his head and replied, "I'm okay." "But you've hurt your arm," she said, when she saw a graze on his elbow with some blood starting to ooze out. With concern, she said, "Show me." She grabbed his arm, and when her hand touched his skin, his fluttering heart started to calm down. He slowly raised his head and looked at her small face. He saw that her apricot eyes were shining. Her skin was white like ivory and her lips were flushed. Her expression was serious. She didn't seem upset that he was staring at her. If anything, she was staring right back. Alex's heart returned to normal, and he forgot about the pain of his wound. His only thought was how kind she was. "Come with me," Leona said, and she took him to the equipment room where there were some bottles of mineral water. She took a bottle and told him to sit on a chair. Then she said, "Stretch out your arm and I'll wash your wound." Alex stretched out his arm. Leona unscrewed the bottle and gently poured water over his arm. She gently wiped it with her hand and blew on it with her mouth. Watching her gently treating his wound, Alex could help but remember the meticulous care that she used to give him when they were in New York. He remembered one occasion when he had cut his finger when chopping tomatoes, and she had gently cleansed his wound. He was touched by his love for her, and his eyes welled with tears. The memory of them together in their kitchen was vivid in his mind as he gazed at her. In his heart, he was asking her, "It is you, Debbie, isn't it? You're the only one who would treat me so gently. Why don't you recognize me?" A tear fell on Leona's hand. When she raised her head, she saw that he was crying. She was shocked and stood up quickly. "Debbie," he said. "What did you say?" When she heard him calling her by his girlfriend's name again, she was angry. But when she saw how upset he was, she couldn't bring herself to admonish him again. At that moment, the other 2 dancers, Doug and Fiona, walked in. They looked at Alex and asked Leona, "What's he crying about?" "I don't know. I just helped him clean his wound with water and he started crying," Leona replied. "Really?" Doug was surprised and he said to Alex with a smile, "Alex, come on, you didn't get hurt that bad, did you? Why are you crying like this?" Fiona said with a smile, "Hey, why are you surprised?
Alex comes to rehearsals every day and no one pays any attention to him. I'd be touched if somebody was kind to me when I was feeling low too. Well, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's go back. Leona knew that he was crying because he was thinking about his girlfriend whom he loved so much. She turned around and was about to leave. Then she changed her mind. She turned and said to Alex, "You should go to the clinic and have the wound checked." "Okay," he replied, and then watched her walk out of the room. He wiped away his tears and looked at the bottle of water that Leona had just used to wash his wound. He held the bottle in his hand, thinking that it was the one that she had just used. He felt very happy. He left the equipment room and went to the medical clinic to deal with the wound. About an hour later, he returned to the stadium. When he stepped onto the rostrum, he found Leona and Colin sitting opposite each other chatting instead of practicing. Ian Hardcastle, the student director of the New Year's party, also walked in. Alex knew that he was trying to ingratiate himself with Colin. Alex is back," Doug said with a smile. "He even comes to rehearse when he's injured. It seems that although his body is weak, we must praise his spirit," Fiona said, also smiling. Alex ignored them both and sat down on a small bench to wait. "I can't believe he fell over the barrier of the rostrum. What a genius," Colin muttered sarcastically. The others all laughed and looked at Alex. Only Leona's face was solemn. She knew that he had fallen because he had been watching her. She saw that he was ignoring everyone's ridicule and could not help sighing to herself. "Well, at least he's resilient." Ian said, "Colin, the New Year's party is really soon, but the useless student union has only managed to find a few small businesses to sponsor it. The only contracts they've secured are for the banners and the mineral water. As you know, although rehearsals are in the auditorium, the actual party will be on the square in front of the library. We need money for stage construction, costumes, lighting, and makeup. The school board is refusing to pay for anything. I'm the party director and I'm worried to death about it." Of course, Colin knew exactly what Ian wanted, which was to ask him for money, but he wasn't interested. The Pattersons were one of the top 20 families in D.C., and this party was too small to waste his time with. "I'll talk to my father later. Do you want me to give you money to sponsor the New Year's party?" he asked Ian casually. "Thank you, Colin. Thank you very much," Ian replied graciously. "We can go together to talk with the financial department," Colin told him. "Colin, Leona, you've practiced for a long time today. You sing so well together, I'm sure you'll be the stars of the show. It's almost noon now. Why don't we all go for lunch?" Ian suggested. "Well, there's a Michelin 3-star hotel in Wanda Plaza, which is very good. Have you ever been there, Leona?" Colin asked with a smile. When she shook her head, he said, "Well, since Leona's never been there, let's go now. I'll drive you all there to eat together." "That's great, Colin. We've never eaten in a Michelin 3-star restaurant before either," said Fiona excitedly. "Yes, all our friends will be so envious," agreed Doug. They packed up their things ready to leave. Colin had already called the valet to drive and bring his car over. Colin and Leona walked in front, while Alex followed with the others. Ian saw that Alex was with them and asked, "Colin, do you want him to come with us?" Everyone stopped as Colin looked at Alex with a cold smile. His look seemed to say, "You scrounger. You heard that we're going to a nice restaurant and you're hoping you can come too." Alex didn't reply. In reality, the only thing he wanted was another opportunity to spend time with Leona. "Leona, do you want him to come? Remember, there's only room for 5 people in my car," Colin asked.
Leona glanced at Alex and saw him staring back at her with deep affection in his eyes. She guessed that he was still thinking of her as Debbie. She became increasingly agitated and said, "Even if we let him come with us, he probably won't be able to afford it. Let's go without him." She knew that Alex had no money, and that this would be a good excuse for him not to go. But she felt bad because she also knew that the other dancers often laughed at his poverty, and she felt she shouldn't use this to hurt his feelings. She regretted what she had said, but it was too late. She couldn't take the words back. She turned her head and tried not to catch his eyes. Ian said with a smile, "Haha, you're right. There's no way that poor loser can afford it." He knew that she was using money as an excuse to refuse Alex, and enjoyed laughing at his expense. Episode 195. Who's the sponsor? Alex sighed. He felt very depressed as he started to clear away the microphones and cushions that Leona had left out. He went to the canteen for some food, and then went back to the dormitory. Lying in bed, he couldn't help but think about Ian saying that they couldn't find sponsors for the New Year's party. He thought about the money that Flora had given him, which could not be saved in the bank. He knew that if he put it in the bank, his family would find out that she had given it to him. But he also knew that he couldn't spend euros in DC. Although he had a huge amount of money, it was almost useless to him. He wondered if the university could take care of it. He went to the offices with the cash. Maybe he could give it to them as payment for his accommodation and other expenses. That made more sense to him than just letting the money sit in his room collecting dust. He decided to suggest this to the school as soon as he could. After class the next morning, he returned to the dormitory and took the garbage bag containing the money out of his suitcase. He tried to put it into his backpack, but it was too large to fit. One of his roommates saw what he was doing and said, "Alex, you idiot! You packed your bag of trash in your case. Give it here, I'll chuck it out for you." "No thanks, I'll take it. I'm off now. See you later." Alex was satisfied that if anyone else saw it, they would also assume that the bag just contained trash. Carrying the garbage bag, he went straight to the administration building, which is where the finance department was based. He knocked on the door of the finance department, and after hearing someone call, "Please come in," he walked in carrying the bag. There was a row of desks in the office, and seated behind them were 4 members of staff. On the desk of a middle-aged man, there was a sign saying, "Mr. Parker, Finance Director." Seated opposite him were Colin and Ian. "What are you doing here?" Colin asked Alex curiously. The previous day, Colin had spoken with his father about the possibility of sponsoring the New Year's party. As a businessman, his father wanted to know more. He asked his son to find out how much money the school needed and what it was to be spent on. Then he would assess their proposal and decide whether he wanted to be involved. "Well, I came here to..." Alex started to say. Then he hesitated. He was surprised to bump into them there. He subconsciously hid the garbage bag behind him. He thought, Colin's family is very important in DC, and they probably know a lot of people. If he sees me carrying around a big bag of foreign cash, he might start checking into my background. He worried that if rumors started making their way around, Ken would hear about the money and tell the rest of the family, creating problems for his mother. "You came to the finance department with your garbage. That's nice." Ian said as he pointed to the garbage bag behind Alex. When he pointed it out, everyone else turned and looked at the garbage bag. Several staff members complained. One said, "Yes, it's very unhygienic to bring a bag of garbage into the office." Another agreed, "This is the school finance department. It's extremely inconsiderate to bring garbage bags in here." "I'm so sorry," Alex said. "Of course you're sorry," Ian sneered. He looked Alex up and down and said to Colin, "I think this boy came to the finance department to apply for the school poverty fund. You can see how cheaply he dresses. And I heard that he worked on a pancake stand for 2 months during the summer vacation. His family must be pretty poor." Colin sneered at Alex and replied, "Huh, most people who need some extra money find a part-time job in the school library or the canteen. He must be really lazy just to apply for the poverty fund instead of finding work." The finance director overheard their conversation and said to Alex, "If you want to apply for the poverty relief fund, first you need to fill in an application form and then hand it to the class committee. The finance department will inform you in a few days whether your application has been accepted." Alex realized he couldn't explain himself to the director while Colin was there. So he nodded to him and walked to the door. After he had closed the door, he heard Mr. Parker murmuring, "That student really should have looked up the process if he wanted to apply for the poverty fund, but he was too lazy to look. He decided just to come here instead." Alex did not go far. He just stood in the corridor and gazed at the scenery out of the window. 40 minutes later, the door of the office opened, and Colin and Ian walked out smiling. "Haven't you gone yet?" Colin said when he saw Alex. Then he turned to Mr. Parker and said, "I'll go and discuss the sponsorship proposal with my father, and I'll give you an answer as soon as I can. I'll leave you to deal with the problem of poor students." Colin and Ian left, shooting disdainful glances back at Alex as they made their way out. Mr. Parker said to Alex, "Why are you waiting here? Didn't I make it clear to you just now that if you want to apply for the poverty relief fund, first you have to write an application form and submit it to the class committee? The finance department will not accept the application directly. Off you go." He waved his hand and turned to walk back into the office. Alex followed him silently. "Now what are you doing?" Mr. Parker complained. Alex knew that his clothes looked cheap, and he was not surprised that the finance director misunderstood him. "I'm not applying for the poverty allowance. My name is Alex, and I'm here to sponsor the New Year's party," he explained. When they heard what Alex said, the director and several staff members in the office laughed. Colin had just told them that he was a poor loser from the biology department. "Listen, to sponsor the New Year's party costs at least $1,000. It's very generous of you, but I'm afraid you can't afford it," Mr. Parker said with a smile. "You misunderstand me. I have a lot of money to donate, but please can we discuss it in private?" Alex thought that the fewer people that knew about his donation, the better. "Hey, who are you? Why can't we stay?" asked one of the staff members. Another said, "Yes, we want to know how much money you're going to donate. We want to stay and see what happens." "If you want to donate, why should it be a secret? That's ridiculous," said another. They were annoyed with Alex for asking them to leave the office. Mr. Parker said, "I think you'd better leave. I know from Colin that you are from a poor family. You should keep your few $100s to buy yourself some better clothes." Alex sighed and put the garbage bag on the table in front of him. When he saw the garbage bag on his desk, Mr. Parker cried out,
What are you doing? Get that dirty bag off my desk at once. But when his hand touched the bag, his cry suddenly stopped. He could feel that there was a stack of money inside it, and he was stunned. He looked at Alex in shock, only to see Alex smiling back at him. "Okay, everyone, please leave the office," he said to the other staff. They all left reluctantly. When everyone else had left, he asked Alex, "What do you have in the bag?" Alex sat down calmly on the chair. He put the garbage bag on the table and slowly untied it. The finance director watched him carefully, looking him up and down. He noticed that Alex was dressed very cheaply, yet he couldn't deny that there was a substantial amount of crisp bills in the bag. He wasn't sure what to make of the situation. Alex untied the garbage bag and slowly revealed the money inside. Mr. Parker suddenly cried out, "Is this a joke?" "What? No, this is all euros. Please have a good look," Alex said in surprise. Euros? The finance director looked carefully at the banknotes, and he burst into helpless laughter. The situation kept becoming more and more strange. He had expected the bag to be full of dollar bills, but now he could see that Alex had actually brought him euros. When he saw how much money was there, his attitude toward Alex changed dramatically. "I'm sorry that I was so rude. You've brought so much money here." "I want to donate the money to the school to sponsor the New Year party," Alex replied. He replied, "There's way too much money here for the party. We only need a fraction of what you have here." Alex thought for a moment and said, "No problem. The rest of the money can be used for other school expenses." Mr. Parker said in surprise, "You really want to donate all this money to the school? That's so generous. Thank you very much. I will report your generosity to the university president, and he will award you a university honor." Alex then explained, "I have only one request. It is that the school covers all my future expenses. In addition, I don't want anyone else to know about my donation." Mr. Parker thought back to the conversation he had just had with Colin. He knew Colin's family was one of the 20 wealthiest families in D.C. Yet when he had told him how much money it would take to sponsor the party, he had immediately backed off and said he would need to consult with his family. In the grand scheme of things, it really wasn't so much money, and Mr. Parker thought it was a bit ungenerous of Colin to make such a big deal about it. But Alex had offered the money and didn't even want to be given credit publicly. Mr. Parker was much more impressed with Alex's generosity in comparison with the Pattersons. "Okay, that's fine," the finance director replied suspiciously. "Okay, then that's settled. I'll leave you to get on with your work." Alex handed the bag of money to him and then stood up and walked out of the office. The other staff members walked back into the office and looked at the finance director. One asked, "Mr. Parker, why did you do what that boy asked? Did he donate any money?" He replied sternly, "Keep your mouth shut. If I catch anyone being rude about that boy again, they will no longer have a job here." He could see that the other staff members were still unconvinced, and he sighed to himself. He thought, "None of you have any idea how generous that boy was, but I can't tell you. He's offered so much money to the school and you look down at him." 2 hours later, the finance director received a call from Colin's father. He said, "Hello, is that the finance department at Richmond University? This is Mr. Patterson, Colin's father. I would like to sponsor your New Year's party."
the finance director replied. "Hello, Mr. Patterson. Thank you for your generosity, but I have to let you know that the New Year party has already been sponsored. We have other projects at the school that you're welcome to sponsor." He thought of the contrast between Colin and Alex and couldn't help sneering. "What? It's already sponsored? Forget it. I'll sponsor it next year," Mr. Patterson said and ended the call. The director was taken aback. He murmured to himself, "That man is the boss of a multinational business, and he can't even donate a few $1,000s to his son's university. He couldn't be more different from Alex." Episode 196, A Memorable Performance. Mr. Parker didn't make any statement over the following days, so there was no news about Alex's donation to the school. In the eyes of the students, Alex was still that poor loser. He would rehearse with Leona whenever he had the time. However, after several previous incidents, Leona's attitude toward him had become even colder. In the twinkling of an eye, it was the day of the New Year's party. On the campus grounds of Richmond University, a stage on a steel structure had been set up in the morning. In the afternoon, when the sun started to go down, the stage was lit up with blue lights, waiting for nightfall and the party to begin. Alex had a good nap in the afternoon. When he got up, he washed, dressed, and ran over to the stage. He arrived at the area behind the stage where the performers were getting ready. Leona and Colin weren't there yet. Alex saw several members of the student union, all dressed in suits, maintaining order at the venue. His roommate Eddie was also there. Alex realized that he would be jumping around on the stage a lot during his performance, so he ran over to Eddie and asked him to hold his phone for him. He would get it back after the show. The performers were all making their final preparations. Fiona, Alex's dance partner, was angry. She had just been to an off-campus restaurant with a classmate and had left a very important prop, her hairband, behind. Fiona was wondering whether to go and retrieve her hairband, but decided that the restaurant was too far away. When she saw Alex, she came up with an idea. With his long legs, he could surely run fast. She decided to ask him to go and get it for her. "Alex, I left my main prop, my hairband, in an off-campus restaurant. Would you find it for me?" she asked him anxiously. "You yourself can go. We still have more than an hour before the show starts. You can make it in time," Alex said. Fiona's such a fool. Why does she lose things? And then she expects me to find them for her, he thought. "Well, if you go, I can help Leona put on her costume. If I'm gone, who else will help her? Do you want Colin to help her?" she asked. After many days of watching him, Fiona knew that Alex was secretly in love with Leona. "Are you serious?" Alex asked. "You don't want to go? Okay, I'll go by myself and let Colin help Leona get dressed," Fiona retorted. "Okay, I'll help you find it. You stay here." Alex quickly stood up. The image of Colin dressing Leona scared him. So, without giving it another thought, he ran out to the avenue. You little loser. You really are in love with Leona," Fiona said to herself. She sighed and sat down leisurely on the chair with a smile on her face. At that moment, Colin and Leona came along. They had already put on their makeup and their costumes. "Hasn't Alex arrived yet?" Colin asked with a frown. "Well, Colin, as you can see, this boy doesn't take the party too seriously," Leona replied.
Colin snorted. What this boy should do is not make a fool of himself on stage. Leona's cell phone rang. It was her sister, Lindsay. She put the phone to her ear. Hey, Leona, are you having a New Year's party tonight? I want to go to it. Lindsay's sweet voice came over the phone. Yes, get in a taxi and get yourself over here. My performance is in the second half. You'll be able to see it when you come over, Leona said with a smile. I want to, but it's dark and I'm afraid of going alone. Why don't you let Alex come to pick me up? I feel at ease with him, Lindsay said with a bit of embarrassment in her voice. Leona wanted to tell Lindsay that Alex was also performing, but she knew that her sister really wanted him to accompany her. As her performance wasn't until later on in the evening, she decided that there would be plenty of time for him to fetch her and return. So she said, Okay, I'll get him to go and pick you up now. Thank you, sister. I'm here at KFC. Please ask him to call me. Lindsay hung up the phone. Leona shook her head. She found Alex's phone number in a directory of performers. She entered the number and was about to call him when she suddenly thought that if he received a call from her, he might think that she was beginning to have feelings for him. In the end, she decided not to call, but to send him a short text message instead, asking him to pick up Lindsay. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a crowd of people was sitting next to the stage. All were freshmen at Richmond University. Around them sat 2 or 3 circles of sophomores and juniors. After a burst of dazzling lights, the party officially began. A set of performers, one after another, appeared on the stage, and cheers and applause rose from the audience. Alex managed to find Fiona's lost hairband and finally returned. Fiona welcomed him back and thanked him. Seeing that Leona was dressed and ready, he asked, Leona's already outfitted? Fiona touched her nose and said with a smile, Don't worry, I helped her. Colin didn't put a finger on her. Alex felt relieved. He was tired after running to get Fiona's hairband, but it had been worth it. He slowly walked over to Leona and sat down. When she saw him, Leona wondered why he had taken so long to fetch Lindsay, and asked, Did you manage it? As she seldom talked to him, Alex felt flattered. He thought that she was asking whether he had brought back Fiona's hairband. He nodded and said with a smile, Yes. That's good. Leona saw that her turn to go on stage was coming up, and there was no need to rush to meet Lindsay. The host of the event said loudly, The next program is Dream of a Child's Heart. I know that you're looking forward to it. The performers are Colin, Leona, Doug, Fiona, and Alex. After the host opened the curtains, cheers rose from the audience. All the students were happy. Colin was Prince Charming in the eyes of the girls, and Leona was a goddess in the eyes of the boys. They were the perfect combination. Before Colin and his colleagues stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere was incandescent. The boys yelled, Leona! 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 The girls, not wanting to be outdone, shouted, Colin! 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 When Colin and the rest of the group appeared from backstage, some members of the audience covered their mouths and jumped up in excitement. When the lights went out, there was total silence. As the lighting gradually brightened the stage and the first chords of the musical accompaniment sounded, Leona began to sing. Where is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, then I will go to it. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. I don't care whether it is a precipice or not. She stopped singing, and Colin's voice rang out. Live hard and love hard.
Even if I can't be satisfied with anyone, as long as I can live up to myself, I never choose to give up on my ideals, even in the days of dishonor." They each sang in turn, and Alex ran, jumped, and stretched behind them to express the fighting spirit of the song, the atmosphere. Alex's heart began to ache when he saw the affectionate way Colin gazed at Leona when he was singing. He hadn't forgotten that kind of feeling during rehearsals. Now, with the lighting, music, and thousands of people in the audience watching, the sensation hit him hard. He was dancing mechanically. The next song to come up was Tide. Leona and Colin's voices were perfectly matched, and a chorus joined them in the background. Running forward to meet the cold eyes in ridicule, how can we feel the vastness of life without suffering? Fate can't make us kneel down and beg for mercy, even if blood is spilled over our arms. Leona and Colin held hands, and to the rhythm of the music, the 2,000 or 3,000 members of the audience began singing along with them. The effect was spectacular. Alex continued noticing the affectionate way they looked at each other. He was supposed to sprint from the left side of the stage to the right side, but he stopped. He stood behind Leona and looked at them both. He couldn't hear Doug and Fiona reminding him to keep moving. Fortunately, the audience was so immersed in the songs that they didn't notice a dancer still standing on the stage. No compromise until you get old. At the end of the song, Leona and Colin hugged each other, and thunderous applause broke out. It wasn't clear where it started at first, but someone yelled, "Together! Together!" Shortly, the whole audience was shouting in unison, "Together! Together!" resounded throughout the campus. Colin took Leona's hand. He stared into her eyes and felt agitation drumming in his heart as his face slowly moved toward hers. Leona's emotions were in flux. With so much noise around her, she was in a state of confusion and didn't know how to react. Colin's mouth was almost touching hers. All of a sudden, Colin was pushed away. He staggered a few times and nearly fell down. Alex grabbed Leona and shoved Colin again to the side. He was furious. The audience started to get angry. Alex was destroying the fairy tale image that had been unfolding in front of them. They yelled at Alex and roared up onto the stage like waves. "What the hell are you doing?" came a voice. "Boy, you don't want to live," screamed someone else. "You're robbing my goddess," yelled a young man from the soccer team. "Push him away, he's looking for death," screamed some girls. "How can you do this?" said someone from the front row. A lot of such screams were coming from the audience, but Alex paid heed to none. "Follow me." Alex didn't pay attention to what they were saying. He just couldn't bear the thought of someone else kissing Leona. He grabbed hold of her and ran with her backstage. "Shit, you're making trouble on purpose, aren't you?" Ian and several of the performers surrounded Alex, and by then, Colin had also appeared. "Get me some sports jocks to give him a good beating," Colin angrily said to Ian, who is the events director. "Don't do it," said Leona suddenly. "Leona, why are you protecting him?" Colin asked. Leona glanced at Alex, then looked at Colin and said, "I'm not protecting him. He didn't do anything wrong, so why do you want to find someone to beat him up?" When she said this, Colin understood that he had offended her when he was preparing to kiss her on stage, and Alex had done nothing wrong. With that, Leona went to a chair and sat down. Colin realized that he had acted badly.
He had wanted to use the audience's enthusiasm to further his relationship with Leona. But unexpectedly, he had made her angry. "Colin, are you still in the physical education department?" Ian asked. Colin glared at him and immediately walked over to and sat down beside Leona. Ian shrank back in fear and stood by to see if he could help persuade Leona to warm up to him. "Leona, I'm sorry. I got so excited on the stage just now. I was acting irrationally when I did that. Can you forgive me?" Colin said earnestly. Leona listened to him sincerely and realized that she was not really touched by him. She still appreciated Colin's talent, so she nodded. "Forget it this time. By the way, our performance on the stage just now seemed to have been quite successful, and the audience liked it very much." "Did you notice how everyone sang along with us?" Seeing Leona forgive him, Colin was relieved. "Leona, Colin, you performed very well, but you didn't see that when you sang High and High Tide, that dancer stood still on the stage. If it wasn't for your excellent singing, this boy would have ruined the program," Ian said, pointing at Alex. Episode 197, In for a Surprise. Yes, Doug and I were quietly trying to remind him to move, but he couldn't even hear us. For the final 2 minutes, he just stood there like a wooden stake. Fiona crossed her arms and looked at Alex with disdain. Alex didn't say anything. He found a bench and sat down near Leona, thinking to himself, "I saw Leona and Colin looking at each other affectionately. Everyone was stunned. I didn't mean to disturb the program. They can say whatever they want, but I couldn't let someone else kiss Leona." "By the way, did you notice the wonderful stage that we got set up today?" Ian said with pride as he looked at the steel structure. He glanced at Alex's silent figure and then ignored him. "Yes, this stage is so much better than last year's. It's like for professional singers. And the sound, lighting, and costumes are also very good. Did they cost a lot of money?" Colin asked. He and the other performers felt that the whole experience this year had been exceptional. "Yes, how much did it cost?" someone else asked. "Ian, you're the director, and you get all the money from the financial department. You must know, so tell us something," another performer said. "Heh, you were blessed. The stage I rented was the one used in the Happy Washington Carnival last year, and the music team is one of the top 10 groups in the city. The makeup artist we used was a makeup artist for Hollywood stars." Ian raised his head and said triumphantly, "Damn, no wonder. This will definitely have been the most impressive party held by any college in Washington," said a performer in surprise. "Ian, how much money did you spend? We're dying of curiosity to know," a ponytailed girl asked anxiously. $50,000, Ian said with a leisurely smile. "And after the party is over, all the participants will be given $100 to go out and have dinner wherever you want." "Oh my gosh, that's so great," said the ponytailed girl. $50,000 is so much. The record up to now was $10,000. How come there was such a big budget this year?" asked another performer. "Yes, I've never heard of anything like this. Do you know why it was so high?" said his friend, puzzled. The students backstage were both happy and puzzled. They were wondering who could have sponsored the party with such generosity. "Hey, you should thank Colin. It was his father who provided the funds," Ian said. When Ian had gone to the financial department with Colin, Colin had told him he would discuss the matter with his father.
When Ian returned to the department for money the following day, they told him that well over $50,000 had been made available and that he could take any amount he needed for the party. Obviously, Colin had convinced his father to sponsor the event. When the students heard that, they went up to Colin one by one to thank and praise him. They admired him more than ever now. "Colin sponsored it. Colin is the most humble and brilliant rich student at Richmond University," said the girls backstage. "Colin got it. $50,000 is a drop in the bucket for Colin. He can probably earn much more than that in a day," said a young man. Hearing them all praise him so effusively, Colin was pleased. He said with a faint smile, "I was also a participant in this evening's party. It was the first time for me and Leona to sing together on stage. I wanted a good stage and good equipment." When Leona heard of Colin's involvement in the sponsorship, it made her feel warm inside. At that moment, Ian received a phone call. When he hung up, he happily said to Colin, "Colin, the school leaders have decided that at the end of the party, the 3 most popular performers will be given an award. The first prize will be handed over by the party's sponsor." "So, Colin's father is going to hand out the award?" a lively girl asked. "I think the first prize is definitely going to be for Colin's performance. When he came on stage, the audience was enthralled. There was no other program comparable to his," Ian said with a smile. "This is good news," Colin admitted faintly. He looked at Leona and thought that it would be a good thing if his father handed him and Leona their award. That way, he could introduce Leona to his father, and it would be easier to talk to him about her later. "The sponsor is going to present the award?" Alex muttered to himself. It wasn't the fact that he would have to appear on stage that worried him, but that if he did go on stage to present awards, his €1.5 million story would probably reach Ken Stokes' ears, which would get him into trouble with his family. Alex was annoyed. He had told the budget department that they were not allowed to let other people know about his donation. Are the heads of this school brain dead? He wondered. Lindsay had been waiting for more than an hour, but Alex had not yet appeared. She couldn't wait any longer. She wanted to call her sister and ask what was going on. However, Leona was likely to be in the middle of her performance, so she didn't want to disturb her. Lindsay sighed, feeling at a loss, and was ready to take a taxi to go to Richmond University. She stood by the side of the road for a long time, but no taxis drove by. She finally took out her phone to call one. Just then, a gray SUV drove up beside her, and the back door swung open. Lindsay was startled. Through the tinted windows, she couldn't see who was driving, so she walked slowly to the back to try to look inside. Just as she reached the back door, a big hand shot out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her into the car. With a crack, the door was closed again. There was a scream from Lindsay, but it stopped suddenly, and the vehicle drove away. By the time the last performance of the evening had ended, Alex was at a loss. The host on the stage said in a loud voice, "Students, tonight's party has been so wonderful. I can feel your enthusiasm. We've selected the 3 most popular performances of the evening by measuring the decibels of your applause and cheers. The sketch, Our Family, the song and dance, Uptown Funk, and the song and dance, Dream of a Child's Heart, have been the 3 most popular. Next, we will present awards to them." There was a burst of warm applause from the audience. Then, awards were given to the secretary of Richmond University for him to hand out to the winners of the 3rd prize, and to the president of the Richmond University for the winners of the 2nd prize. The audience was a little confused. They talked among themselves. President Merritt was the heavyweight in the school.
He was giving away the second prize. Who was delivering the first one? Did the school invite any mysterious people? Alex sat backstage thinking for a while. He decided to sneak away. After all, he was just a minor dancer, so he was of no importance. It wasn't his problem if no one turned up to hand out the first prize. Just as he was about to make a quick exit, the host began calling the members of his group. "Alex, let's go. Where are you going?" Fiona grabbed him, and Doug pushed him onto the stage. When the audience saw Leona and Colin stepping onto the stage, they cheered again. "And these are the winners of the first prize. Now let's invite a representative of the group to talk about their feelings tonight. I think we'll interview the most popular member of the group, Colin." The host gave Colin the microphone. The girls in the audience cried out in unison, "Colin! Colin, you are the best!" It took 3 attempts to silence them. "Thank you for your support. I'm very happy to get the first place award tonight. However, there were flaws in our program. For example, we have a member who suddenly stopped dancing during the second half, which had an impact on the effect of our performance." Colin wanted to take this opportunity to belittle Alex. A video recording of their performance was being projected onto a screen as he spoke, and one could clearly see Alex standing motionless on the stage. The audience knew who Colin was talking about, and immediately there was a commotion. "That kid was ruining the show. He doesn't deserve a prize," came a voice from the crowd. "Yeah, I saw him push Colin earlier. This person is really despicable," screamed a girl angrily. "This kind of person intentionally harmed Colin, and he just wanted to screw up the program," came another voice. The angry girl waved to Alex. "Choir boy, get down from there. You don't deserve to stand next to Colin and Leona." Gradually, the audience called out as one, "Get off the stage! Get off the stage! Get off the stage!" Alex couldn't help but feel angry. Admittedly, he had made a mistake during the performance. However, to have 2,000 or 3,000 people pointed out in public was way over the top. Even if he took the microphone to defend himself, the group would never forgive him. Alex stood where he was and just wanted for it to all be over. "Well, don't blame him alone. As the person in charge of this performance, I also bear some responsibility for not having managed him properly," Colin said with a superficial smile, while inside he was sneering. Immediately there was a round of praise. "It had nothing to do with you, Colin," screamed the angry girl. "Colin, you're too responsible. That person is always like that," came another voice from the crowd. "Colin is worthy of his fortune. He's broad-minded, and he's much better than that guy who doesn't know how to behave in public," yelled another voice. With a smile, the host addressed the audience. "Please be quiet. We will now present their award. We're all very curious. Who's going to present it? The sponsor of this New Year's party is Mr. Alex Ambrose." When the host finished reading the name, he was stunned. He had read it right. It was one of the performers. He looked at Alex with a puzzled expression. "Who?" Hearing Alex's name, Colin was astounded. Wasn't the sponsor his father? How could it be Alex? Colin took a look at Alex and saw him calmly standing in place. He smiled to himself. So the sponsor hadn't been his father in the end, but it could hardly be that little loser. The sponsor was someone with the same name as him. Other people were also surprised that the sponsor wasn't Colin's father. They had thought the same as him and decided that it was a coincidence that the sponsor and Alex had the same first and last names. The host did not see Mr. Ambrose come out and said again, "Mr. Alex Ambrose, please step onto the stage to present the awards." But no one appeared. Standing on the stage, Alex was extremely ambivalent. He didn't know whether he should stand out or not. "Alex, let's get your awards. Give us awards quickly," Fiona teased him in a low voice. At that moment, President Merritt quickly stepped onto the stage with several certificates, walked to Alex's side, and said with a smile, "Mr. Ambrose, we've been looking for you all over the place, but we couldn't find you. It turns out that you're also a performer. Your performance has won first place. Congratulations. I've prepared the certificates for you. Please give out the awards to your team." Episode 198, Change of Heart. It turned out that when Alex had donated the money, President Merritt had been away on a trip. Mr. Parker of the finance department had reported Alex's donation of more than $1.5 million in euros to the vice president. He had also said that Alex wanted to remain anonymous. When President Merritt returned to the university the day before the party, the vice president told him that Alex had donated 1.5 million euros, which was worth even more in dollars, and that he wanted to remain anonymous. When Merritt heard the amount, he was so astounded that he didn't even hear the rest of the sentence. Merritt felt that since Alex had donated so much money, he should find a way to express his gratitude and respect toward him. The New Year's party was a good opportunity, so it was decided that Alex would present the awards to the winner of the first prize. Hearing the president's words, Colin and the people near him were so surprised that they couldn't believe what they had heard. So, Alex was the sponsor, but he was obviously a poor loser. How could he have so much money? Colin thought to himself. "President Merritt, would you like to hand over the prize?" Alex said with a bitter smile. "No, Mr. Ambrose, you are an important person in our school. You must present this award yourself." The president led Alex to the center of the stage and handed the certificates to him. He said through the megaphone to the students, "Let's invite Mr. Ambrose to present awards for the first prize." A moment ago, the audience had seen the president approach Alex, but they hadn't been able to hear what they had been saying. Now, when they heard that Alex was the sponsor, they were thunderstruck. Many people shook their heads, and at first they refused to believe it. Everyone knew who the rich kids were in the school. Alex had never been mentioned. How could he have sponsored the party? But the president had confirmed it, and they had to believe him. A girl ran onto the stage. "I know what he's done. Because he's the sponsor, he deliberately sabotaged Colin and Leona's performance. After doing his damage, he'll give the prize to Colin, which is humiliating to Colin and Leona." The girl was a staunch supporter of Colin. She grabbed the host's microphone and said to the audience, "We don't need such people to give awards to Colin and Leona. Let's reject this." The girl's words immediately received the response she expected. Most of the boys were upset because of Leona, and most of the girls because of Colin. Before, when Alex had pushed Colin aside and dragged Leona off the stage, everyone had developed a bad impression of him. "Come down," the crowd cheered. "You don't need to present awards," the audience yelled. "Who are you?" said some from the crowd. "It's awful that you're the sponsor." Mr. Merritt became very anxious and angry when he saw the students below the stage hating Alex like this. He took the microphone and stopped them in a loud voice. "Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Ambrose is the sponsor of the party. Without him, there would have been no party. You should all thank him. The party cost at most $40,000 or $50,000. We can crowdfund that. We don't want such people to give awards to Colin and Leona. Have him step down. The girl who had grabbed the microphone earlier said out loud. Yes, we'll crowdfund it. Give him back his money and let him step down, came a voice from the crowd. Wasn't it 50,000? That's a lot for one person, but there are thousands of us here, and each of us can pay $100, yelled another. People in the audience scoffed at Alex and preferred to raise the money themselves rather than let Alex give awards to Colin and Leona. The crowd started chanting, Alex, step down! Alex, step down! Alex, step down! Stop it, all of you! The president was so angry that he roared, If anyone slanders Mr. Ambrose again, I will take measures. Mr. Merritt was very worried. Alex was a generous person who had donated $1.5 million, and the students were mistreating him in such an ugly way. He felt ashamed of his university. If Alex wanted his money back, there was nothing he could do to stop him. And it wasn't that big a contribution to the school. Hearing that the president had threatened to take measures, the students lowered their voices. Mr. Merritt took Alex's hand and went to the front of the stage. He angrily said to them, Do you think that Mr. Ambrose just sponsored the party? Maybe, some unconvinced students answered in a low voice. Well, I'd like to tell you the exact figure of Mr. Ambrose's donation. Mr. Ambrose has donated over $1.5 million to the Richmond University Foundation for various expenses, awards, grants, and experimental funds. Many of you applied for school grants with Mr. Ambrose's money. Do you feel good embarrassing him, insulting him, and asking him to step off the stage? Do you want scholarships and grants? The president asked sternly, raising his eyebrows. There was a great uproar from the seating area. How could the students believe that Alex had donated so much money to the school? Many people still held a questioning attitude towards the president. Mr. Merritt turned on his cell phone and projected a picture of the stack of bills, together with information about the Richmond University Foundation, onto a large screen with a video camera. When the students saw the evidence, they finally believed that Alex had really donated that much money to the university. He was obviously extremely wealthy. Many of them were applying for school grants. They were benefiting from Alex's generosity. How could they continue insulting him? Now they were in a hurry to make up for their previous impoliteness and impulsive behavior, and the tone of the audience changed. Alex, Alex, the crowd chanted. Alex Ambrose, I love you, said a girl from the crowd. It's wonderful, he's great. I've applied for a grant. Thank you for supporting me, yelled a young man. Mr. Ambrose, can you say a few words? When the president saw with relief that the situation had finally stabilized, he handed the microphone to Alex. The applause from the audience became more and more intense, and cheers came and went. Alex couldn't refuse, so he took the microphone and said in a loud voice, In fact, I donated the money because I had no place to put it. So I sent it to the finance department. Originally, I thought that the sponsorship of the New Year's party would use it all up. I didn't expect that the party would only cost $50,000. The rest of the money will be left to the school for other purposes. I hope you can apply for financial aid. After Alex finished speaking, the president nodded and cheers rose from the audience. That's positive energy. This is how a wealthy man should act. The crowd cheered. Alex, I'll study hard when I get the grant, said the boy from the soccer team. Alex is much better than those rich kids who only use their money for drugs and girls, yelled the same angry girl. Well, no more nonsense. Let's ask Mr. Ambrose to give the awards to his team, said the president with a smile. Alex took the certificate and went to Doug first. Doug looked at him and said timidly, "Alex, I'm sorry for being mean before." Looking at his withered appearance made Alex nervous. He wasn't a resentful person. He just handed the certificate to him and patted him on the shoulder. Next was Fiona. Seeing Alex standing in front of her, she shrunk like a kitten and whispered in a soft voice, "Alex, I'm sorry. I used to laugh at you because of my ignorance. I've often laughed at you for being a fool. No, I don't mean you. I am the fool." Alex thought that Fiona always laughed at him when they were rehearsing. Now she looked like a different person. He said, "You don't have to cower in front of me. Usually you laugh with me, not at me. Although it's a bit over the top, I really don't mind. But don't make fun of others in the future." "Yes, I know. I'll remember your words." Hearing that Alex wasn't blaming her, Fiona was pleased and took the certificate with a sweet smile. Alex had already passed by. Looking at him, she felt that he was such a warm man that a smile remained on her face. Seeing Alex walk in front of him, Colin's eyes grew cold with hatred. That day, he had been in the limelight, but Alex had stolen his popularity. Alex extended the certificate, but Colin didn't want to take it. He looked in all other directions, wondering why it should be Alex who was presenting the award to him. "Colin, don't you want the certificate?" Alex looked at the way he was acting in front of him and couldn't help but shout angrily. "You!" Colin stared at him, his heart burning with anger. At Richmond University, no one had ever dared to speak to him in that tone. "Colin, hurry up and take the certificate," the president urged him. He was unwilling, but now he had to take it. If he got angry with Alex on the stage, his image at the university would be completely destroyed. He snatched the certificate, holding his temper in check. Alex smiled, knowing that Colin must be very angry at that moment, while he himself felt extremely comfortable. Colin had been so arrogant for such a long time. Now, he would suffer a lot. When he approached Leona, his face became gentle as he handed her certificate to her. "Your certificate?" Under the stage lights, Leona quietly looked at Alex, took the certificate, gave a faint smile, and said in a soft voice, "You're a very deep man." Seeing her smiling at him, Alex felt a tremor run through his body. "I didn't mean to trick you. It's too complicated. I'll explain it to you later." He's so serious, as if he's afraid of being misunderstood. Obviously, he has a special love for me, she thought. She was slightly moved and lowered her head. "If it is complicated, I don't want to see Alex." "Well, Mr. Ambrose has already awarded the certificates. Now we invite all the cast members to come onto the stage and have a big group photo taken," the host said with a smile. All the actors backstage came up. Alex sat in the middle with the president and vice president. Ian was surprised to learn that Alex was the sponsor of the New Year's party. He was shocked to hear that he had donated more than $1.5 million to the university. He was wondering who Alex really was, thinking that he might be more important than Colin. Taking the opportunity presented by the group photo, Ian walked toward him, laughing lightly. "Alex, I'm sorry. I didn't know who you were before. I apologize to you. Please don't remember my mistakes. Please forgive me." Looking at him, Alex couldn't help but get angry. For more than 20 days, Ian had been rude to him in front of other people. He was a total flatterer. Now that he knew that he had money, he was coming over to flatter him. He smiled and waved to him. When Ian reached him, Alex grabbed his ear and said a few words in a low voice. Ian felt embarrassed, but he finally nodded and rushed off stage. After a while, the line for the pictures had been arranged. Ian ran up from backstage and immediately caused a burst of laughter. It turned out that he was only wearing red underwear. Ian weighed nearly 400 pounds, and his body was full of flabby fat. He stepped onto the stage trembling, but this was what Alex had asked him to do in order to gain his forgiveness, and he had to listen to Alex. There was a lot of ridicule coming from the seating area, and the actors on the stage also thought Ian was disgraceful, so they kept away from him while laughing. Ian walked toward Colin. Colin was surprised and asked, "Why are you coming over here?" If Alex had donated $1.5 million to the school, he must be more important than Colin. Ian would rather offend Colin than Alex. He went right up to Colin with a smile and put his arm around his shoulder. "Colin, I'm sorry." Ian clung to Colin. No matter how much Colin yelled at him or tried to get him away, he just wouldn't let go. He hugged Colin, who seemed to be deeply trapped in Ian's rolls of fat. The people on the stage and off the stage laughed until their sides burst. At that moment, with a click, the big group photo was taken, which would be put on the university website. Colin's heart went cold when he thought of the way he was hanging shoulder to shoulder with Ian, a naked fat man. Episode 199, Lindsay is Missing. After the photos of the performers were taken, people started to leave the scene of the party. Colin said hello to Leona and asked her to join him as he and some of his followers decided to continue partying at dinner outside the school grounds. Leona didn't accept their invitation, as she preferred to spend a quiet night. Several school leaders wanted to invite Alex to dinner, but he declined politely. He asked them not to spread gossip about the donation to the public. Several of them praised Alex for being so unassuming. Eddie, a roommate, was watching Alex. He patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Old Alex, you're so rich, yet you hid it from us." Alex responded with a smile. "I had some money, but I've donated it all to the school. I'm poor again. I didn't deceive you. The money I had became like waste paper. I couldn't use it." "Rich people really do talk differently. Money has become waste paper," Eddie said with a grin. "You'll be the boss of our dormitory. You'll have a bright future with so much wealth." Alex laughed bitterly. He couldn't explain his situation to Eddie yet, so he didn't try. Eddie wanted to invite him to eat off campus, but Alex said that he had some personal affairs to take care of. He asked him for his cell phone back. After Eddie left, Alex saw that there were less than 200 people left in the quad. Leona was walking around the crowd with her phone in her hand, as if she were looking for someone. Alex hurriedly walked over to her. "Leona, what are you looking for?" Alex asked. "You're just in time. Didn't you bring Lindsay? Where is she now? I can't get through to her cell phone." Leona was looking anxious. "I don't know where she is," Alex replied. "Did I bring her here? Why are you asking me that?" "No." Leona was startled, and her heart trembled with fear. Alex didn't go to fetch Lindsay, and she couldn't get through on her phone. "What's happened to her?" she wondered. At that moment, her phone rang. She was so scared that she almost dropped it. When she saw that it was her father's number, she immediately answered. Leona, I've sent a car to the school to pick you up. Now you hurry home. Charles Marvel sounded very solemn. Is it Lindsay? What's happened? Lindsay's been kidnapped by Hunter. He called her and asked me for $10 million in ransom, her father said in a deep voice. Leona, you're also in danger right now. Come home immediately. Hearing that Lindsay had been kidnapped, Leona's body shook so violently that she nearly fell over. Alex rushed to help her. Get out of here, Leona snapped at him, pushing him aside. Because of you, Lindsay's been kidnapped. I asked you to pick her up. Why didn't you pick her up? You lied to me that you'd brought her here. Alex was stunned. Looking at the overexcited Leona, his lips trembled. He wanted to ask her when he had brought Lindsay. He had no recollection of having done that, but he knew that he would only make her sadder by asking, so he held back. A BMW slowly drove into the quad. Shania, Leona's bodyguard, got out and helped her into the car. Before getting in, Leona looked venomously at Alex. Then the car drove off. Alex suddenly remembered his phone. He turned it on and sure enough, more than 3 hours ago, Leona had sent him a short message. Alex, I'm Leona. My sister Lindsay wants to come to the party. Can you pick her up for me? She's at the KFC. Her cell phone number is 138. Seeing the text message, Alex was full of regrets. If he'd had his phone with him and seen that message in time, Lindsay might not have been kidnapped. Thinking of the kidnapping, he remembered that time in the Todd Mountain Scenic area when Lindsay had told Hunter that he must resign. Now, Lindsay was suffering Hunter's revenge. Alex was so anxious that he wanted to rescue Lindsay himself. But now that she had been taken, he didn't know where she was. However, he couldn't just wait around doing nothing. He tried calling Leona to ask what information the Marvels had, but she didn't answer his calls. Deciding that Hunter had to be in Washington, he ran out to search for them. He looked everywhere, although he didn't really believe he would find her. From north to south, he searched bars, hotels, and abandoned buildings. He tried calling Lindsay's number, but no one answered. He knew how unlikely it would be to find her in such a big city. By 6 a.m, he felt his legs were going to drop off. He sat down on some steps to rest. Suddenly his cell rang. It was Lindsay's number. He immediately answered. Hello, Lindsay? Alex said, although he feared that the voice he would hear would be the kidnappers. But surprisingly, it was Lindsay herself who spoke. You don't have to worry about me. I'm all right, she said. You're all right, great. But where are you now? I'll go get you, he said. I'm in the Central Hospital. After she hung up, Alex jumped into a taxi and immediately headed to the hospital. When he arrived at Lindsay's room, he saw her lying on the bed drinking from a bottle of water. Leona and her bodyguard Shania were standing beside her. There was also a distinguished-looking man, a little over 40 years of age. This must be Lindsay's father, Charles Marvel, Alex thought. He tapped on the door to announce his presence, and everyone in the room looked over. When Leona saw him, she felt her resentment rising and asked him coldly, What are you doing here? Let me see Lindsay, and I want to explain to you what happened yesterday, he replied calmly. No, my father and I can take care of Lindsay. You go back to the university, Leona said. She didn't want to hear his explanations. Thinking that Lindsay had been kidnapped because of him,
she felt uncomfortable. Hearing her speak to him so decisively, Alex could not help but feel sad. He looked gloomy. He thought that Leona was still angry and turned to leave.
"Alex?"
Lindsay suddenly exclaimed.
"You sit outside for a while, and then come in to see me later."
Alex saw that she looked pale, but there was no trace of resentment in her expression. He nodded, feeling relieved, and sat down on a chair in the corridor. "Lindsay, who is he?" Mr. Marvel asked in a puzzled tone of voice.
"He's a friend of mine,"
she answered. Looking at Leona, she said in a soft voice,
"Leona, this has nothing to do with him. Don't blame him." "But yesterday I asked him to pick you up. You didn't go, and he lied to me and said that he had brought you. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have been kidnapped by Hunter," Leona said sullenly. It turned out that Hunter had been dismissed by the Marvel family because of what had happened at Todd Mountain. He had no financial resources, and he couldn't help but bear a grudge against the Marvels. He wanted to kidnap Lindsay and extort a large sum of money from them. He and the head of the area's security section had devised a plan to kidnap her, which they had put into practice the previous day. But the Marvels were one of the top 5 families in Washington. After learning that Lindsay had been kidnapped, they immediately mobilized their own family forces and the police. In the early hours of the morning, they had caught Hunter and successfully rescued Lindsay. Lindsay felt ill because she had been confined in a very small space. "Well, let's not talk about it. Everything's turned out all right," Mr. Marvel said. He looked at Lindsay. "David Drake is coming back from England tomorrow. Can you pick him up at the airport if you're in good health?" "I could."
Lindsay nodded, but her face went pale.
"Lindsay, I think you'd better stay in the hospital tomorrow," Leona said, sitting beside her bed and leaning on her shoulder. Looking at Lindsay's pallid appearance, Leona was very worried. "I'll pick him up for you. I'll tell him about your situation, and I'm sure he'll understand it."
Charles nodded and said, "That's okay." To Lindsay he added, "You take care of yourself." Father and daughter talked for a while, but he had some business to attend to, so he soon left. Lindsay smiled at Leona.
"I'm all right now. You go back to university."
Leona smiled back and said as a joke,
"Is it because you want Alex to come in and see you?" "No, I'm concerned about your studies, okay?"
Lindsay replied shyly as she blushed. "Debbie?" Alex saw Leona when she came out of the room, and he quickly stood up.
"Yesterday I'd given my cell phone to someone to hold for me. I didn't see the message you sent."
Leona looked at him and said coldly, "I will not ask you for help in the future.
Moreover, I will tell you for the last time that I'm Leona, not Debbie. Please don't transfer your feelings for Debbie onto me again."
With that, Leona and her bodyguard left. Looking at her retreating figure, Alex thought,
"I'm sorry, Debbie. I made you angry. I won't be so rash in the future. I'll use a subtler way to get you to accept me."
When Alex went back to Lindsay's room, he saw her sitting up in bed smiling at him. He walked up to her and said sincerely,
"I'm so sorry you were kidnapped." "It had nothing to do with you. I don't blame you at all," Lindsay said.
Then she recounted what had happened the previous day. "By the way, didn't you want to see the New Year party yesterday? There's a video on the university website. You can open it and have a look," Alex said, laughing. Lindsay shook her head and said slowly,
I don't want to see the New Year party. I want to see a person.
Your sister? Her performance was so good that she won an award, Alex said. Lindsay shook her head and said with a smile,
I don't want to see my sister, but a benefactor of mine.
Alex was stunned when he understood that she was referring to him. Seeing Lindsay's eyes twinkle and look so soft, his heart almost melted. He sighed and said,
What is there to see? Just a little loser from the street.
Lindsay looked at him for a few seconds and asked,
Alex, you know I was kidnapped yesterday. What are your feelings about that? Were you worried about me? Or were you just afraid that my sister would blame you?
Alex was stunned and replied seriously,
I know that you've been kidnapped. I've been very anxious and full of self-reproach. I searched for you all over Washington. As for your sister blaming me, that was unexpected.
Hearing his words, Lindsay beamed, lowered her head, and tears appeared in the corners of her eyes.
Episode 200. Not again. Looking at Lindsay's delicate state, Alex was moved. He wondered about his tender reaction toward her and found it interesting. But it isn't, particularly because of her. If it had been Philippa, Kelly, Rose, or Vivian, if anyone else had been kidnapped, I would feel the same reaction, he decided. Alex was trying to explain his feelings to Lindsay. She covered his mouth with her hand and whispered, Don't say it. I know what you want to say. Can you leave me with my dream? Lindsay put her hand down and they were silent for a few seconds. Alex spoke first. Lindsay, I want to ask you something. Please tell me the truth. Is your sister suffering from amnesia? She didn't live in your house before, did she? Alex always felt that Debbie didn't recognize him because she might have lost her memory. He wanted Lindsay to admit this. Looking into his eyes, Lindsay's heart surged. She said slowly, My sister has lost her memory, but she has always lived in her house. Even when she was away from home, someone always followed her. Alex looked into Lindsay's eyes, trying to judge whether she was lying to him. I know you still think my sister is your girlfriend, Debbie, but all I can say is that she is not. Lindsay sighed. Alex nodded and said nothing. Can you come and see me tomorrow? Lindsay felt that he was anxious to return to school. He nodded. The next day, Alex came to the hospital early and brought her breakfast. He was there most of the day and was disappointed that Leona didn't come to see her. Alex, will you leave with me? Lindsay asked him. Are you already feeling well? It's better for you to stay resting in the hospital, Alex said solemnly. Oh, okay. I've been locked up in here for enough hours already. I'm almost fine now. I think it would be better for me to go out and have some fun, Lindsay said coyly. Seeing that she had recovered, Alex agreed. After they had left the hospital, they went to an amusement park and visited a museum. Lindsay had a good time. While Alex was with Lindsay, a flight from New York landed at Washington International Airport. After all the passengers got off the plane, two tall men built like fitness coaches came out. Behind them was a young man wearing an expensive dark blue shirt and a pair of casual blue jeans. On his feet were top brand casual shoes. He had a very sharp figure. As he walked out, his sharp eyes glanced down at his phone. This was David Drake, the Drakes' only son. The Drakes were the top family in Washington. 2 bodyguards led him through the air bridge. At that moment, a Bentley stopped in a restricted area by the arrivals terminal, and the driver got out of the car. Even the mayor was not allowed to park in that spot, but the Drake family's influence in Washington was so great that they could go wherever they pleased. "Mr. Drake, you're finally back from Europe," the driver said to David with a flattering smile. "If I didn't come back, would you marry me?" David said with a smile. "How come no one has turned up to greet him today? None of the rich kids from Washington has come. Has it been a collective rebellion?" One of his bodyguards, Tom Martin, asked the driver in a whiny tone. "In the past, whenever David returned from a trip, there were always all those rich kids here to welcome him back." The driver had no idea, so he didn't reply to the bodyguard with the red face. "I didn't tell them I was returning, that's why," David said, annoyed at Tom. Tom was so frightened by his annoyance that he bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry, sir. I should die." "Hasn't Lindsay come yet?" David asked. She was one of the few people who knew that he was returning to Washington. It didn't seem appropriate to him that she hadn't come to the airport. "I haven't seen Miss Marvel," the driver muttered. David's face turned dark. "What a shame. Is she not coming today?" Tom muttered. "Yes, it's so arrogant of her. It's the least she could do," said another bodyguard. Just then they heard the light click of footsteps approaching. David looked in the direction of the sound. A beautiful young woman in a plain white dress came up to him. David's eyes immediately locked on her. "David, I'm late." It was the beautiful Leona. In the hospital, she had promised Lindsay that she would come to meet David for her. David's eyes scanned Leona's face. He couldn't see anything else or hear any sounds. He thought that she was more beautiful than a fairy princess. "Sir?" Tom lightly touched his arm and he came back to his senses. Leona smiled and said, "I'm Lindsay's sister." David was puzzled. He had never heard of Lindsay's sister. "My sister is ill. She asked me to pick you up today. David, you're not angry with Lindsay, are you?" Leona asked, seeing that David was still frowning. "No, I'm not. What's the matter with her?" "By the way, what's your name?" David asked with a smile. According to her sister, David had been to her house. How could he not even know her name? Maybe he had been abroad for too long and forgotten it. She whispered, "My name is Leona." "Leona, good name," he said with a smile. "Thank you very much for coming to meet me today. As a token of my gratitude, would you like to come out to dinner with me?" "Well, David, that's very polite of you." In fact, Leona thought his invitation was inappropriate. After all, she was Lindsay's sister. It seemed it would be a bit awkward to have dinner with her sister's fiancé. However, David had invited her, and she didn't think she should turn him down. "You can leave," David said to the driver. "Tom can follow me." He asked Leona to go with him outside the airport. Tom followed them. The driver and another bodyguard were in a daze. They had worked for David for many years and had never seen him be so polite and warm to anyone. When they first saw David look at Leona, they both thought that he didn't like her. This was an impossible situation. David was engaged to Miss Lindsay, and her sister would tell her about this. How awkward. The driver and the bodyguard set off to David's house with his luggage. It was getting dark.
Alex and Lindsay had arrived at a snack area near the river. "Let's stop here. I'll take you to that barbecue." Alex and Lindsay sat down at a barbecue stand. Alex ordered hot dogs, burgers, and chicken wings, which were soon brought over to their table. After walking for such a long time, Alex was starving and started gobbling up what was in front of him. Lindsay sat beside him with a hot dog in her hand. She just took one bite and looked at Alex quietly. "Are you not used to eating these things? No wonder, you're a marvel. You're used to eating fancier food. I shouldn't have brought you here," he said remorsefully. "It's not that I can't get used to it," Lindsay said with a smile. "I was just thinking how I would like to be an ordinary girl instead of a marvel, so I could come here to have a barbecue with you every day." Alex was relieved and replied with a smile. "Why can't you have a barbecue with me if you're a marvel? If you ever want to go out to eat, please call me and I'll go with you." "In the future, I'm afraid there won't be many opportunities. I think I'm going to get drunk today. Alex, I'd love to have a drink with you. Have a toast with me." Lindsay held up her beer, clinked Alex's glass, and drank. They were busy eating when they heard several people coming toward them. Alex and Lindsay glanced at each other. 4 young men who looked like thugs went to their table. As soon as they sat down, they acted as if the food on the table belonged to them, and they started eating it. Lindsay gave Alex a worried look, and he gently patted her on the back to reassure her. "Bro, I'm a little short of money. Give me some money," a young man with yellow hair said to Alex while munching on a chicken wing. "Do you think I'm a rich man?" Alex replied jokingly. "You are certainly not, but that beauty sitting next to you is a rich woman," the thug said, turning toward Lindsay. "We've been following you for a long time around the amusement park and museum. You were very generous. Now you can lend me some money, because I have a few expenses to take care of." The thug, named Lucas Pierce, looked at her and smirked. Lindsay took out $300 from her purse and handed them to him. "Here you are. We're leaving." She wanted to get away from those people as quickly as possible. "Only 300? Lucas took it, flattened his mouth, and put the money in his pocket. "The Olympics are about to take place. After the games are over, on the 15th of September, the Marvels will marry off their second daughter to the Drake boy. The police are being very strict. For at least a month, we punks won't be able to come out to collect our protection fees. So now, while the police are still more relaxed, we have to make more money. Another thug said. "The second Marvel daughter is going to marry into the Drake family? Isn't that Lindsay?" Alex was surprised and asked, "Is that true?" "Hey, I don't really know anything about this. I've got nothing to tell you. The Drakes are the top family in Washington. David has a crush on Miss Marvel. This marriage is going to be a big event. The police are going to be out in full force to keep order in the city. We can't go out to work with so many cops around, you know." "Hey, beautiful woman. If we take $3,000 from you, we won't embarrass you anymore," Lucas said to Lindsay. Lindsay wanted to give him the money, but Alex grabbed her bag and shook his head. "You already gave him 300. Now they want 3,000. If you give them 3,000, they'll want 30,000 more. Let's go." Alex pulled Lindsay up and was about to leave. "You don't take us seriously, do you?" Lucas smashed a beer bottle. The 4 thugs stood up and surrounded them. "What are you doing? I'll call the police." Alex placed Lindsay behind him and frowned at the thugs. "I'll tear your mouth out before you call the police," Lucas said fiercely and then looked Lindsay up and down. An evil light glimmered in his eyes. "Guys, this girl looks really hot. Let's beat up the dude first, and then take this girl to a hotel and have a good time. We make the girl happy, and she hands over the money on her card on her own initiative." Episode 201, Double Trouble. Lucas's three companions glared at Lindsay with giddy anticipation. "That's right, Lucas. The four of us could definitely make this girl happy," said another thug, laughing. "I don't know if she could handle us all, but it's exciting to think about." Lindsay blushed with shame. Lucas leaned over her and smiled. "Who's your daddy, huh?" "Her name is Lindsay," Alex said. "She's the second daughter of the Marvel family. We're just hanging out." The four gangsters started laughing. Lucas looked at Alex. "Aren't the Marvels one of the richest families in Washington? Do you really think people like that would go to a place like this? And even if they did, would she go out with a loser like you? But you were smart about it. I've heard that the Marvels are rich, but you really went out of your way to pose as a real Marvel girl." Lucas glared at Lindsay, rubbed his chin and smiled. "Gorgeous. You may not be a Marvel, but I'm sure you're even better." He winked at the other three gangsters, and they all moved toward Alex. The other guests, sensing that a fight was breaking out, all stepped away from the barbecue stand. If Alex had been alone, he would have moved away as well. But he was with Lindsay. Since he feared they might trap her and harass her, he put himself between her and them. The thugs rushed Alex with raised fists. Alex kicked one of them over, and two of the others went to help him get back up. Lucas looked around, picked up a wooden bench, and threw it at Alex. Alex reached out to block Lindsay, and the bench struck him on the elbow. He cried out in pain. "Are you okay?" Lindsay asked him. "It doesn't matter." Alex didn't have time to care about his elbow. He grabbed Lindsay and pulled her toward the chef's cooking area. The chef had left, but the fire was still burning. The gangsters all rushed at Alex again with grim smiles on their faces. They were all looking forward to catching him and giving him a good beating. Alex threw a plate of vegetables into the fire, and the gangsters were caught completely off guard. Roasted vegetables and oil splashed onto their faces, and it all burned so hotly that they could focus on nothing but wiping it off. As they did so, they shouted angrily at Alex. "Now you're asking for it," shouted one. "I'm gonna blow your head off," shouted another. Their faces were twisted with anger, and their lips trembled as they spoke. They were completely enraged, and they glared at Alex as if they wanted to tear his skin off. "Guys, let's grab some tools and have a proper fight," Lucas said to the others. The four men pulled themselves together,
and picked up plastic chairs to shield them from anything else Alex might throw at them. "Alex!" Lindsay anxiously grabbed Alex's hand. "Don't be afraid," he told her with a smile. He opened the barbecue frame, used the tongs to pick up a piece of red charcoal from the fire, and threw it at Alex. It hit him in the head, and his blonde hair burned. The other three helped to put out the fire, slapping hard on Lucas's head. When the fire was put out, there was almost no hair left. Alex did not wait for them to finish. He picked up another piece of charcoal and threw it at the remaining three. He was a skilled fighter and had very good aim. The charcoal rained down on the three thugs, striking them in the buttocks, thighs, and feet. They squealed like pigs. They didn't dare make another move toward him. "You think you're awesome, huh? Do you even know who we usually hang out with? Derek Jackson. I'll call him right now." Lucas took out his cell phone and called Derek. "Hey Derek, it's Lucas Pierce. I've been attacked down by the river." "Sure, I'll wait for you here. I'll get more people." "Guess what, punk? Derek will be here soon. You're in for a beating," Lucas yelled. He and the other gangsters each picked up a bench, used them to box in Alex and Lindsay, and then sat down. "You can't run. When our people come, I'll make you kneel and squeal for me." The onlookers had heard that Lucas had called Derek. They all looked dejected and anxious. "Derek Jackson is the worst guy in this area. No one crosses him," someone murmured. Someone else responded, "Yes, I remember that guy from last time. Derek broke his arm and threw him into the river, and the police didn't dare do anything. I don't think these two will make it. He'll probably take the girl to a hotel, and the boy's legs will be broken." "I'm calling my dad now," Lindsay said, taking out her cell phone. Just then, a young man and a woman came walking up to the crowd. It was David and Leona. "What's going on here?" David asked. "Why is there no barbecue?" When Lindsay heard his voice, she was shocked. She hid behind Alex, pulled her clothes around her, and whispered, "Give me your jacket." Alex was surprised. He took off his coat and gave it to Lindsay, who immediately put it on and turned her back to them. Just then, Alex saw the newcomers and couldn't help but be glad at seeing Leona. David had asked Leona what she wanted to eat, and Leona had thought of this place. It was a little way to walk, but David had agreed. It was a very lucky coincidence for Alex and Lindsay. "No barbecue means no barbecue. Get out of here!" Lucas shouted at David. With just a look from David, his bodyguard Tom immediately sprang into action. He grabbed Lucas by the collar, lifted him with one hand, and threw him to the ground. Lucas screamed bitterly. He felt as if he had broken several ribs. "Keep your hands off our friend. Do you have any idea who you're messing with? We're Derek's people." The other gangsters stood up and jeered angrily at Tom. "Filthy scum! Do you know who this is? He is..." Tom almost blurted out David's identity, but David stopped him with a gesture. Seeing this, the gangsters continued taunting Tom. "Oh, you're in trouble now," said the thug. "Apologize, or we'll make you suffer." "You're too impulsive for your own good," said another. The onlookers looked back and forth between David and Lucas. Alex and Lindsay had seemed doomed just moments ago, but now they had backup. Suddenly, no one was sure who would win. Alex called out to Leona. She noticed him, but she didn't want to talk to him. "Do you know these people?" David asked with obvious surprise. This guy looks like a total loser, he thought. How could she know such a person? He's my schoolmate, Leona answered with a faint smile. I see. David and Leona went over to Alex. Leona could just see the strange figure standing behind him, huddled in his coat. Although the person was clearly trying to hide, Leona could easily tell it was Lindsay. Leona's heart leapt to her throat. Lindsay is David's fiancée, and she's here at the barbecue with another man. How will David react when he finds out? What's the matter? David asked with a smile. My friend and I were having a barbecue, Alex said, pointing to the gangsters. These four came up and asked us for money, and then said they were going to beat us. Your friend? David was perplexed by the strange woman who stood behind Alex, wearing a man's coat and covering her head. She's sick and afraid of catching a cold, that's all. Alex was wondering why Lindsay was behaving so strangely. I see. David decided not to worry about it. Where's the owner of the barbecue stand? Come and make us something. Leona, let's see what you want to eat. David said as if nothing had happened. Don't act like you're in charge. When my boss comes, we'll see if you're still laughing, Lucas said angrily. He didn't dare to insult David. He was too afraid of Tom. Okay, I'll wait, David said with a smile. Then he once again called for the owner of the barbecue stand, and he and Leona started ordering food. David asked Alex to sit down and eat, but Lindsay pinched Alex gently in the back, and Leona gave David a disapproving look. Then, David and Leona sat down at a table and calmly ate kebabs. Alex was shocked. This guy is so brave, he thought. Derek Jackson is coming, and he doesn't seem to care. Suddenly, several black cars drove up and stopped by the side of the road. Over 20 people got out, all young and wearing black clothes. One of them was a long-haired youth in a black suit. This was Derek. When the four gangsters saw that he had arrived, they ran to him as if to a savior. Derek, you're here. Derek! They hit us, Derek. Please help us. They all pleaded to him. Damn it, who did this to you? Derek asked as he looked Lucas over. Didn't you mention my name? Well, Derek, they apparently don't care who you are, Lucas answered. You have to clear this up and raise your prestige. Otherwise, everyone's going to try to bully us. Seems that I've been out of it for a while and these people have forgotten who I am. Derek grinded his teeth. Where are these punks? I'll cut them open. Over there. We have them surrounded, and we're not letting them run away. I'll show you. Lucas led the way gleefully. See? There are two people standing over there, and those two are their friends. They're so arrogant that they're sitting over there eating, even though we told them you were coming. That's them. He pointed to the backs of David and Leona. Hey, boy! Derek Jackson is here and you're still eating? Derek shouted angrily. David turned around slowly and smiled at him. When Derek saw that it was David, the anger on his face disappeared. His lips began to shake. His eyes became frightened and worried. His legs started trembling, and he almost fell to the ground. David? Episode 202, Old School Memories. Derek, Lucas asked as others came to help. What's going on? What about these two? Why don't we tie them up, let them grovel, and then throw them in the river?" "Shut up," Derek shouted at him angrily. He turned back to David and said much more quietly, "David, I'm sorry for what I just said. I'm a fool." Derek's behavior greatly surprised everyone present. They all wondered who this young man was, who could frighten someone like Derek into such a state. "Didn't your men tell you to deal with me?" David sneered. "I would never lay a hand on David Drake," Derek replied deferentially. Then he turned to his subordinates and frowned. "Are you all in a daze from seeing the head of the Drake family? Show some respect." "Mr. Drake." Everyone was shocked and started murmuring among themselves. "Well, I never," said a henchman. "Isn't that something? It's David Drake," said another. "They say he owns the city," said one of Lucas's friends. "Derek is nothing to David," said another. Alex suddenly realized that this man was the head of the most influential family in Washington, D.C. No wonder he seemed so calm. He also understood why Lindsay was so scared when she heard his voice. This guy was her fiancé. Derek's subordinates nodded to David and greeted him in unison. Standing among them, Lucas and his three friends trembled with fear. Their foreheads and palms were sweating. "You four, come here," Derek yelled at them. He looked as if he wanted to kill them right there. "Yes?" Lucas trembled as he answered. He was so scared that he couldn't control his own body. A warm stream of urine flowed freely down his leg. Frightened, they all walked with heavy steps over to face David. Derek didn't hold back. He gave each of them a deafening slap across the face. Then he walked behind them and kicked them all in the back of the knee, forcing them to kneel on the ground. "Apologize," he ordered. Lucas and his friends were confused. They immediately bowed to David. "Mr. Drake, I was wrong. I didn't see you. I bow to you. Please forgive me," cried Lucas. "Mr. Drake, we were wrong. We're fools. Please forgive us," cried his friend. "Isn't there someone else you should be saying this to?" David said, indicating Alex. "Go and apologize to that one as well," Derek ordered, kicking Lucas and his friends. They crept up to Alex and cried at his feet. "Please, we were wrong before. It was a stupid mistake," said Lucas's friend. "I don't even deserve to lick your shoes," cried Lucas. "I'm nothing compared to you." "So, my friend, do you think that's enough?" David asked Alex with a smile. Alex nodded. "Yeah, that's fine." With that settled, David turned and yelled at Derek. "All right then, go away." When Derek had heard David let him go, his heart flooded with relief. "Yes, David, don't worry. I'll teach these lowlives to know their place. We'll go now. Goodbye." He nodded to David, led his men back to their cars, and drove away. Alex turned to him. "Thank you." "Don't mention it. Since you and Leona are friends, let me buy you dinner," David answered. "No, thank you. We still have something to do tonight, so we won't hold you up. Goodbye." Alex was surprised that David hadn't recognized Lindsay, even though she was trying to hide. But he didn't seem curious about her at all. Since there didn't seem to be any point lingering, he nodded to David and Leona, and they left. They found a taxi and got in, and Lindsay took off Alex's coat. She looked lonely. "That David is very good," Alex said with a smile. "Yes, he's very good," Lindsay said as if in a trance. "Alex, what kind of girl is your girlfriend?" She's just a girl from a small town, but she's very kind.
Lindsay stared at him blankly.
Sometimes I think about it, how nice it would be if I wasn't a girl from the Marvel family, but just a small-town girl like Debbie. I wouldn't have to think about the family business. I'd be free to pursue my own happiness, but...
As she spoke, she looked sadder and sadder, and she couldn't say any more. When she looked back at Alex, she was almost crying. When she spoke again, she spoke slowly.
If I asked you to, would you think of me like I was Debbie for a moment?
At that moment, looking at her delicate face, Alex could not refuse her.
Of course.
When he said those words, Lindsay's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She laughed again and threw herself into his arms.
Thank you. I love it when you say that.
She lay like that for the rest of the taxi ride. When they got back to Arlington Heights, she reluctantly let go of him, got out of the car and said goodbye with tears in her eyes. Then she ran back to the community gates without looking back. Alex returned to Richmond University in a strange mood. The people in the dormitory thought he was being reclusive and strange. It was useless for him to explain, so he simply didn't. Instead, he went to bed and fell asleep. The next day, he got up early in the morning and put Debbie's diary in his backpack. Because of the business with Lindsay, he was worried that Leona now disliked him even more. Alex wanted her to see her old diary. He hoped it might solve their misunderstanding and help her to remember things. After his morning class, his classmates, who had always sneered at him, surrounded him and tried to be friendly. Alex knew that they were all snobs and only sucking up to him now because of his donation to the school. Now that they thought he had money, they wanted to play nice. He despised them. He walked quickly to get away from them, and they finally gave up after a while. He was on his way to find Leona at one of her classes when his cell phone rang. It was an unknown number, but he picked it up anyway.
Alex, it's Miriam.
Alex was surprised and stood silently for a few seconds.
Are you busy?
She asked.
Alex frowned. He didn't know what to say. Thinking of what Miriam had done before still made him very angry. I'm sorry, Alex. I was wrong before. I want to make up with you. Would you give me a chance?
She seemed sincere.
Alex hadn't expected Miriam to call him like this. Do you want to ignore me? What I did before made you hate me, didn't it? I'm sorry. I've already repented. Please give me another chance. I helped you in high school, didn't I?
Miriam spoke more and more earnestly.
Okay, I'll make up with you,
Alex said, almost without hesitation.
Great. I knew you would. Let's have lunch together, my treat. I'll be eating at Flower Garden. I'll see you later. Bye.
After that, Miriam hung up. The thought that Miriam wanted to reconcile with him made Alex very happy. After all, in high school, she had been one of his closest relationships. Since it was already getting close to lunchtime, he decided to go directly to Flower Garden. When he got there, Miriam was waiting for him by the door.
Here you are.
She walked up to him and smiled sweetly. Everything was quite different from their last meeting at the Olympic event. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, just like in high school. Alex was moved. It reminded him of all their good times.
Well, hey, Monitor, he said and smiled.
There was still a nagging doubt in the back of his mind. He didn't know what had made her want to make amends. Whatever it was, she had gone back to being the gentle, kind, and helpful Miriam he knew back in high school. He had always been the most well-respected student tutor they had,
acting as a monitor for younger students like him. "You're still carrying a backpack," Miriam said. "I'll help you. Let's go inside quickly. I think you must be hungry." She took Alex's backpack and held it for him as they walked into the restaurant. They sat down at a table, and Miriam ordered 4 or 5 dishes for them. Because their meeting had been so courteous and friendly, Alex felt that she was once again his tutor from high school, and he was very comfortable. "So, Monitor, how come you changed your mind?" he asked. "I dream a lot about the day of the college entrance examination, and I hate how I feel when I wake up. It all really had nothing to do with you. Thinking about the things I did to you, I feel so ashamed. Alex, I'm really sorry." She lowered her head slowly. "Forget it. It's in the past. I had forgotten all about it. You're still my monitor." Alex looked at Miriam and was filled with sympathy. "Thanks. You're as generous as you were in high school." The shame in Miriam's eyes was gone. She smiled at him. "Alex, do you remember how in high school I had muscular atrophy? Sometimes I got sick. I needed someone to rub my hands all the time. Other people wouldn't do it. You were the only one who did it without complaining, even though sometimes your arms got too sore to write." "I remember," Alex said and smiled. "Could you rub my hand for me now? I feel a little twitch." She reached out her hand to him. Alex was slightly stunned. When they were high school students, rubbing Miriam's hands hadn't mattered. But now that she was a beautiful woman, he was embarrassed to do it. "Ouch," she called out softly. "Alex, please help me rub it quickly. It's pulling again." He saw the pain on her face and didn't have time to hesitate. He grabbed her hand and started kneading. As he was doing it, he noticed how soft her hands were. Her skin was smooth and clear, and smelled like some kind of nice perfume. He felt as if he had been rubbing her hands forever, which he knew was ridiculous. However, he had to calm down and focus on doing it properly. Suddenly, a man's voice called out from behind him. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Episode 203, It's All a Trap. Alex was taken aback. He tried to turn around, but Miriam grabbed his hand. When he looked at her, she gave him a strange sneer. Suddenly, he was hit on the head. He yanked his hand out of Miriam's grasp. He turned around. The man who attacked him was Miriam's boyfriend, Jake. Miriam jumped up and ran to Jake. "Honey, thank heavens you're here. He just took my hand and started squeezing, and he said that he would take me to a hotel. It was so gross." "No, she asked me to rub her hand because it was hurting." Alex's heart cooled as he finally understood what Miriam had done. "So you want to touch my girlfriend, huh?" Jake stepped toward Alex, raised his fist, and swung at Alex's head. Alex stepped aside, grabbed Jake's arm, and tried desperately to explain. "Listen to me, she's lying. I never said." "It doesn't matter what you said, I'm gonna kill you." Jake had only one thought in his head, beating Alex to the ground. Alex knew that the fight between them was all because of Miriam. He didn't want to fight with Jake, so he tried to avoid his punches instead of hitting back. Jake was an upper-middle-class boy with little money, but when it came to fighting, he was far inferior to Alex. Every time he tried to hit Alex, he swung too hard, making himself fall over. When he realized he couldn't hit Alex, Jake went back to Miriam. "Honey, I'll call someone now. When my brothers come, I can get him." Jake took out his cell phone and started to make the call. However, trouble was brewing in front of him. Before anyone could respond on the other end, he was slapped in the face. It was Miriam who hit him. She was grabbing his arm and looking at him with scorn. Jake covered his face, looked at her in surprise, and said, "Baby, cut it out." Then he went back to focusing on his phone. But before he could say anything else, Miriam slapped him again. "You punk! You can't even beat Alex, a little loser," she said coldly. "Do you know why I hit you? Because you don't deserve to call me baby. From now on, I want nothing to do with you." Jake was now even more confused. He suppressed his anger. "You're breaking up with me? Why?" "Why? Jake, the whole time we've been dating, you've treated me like a total joke. I know you're fooling around with my classmates behind my back. Once at a dinner, I saw you touching feet with one of them under the table. Did you think I wouldn't notice? I hate scums like you." Jake had thought that Miriam was just annoyed that he had not managed to beat up Alex. Now he realized that she knew about everything he had done. "You've been happy to go along with it as long as I was buying you fancy stuff," he sneered. "You ignored it because it benefited you. I've been with you for over a year. I've seen what kind of woman you are." "Shut up. You think you have money? Do you have any idea how ridiculous you sound? Your family just has a small company with a 6-figure income. You're nothing in this town. You have the gall to say that you can take care of me? You should be embarrassed," Miriam rebutted. "That's enough. I'll shut your mouth for you." Jake was furious and raised his hand to slap her. Before he had time to do it, he was kicked in the chest. He lost his breath and fell backward into a group of tables and chairs. "You lowlife! Who said you could hit her?" a man's voice said. Jake covered his chest and looked up. He was surprised. The man who kicked him was Daryl Brennan. "I'm just a half-rich kid in Washington," Jake thought. "Compared to Daryl, that's nothing." Daryl walked up to Miriam and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. He glanced over to Alex. "Daryl, did you enjoy yourself?" Miriam wrapped herself around Daryl. She looked over at Alex again and sneered. "Jake is so stupid he can't even beat Alex. He just fell over himself. But the dogs finally had a fight, and dogs are what they are," she laughed. Daryl had been sitting at a table nearby when Alex and Miriam had come into the restaurant. He had been watching them the whole time. Since the incident at the Olympic Sports Center, Daryl and Miriam had been working together. Today, they'd planned to use Jake to beat up Alex, but they had not figured that Alex would be able to easily beat Jake in a fight. "Let's see how the two losers are doing," Daryl said triumphantly. "One is doing a little better. He's still standing, while the other lies on the ground like garbage. And the woman they're fighting over is with me. How sad for you two." While most of the onlookers didn't know Alex or Jake, most of them knew Daryl and started heaping flattery on him. "Those two are brainless. How shameful," said one person. "Two guys have a huge fight and Daryl wins the girl. Idiots," said another. "Well, you don't get the girl if you're too busy fighting," said a third. "Come on, honey. Maybe these two still think they can have you. Let's show them that it's pointless." Daryl pouted his lips, and Miriam obediently kissed him. "I love it. These two will never get to have what I have," Daryl said with a triumphant smile. He hooked an arm around her waist
and was about to push his hand lower, but she stopped him with a sheepish smile.
Daryl, no. There's so many people here.
All right, then let's go to a hotel and have a good time, Daryl said and laughed. They left the restaurant together. Alex noticed that Miriam was still holding his backpack, and he called out in a hurry,
"Stop! Give me back my backpack."
Miriam remembered that she still had the backpack. She sneered at Alex. "You loser! What's the fuss about a broken backpack? You want it back that badly? Too bad. Let's go, Daryl." She pulled Daryl out of the restaurant, and they got into his car. Alex rushed out of the restaurant door just in time to see them driving away. Staring at Daryl's taillights, Alex grew angry. He was angry at Miriam's plan to frame him, but also angry at himself. How could I have believed her lies? He thought. It seems I'm not done being cheated by women. Karen, Zara, Melissa. Why do I keep forgetting the way things are? Then he realized that Debbie's diary had fallen into Miriam's hands, and he felt a pain in his chest. Daryl drove Miriam to a hotel. They spent over an hour in the giant bed in their room, and afterward they lay there exhausted. Daryl's WhatsApp alert rang out. In the group named Washington Elite, the group leader had written, "I came back yesterday." The leader of the group was David Drake, head of the wealthiest family in Washington, D.C. As soon as David spoke, the quiet group immediately became active. "David, you've come back. Why didn't you say in advance? We're coming to pick you up together," beeped a text. "David, I missed you so much," said another. "David is getting married to the second daughter of the Marvel family," beeped in another text. "David, where are you now? I'll find you." The messages kept on flooding the WhatsApp group. The members of this group called themselves the next generation of wealthy Washingtonians, and they were all from the city's wealthiest families. David wrote again, "I'll invite you to have dinner at the Continental Hotel tonight. Please come." The phone started buzzing with responses. Then, David sent out a picture of Leona with another message. "How is the eldest Marvel girl doing?" Next, people started spamming messages, writing things like, "Leona is as beautiful as a fairy," "The first beauty of Washington," "Like a fairy," and so on. Daryl perked up. Why would David send a picture of Leona? Has he even met her? Daryl's heart stirred with the memory of their first meeting and how desperately he had wanted to make her his own. Could David have fallen in love with her? He thought. "Daryl, what are you thinking?" Miriam asked and touched his arm. He didn't answer. Then she saw that Alex's backpack was still on the bed. She wanted to throw it away, but when she picked it up, a notebook fell onto the floor. "What's this?" She picked up the notebook and opened it. There was a name written on the front page. Debbie Stonehill. She flipped through a few pages. Seeing that it was a diary, she was amused. "Daryl, Alex has been stealing other people's diaries." "Give me that." Daryl had heard Miriam murmuring Debbie. He remembered that Alex had called Leona by that name, so he became very interested. After grabbing the diary, he looked through the pages. When he came upon a certain page, he read it thoroughly, thought for a moment, and then grinned. "Daryl, have you seen anything interesting?" Miriam asked.
No, I just think David would be very happy to see this notebook. Isn't David the wealthiest guy in town? Miriam asked. Why would he be happy to read some diary? At 8 p.m., in room V001 of the Continental Hotel, young members of DC's wealthiest families gathered, including Daryl and Colin. In the middle, in the center of it all, sat David. A young man stood up with a glass of wine and made a proclamation. A toast! We're all here to celebrate David's return to the United States. Welcome back! Everyone stood up and raised their glasses to David. David poured some wine into his glass, but he did not stand up. He just raised his glass and motioned to the others. Thank you, I'll have mine first, he said. Then he sipped gently. The rest of them all drank and then sat down. Now, who can tell me what's going on with that girl Leona? David asked and looked around the room. Everyone looked at each other. Nobody understood why David had suddenly asked this question. Jason Morley looked at David and opened his mouth to speak. David, we've never seen anything like this girl before. We didn't even really notice her a couple of months ago. The Marvels have always kept a low profile, but because Leona is so beautiful, she attracted attention. The family couldn't hide her, so they announced publicly that Leona was Charles Marvel's daughter. Now they're looking for a husband for her. Episode 204, To Catch an Heiress. When Jason finished speaking, a voice called out from near where he was sitting. Well, Jason, you know all about Leona. We all know he was the first to ask Leona out, cried another voice, and this immediately caused a burst of laughter. Don't laugh, many others pursued her after I did, Jason rebutted, addressing David. Leona's a tough catch. Since my attempt, 5 or 6 people in this room have tried to ask her out, but she accepted none of them. She just doesn't know what she's looking for in a boyfriend. David then told them he had spent some time with Leona the previous day. He had found her a little cold, and certainly no easy catch. David, you don't like her, do you? Jason asked suspiciously. Someone in the room laughed. Don't be stupid, Jason. David's already engaged to Lindsay, the second Marvel daughter. They're getting married in September. Leona is Lindsay's sister. How could David fall in love with her? There were many in the room who also thought David was simply curious about Leona. I like her spirit, so what? David said with a faint smile. When the others heard his words, they all tried to hide their surprise and laughter. Murmurs started across the room. Yeah, well, David isn't married yet. He can do whatever he likes, said a young man at the table. His family is rich. If both sisters are available, what's the problem? Murmured another, laughing. Yeah, it's normal for people like him to have wives and concubines. With his money, he could have hundreds of lovers, said a girl at the table. When Daryl heard that David wanted to pursue Leona, he knew his moment had come. David, if you want to pursue Leona, I may have a way to help. Every eye in the room became focused on Daryl. Daryl, don't brag, Jason exclaimed. I remember she rejected you before finishing her meal. I've also heard some poor loser confessed his love to her that day. You have no chance. Jason felt a certain disdain for everyone in the room except for David. The others are nothing but schemers and liars, he thought. Daryl wants to take advantage of David to improve his position in the circle. He had never liked Daryl. Daryl sneered. Just because I was rejected, does that mean that David will be? Is that what you're saying? Jason waved the question away and turned to David. No, that's not what I'm saying. Then stop talking nonsense, Daryl said coldly. Jason was irritated, but he knew it was a bad time to start a fight. He forced himself to smile as if it didn't bother him. Daryl, you said you have a way to help me pursue Leona? David said brightly. What is it? Daryl took out Debbie's diary from inside his jacket. With this, I think you'll catch her. Everyone watched closely as Daryl took out the notebook, but they couldn't understand what it had to do with Leona. David took the diary and opened it, but he didn't understand either. He shot Daryl a suspicious look. David, I suspect that Leona is the owner of this diary, Debbie Stonehill, Daryl explained. Only she lost her memory. Oh? David motioned to Daryl to go on. You've heard that I've been after Leona before. At that time, there was a little loser in the street who always called her Debbie. One time, he and I cooked for her, and after eating his corn cob, she cried. Look at what was written in the diary on April 17th. David turned to the entry for April 17th, and it said, Today I remember what happened once when I was a child. Now, whenever I eat corn, I will cry. David thought about it. He looked up at Daryl. Daryl, come and sit with me. Sure. Daryl came and sat beside David, and they drank together. The other men in the room looked at Daryl with jealousy. His relationship with David had taken an instant leap forward because of the diary. How do you think I should pursue her? David asked. In the diary, Debbie mentions a boyfriend called Alex. If you simply remind Leona of the things she did with him, she'll fall in love just as Debbie did, Daryl laughed. That's not a bad idea. David clamped his hands and searched the room. He remembered that Leona studied at Richmond and that Colin was also studying there. Once he found where Colin was sitting, he waved him forward. Colin, come here. The next day, Leona received a phone call from David, saying that he would come to the university to see her. Leona was puzzled, but she could not refuse. At 10 in the morning, she went to the school gate to meet him. To her surprise, he was dressed very plainly. He almost looked like Alex. He hadn't taken his car, but instead came on a bike. He didn't look like the head of an important family at all. He looked like nobody special. David? She had no idea what he was doing or what he was thinking. David sensed her confusion and smiled. I've been thinking I should try living a little more simply for a while. After all, my mother didn't grow up wealthy, so I've decided to be a nobody for a while. Leona was stunned. She thought David's idea was very peculiar, but she took him around the campus to show him the scenery. Closer to lunchtime, David suggested that they go to the school restaurant for dinner. When they got there were many people waiting to order food, but they decided to wait anyway. Have a seat, I'll get you something, David said. Leona sat down at one of the tables while he got in line by himself. Just then, 3 girls entered the restaurant. As soon as they came in the door, they started whining. Ugh, since when are nobodies like this allowed to eat in here? Leona wondered who they were talking about, but the 3 girls walked right up to David and sneered at him. You must be the poorest student at Richmond, right? You don't deserve to eat in a place like this. Yeah, you should go to a filthy bar somewhere where you belong, said one of them. I recognize him. He's that poor student in the biology department. He gets school grants every year, sneered another. Leona frowned, stood up and went up to the 3 girls. You 3 are horrible. Do you even know who he is? Leona almost told them David's real identity, but he grabbed her hand and gave her a look to stop her. She bit her lip and stopped talking. "Leona, you don't have to sympathize with this nobody," one of the girls said. "I think he's using your sympathy to get close to you." Just then it was David's turn to order food. He turned to the chef. "I would like 2 orders of paella and 2 bottles of mineral water, please." After he had ordered, the 3 girls gathered around him and kept ridiculing him. "You filthy loser. Can you even afford 2 portions? Look at him. He's a student at Richmond, and what does he do with his grant? Paella and mineral water are expensive, but this nobody bought them without blinking an eye. You should drop out of school. We should expose you online." Other students around the table nodded and whispered about David. One said, "Grants should go to people who appreciate them." "I don't know how to work even though I'm so poor," another said in mocking imitation. No, I'll be poor all my life," a third joined in. Soon David's paella was ready. He took the plastic bag, paid the chef, and was ready to leave. "You don't even appreciate it," one of the girls exclaimed. "I'll kick you." She was about to kick David from behind when he suddenly shot her a look that made her tremble. She nearly fell over backward. David and Leona left the restaurant. The 3 girls walked out after them and ran over to a lawn beside the restaurant. Under a nearby tree, a young man was waiting for them. It was Colin. "Well done," he said. He got out his phone and sent them each $1,000. "Thanks, Colin," one of the girls said as they hugged him. "Colin, why did we have to make fun of that guy? Leona seems to be very protective of him. She scared us." "Because that's what's written in the diary," Colin answered. The girls didn't understand, but Colin didn't bother to explain. The girl who had tried to kick David in the restaurant looked especially confused. "By the way, Colin, who is he? He's very handsome. He gave me a look that scared me to death." "I was afraid to tell you before since it might affect your performance. I'll tell you now, but you must keep a secret, or there will be consequences." The girls looked at him with serious faces. He is David Drake, the head of one of the wealthiest families in D.C. At this revelation, the girls' faces turned a whitish gray, and their knees went so weak with fear that they almost fell to the ground. Meanwhile, David and Leona were walking down the main road of the university. "I stopped you just now because I want to really experience what it's like just being some poor guy, even when it's hard." "Are you angry?" David asked. "Of course I'm not angry," Leona answered. On the contrary, she felt that David had been very tolerant, and she admired him because of it. "Good. Shall we go and eat by the lake? It's really nice there." Leona agreed, and they went to the lake together. David put their food down on a rock and suggested that they take a walk along the lake. While they were walking, David noticed a piece of blue paper in the grass. This was a mark he had asked Colin to set out for him. "Leona, it's really beautiful here," David said as he quietly led Leona toward a particular patch of grass. When he stepped on it, she slipped and fell into the lake with a yelp and a splash. "Help!" she screamed as she thrashed around in the water. Episode 205, Ensnared in Love. "Leona, don't panic. I'm here," David shouted as he threw himself into the water. He had practiced swimming since childhood and was quite at home in the water. If he hadn't been so confident in his abilities, he never would have asked Colin to help him stage such a trick. He grabbed Leona's hand and swam to shore. She had drunk some of the water, and she bent down as if she was going to vomit. "Are you okay?" David asked. Besides being soaking wet, Leona was no worse for wear. She nodded to him. "I'm fine. Thanks, David. It's not you. I might just..." "You don't have to explain. Don't worry. You're going to be fine," David said and smiled. Looking at Leona's wet face and clothes made him imagine bathing with her in a hotel bathtub. He bit his lip and pushed those thoughts away. He sent her to the girls' dormitory. When she was done changing her clothes, she followed him back to the lake. "We didn't have to go back here," David said, sounding worried. Leona smiled back at him. "It's okay. Let's just not take any more baths. The food might be cold by now. Let's eat it quickly." When they opened the lunchbox, the paella was indeed getting cold. Thinking that David had just risked his life to save her, Leona saw him as a true hero with a great sense of responsibility. She took a bite of the paella and suddenly felt a tingling all over her body. A vague image of a figure appeared in her mind. She was falling into the water, and a man came running. He saved her from the water and yelled at her, but she could not see his face. "It's David. He saved me just now," Leona thought. Tears ran from her eyes and dripped into the lunchbox. "Leona, what's the matter?" David asked in a carefree tone. "David, you're the richest guy in town," Leona answered, staring at him with tears in her eyes. "Why would you risk your life to save me?" "I naturally want to protect you, that's all. There's no sense dwelling on it." David spoke bluntly. He knew that if he showed his true mind too much, he would make a fool of himself. Having seen how Leona acted around him, he knew that he had already made a good impression. In a few days, he would be able to claim her. "Oh, thanks. You're very kind," Leona said and smiled at him. David is worthy of being the head of a rich family, she thought. He's different from the others. I'm lucky my sister is marrying him. They finished the paella. Leona thought it was especially delicious, better than anything she had ever eaten. She led David back to the school gate, where he grabbed a rental bike and got ready to leave. "David, thanks for inviting me out today. Turns out I like paella very much," Leona said and smiled. David answered triumphantly, "Well, I could come to your school often to have paella with you. Do you want me to?" Leona blushed, and he thought perhaps he had been too forward. He was slightly lost inside his head and didn't know how to express himself. He laughed. "I'm just kidding. I'll come whether we're eating or not, as long as you don't dislike hanging out with me." Leona raised her eyes and saw that his face was unrestrained and totally relaxed in the sun. She had the urge to say something. "I don't dislike you." She hadn't planned to say that, and she quickly lowered her head. She felt shy and timid and did not know what to do. "Goodbye, I'm gone." When she heard David's voice trailing off, Leona looked up. He had already hopped onto his bicycle and was going down the street. Without knowing it, Leona smiled at him. David rode his bike for just a little while before he heard the signal. Leona has turned back in his earphones. After that, he stopped and threw the bike away on the sidewalk. Moments later, a Mercedes-Benz RV drove up beside him and stopped. The door opened and he got in. Daryl was sitting in the car smiling. "Since when does David Drake ride a bicycle and get called a nobody?" David mumbled. "It makes you angry just thinking about it." There was a young lady in the RV who immediately started helping him out of the cheap clothes
and into something more fashionable. While David was getting undressed, Colin came running over to the RV. "David, I'm sorry. Those 3 girls went overboard." "They're lucky I'm doing this for Leona. If anyone dared to talk to me like that for real, I would ruin them," David answered angrily. The young lady was done helping David change his clothes, and he sat back in his seat. David had a huge grin on his face. "David," we saw Leona's expression. "She has started to fall for you," David said triumphantly. "Well, you all said that Leona's hard to catch. I also thought that at first. But after this morning, I think it's going to be pretty easy." Daryl was smiling, but inside he was irritated with David. "If you didn't have that diary, you'd be like me. She would have turned you down before the meal was finished," he thought in his mind. "Given the effect you had today, you'll have her in a couple of weeks," Daryl said. "It's true," David answered. "But I've been thinking about that diary. I can't figure out what kind of person this Alex is, and how he could do all these wonderful things." "Just be patient," Daryl said. "After all, you want to reel the beauty in." David sighed heavily. "It's all for Leona. As long as I can get her, it's all worth it." For the past few days, Alex had wanted to find Miriam and get the diary back, but he didn't know where she was. He had gone to Leona's place twice, but she ignored him. He felt very sad and ended up standing outside her flat for some time watching for her. But he was pleased to see that Colin rarely came to see her. He managed to calm down a little and put more energy into his studies, and his daily life improved substantially. The Olympic Games in Washington, D.C. were coming up soon. In recent days, sports teams from all around the world had arrived in the city one after another. News about the Olympics was broadcast constantly on television, and all kinds of restrictions had been imposed. On the day of the opening ceremony, the controls were particularly strict. Not only was the number of spectators limited, but all of DC's traffic police were deployed to keep order in the streets. On the afternoon of the opening day, Alex was reading in the library when someone patted him on the shoulder. When he turned around, he saw Philippa standing over him. He was instantly affected by her smile, and he smiled back at her. "Aren't you supposed to be at the opening ceremony today? How do you still have time for me?" he asked. "Yes, I'm going there now. Do you have time to go with me?" she said. "Well, you go there to work. I'd be alone. It's boring. I think I'd better not go." Alex thought of the last time he had gone to the Olympic Sports Center. When they had dinner, he had found that Philippa seemed to have feelings for him. Since then, he had deliberately kept his distance. "I think this is a big moment in my life," Philippa said, and her eyes grew sadder. "I really want to have someone close to accompany me, but Mom and Dad are in my hometown. If you don't accompany me, I'll feel really lonely." Noticing this, Alex nodded. "Okay, I'll go with you. It'll be nice seeing the opening ceremony." Philippa suddenly cheered up. "I'm a volunteer, so I don't have tickets. When I go to the stadium, I can only stand by the door. If you want to see the live performance, we'll have to watch it on the screens outside together. Do you still want to come?" Alex didn't know what to say. All he could do was laugh and nod. "I look so smart. Why am I so stupid?" he thought. "I can't even talk to a girl. I can't help being single. I deserve it." Philippa suddenly seemed to realize something, and she blushed faintly. "Okay, let's go now. There's a lot to do when we get there." She led him out of the library. They found a taxi outside the school and went straight to the Olympic Sports Center. In a taxi, they chatted a little more. They talked about the New Year's party, when Alex had donated over 1.5 million euros to the school.
What Philippa didn't know was that he had lied to her when he said that the real donor was the middle-aged beauty at the Ruby Hotel. He claimed that she had pitied him and given him a lot of money, but he had felt uneasy and given it all to the school. Philippa had believed his story. "Think about it, though," she said as they walked to the stadium. "If you gave me 1.5 million euros, I'd give some of it to my parents first, then buy some houses, and then I'd rent them out. I can't imagine how comfortable I'd be then." They walked quickly to the square in front of the stadium. The opening ceremony would begin in just a few hours, and there were many people in the square holding national flags. Some were taking group photos, and some had already walked to the entrance of the stadium. On the western side of the square, there was a food truck with many people around it. Alex was pleased to see that it was Nellie Lane's truck. "Nellie is there," he said. "Let's go and have a look." They squeezed into the crowd and saw Nellie making pancakes inside the food truck. As she turned the pancakes in the pan, she was shouting out to the crowd, "Delicious pancakes! Proper American pancakes!" There was also a thin boy who had taken Alex's old job in the food truck, distributing drinks and snacks. "Nellie!" he exclaimed. Hearing his voice, Nellie's whole body trembled. She looked up from her stove and saw him. "Little loser, it's you!" "What are you doing here?" Alex asked happily. Nellie smiled from ear to ear. "Today is the opening of the Olympics, and there are so many people here. I had to come. I'm making a ton of money." Philippa looked downcast and leaned over to Alex. "You talk, I'll go to work. Come to the E2 entrance and look for me. If you don't have time to come, you don't have to." She smiled faintly and walked away. "Oh, your old classmate is angry because you don't want to spend time with her," Nellie said as she handed a pancake to a customer. "Don't be silly. We're just classmates." Alex looked embarrassed as he said it. He went into the truck and talked to Nellie while he helped her sell things. The people standing around the food truck had come from all over the world, and most of them spoke English a little awkwardly. At one point, a man with a white cap and a bushy beard came up to the food truck and spoke to Alex in a language he didn't understand. Episode 206, The Opening Ceremony. Alex was confused because he didn't recognize what language the man was speaking. He asked with an embarrassed smile, "Can you speak English?" The man shook his head and looked puzzled. He repeated his original words to Alex, but Alex didn't recognize the language. Other people around him were also looking at each other with puzzled expressions. No one could understand what the man was saying. "Give him one of the wipes," Nellie suddenly suggested. Alex didn't know why, but he took out a pack of wet wipes from behind the counter and gave it to the man. The man smiled and took a wipe out of the packet. When he was finished cleaning his fingers, he reached back into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. He asked a question in the same language as before. Before Alex could protest, Nellie responded to him in the same language. Shrugging, the man took out a few coins and handed them to Alex. Then he pushed his way through the crowd and left. Alex was surprised that Nellie had known what to do. He asked her, "Nellie, I didn't know that you could speak a foreign language. What language was he speaking?" "There is a lot you don't know about me. He was speaking Malay," Nellie replied proudly as she continued making pancakes. "How can you speak Malay?" Alex asked in surprise. It's nothing. What's the big deal? She said casually. She handed him a pancake to the client and then looked at Alex and said, Your girlfriend didn't ask you to come here to help me. If you don't go and find her, she won't be happy. I told you that Philippa and I are just friends. Don't call her my girlfriend, Alex said crossly. After spending a long time helping in the food truck, Alex took off his apron, took 2 bottles of soda from the container, and gave the money for them to Nellie. You're busy. I'll leave you to it, he said and walked out of the truck. Nellie watched him leave and said with a sneer, You say that you're in love with someone else, but I've seen the way you look at that girl. And who are you buying those drinks for? Alex turned to explain, but Nellie looked so cynically at him that he knew he wouldn't be able to convince her. He simply said, Think whatever you want, and walked away. He walked to the stadium entrance where Philippa had told him she would be working. When he got there, he saw 2 rows of young people in volunteer uniforms standing on each side of the entrance, guiding the guests in. One of them was Philippa, so he walked over to her. Philippa, here's a drink for you, he said as he smiled and handed her the cola. She smiled at him and said, Thank you. Can you hang on to it for a while for me? There's so many people arriving at the moment. I'm very busy. He sat down next to her and watched her communicating fluently with foreign visitors in their native languages. He admired her very much. A few moments later, a beautiful woman arrived and stood in front of Philippa and Alex. She was wearing a blue and white silk dress suit, and her makeup was exquisite. She looked just like a top model walking down the runway. It was Miriam. Alex saw her and immediately stood up. Pointing at her, he said, Miriam, where's my backpack? Your backpack? I've lost it, she replied with a sneer. When he heard that she had lost his backpack, he felt a chill in his heart. He said angrily, You're sick, you know that? Miriam smiled at him cruelly. Oh, you think you have a right to scold me? I also want to tell you that I found a diary inside the backpack. I burned every page of it. This was a lie. She didn't know what Daryl had done with the diary they found in Alex's bag, but she knew it was important to Alex, and she wanted to hurt him. That was my most precious possession. How could you burn it? When he heard that Debbie's diary had been burned to ashes, Alex shivered all over. He rushed at Miriam, raising his arm to slap her across the cheek. Several volunteers stepped over to restrain him. Philippa also grabbed him and whispered, She's a lead volunteer. She'll be leading the athletes into the stadium later. You'll be in so much trouble if you hurt her. Alex managed to contain his anger. He tried to satisfy himself by glaring at Miriam coldly. She saw that he wasn't going to try to attack her again and relaxed slightly. She teased him. You stupid loser! You still want to hit me, don't you? Then she looked at Philippa and said with a contemptuous smile, Philippa, it seems that you really are getting together with Alex. Are you really willing to stoop so low? What does that say about you? She chuckled and then continued, Look at you compared to me. We go to the same university, but look at us now, huh? You're just some lowly volunteer whose only job is to stand at the entrance and show the audience where to go. I'm the lead volunteer. I will lead the athletes into the stadium. What's more, I will lead the American team and I'll appear on live TV. You only got that role by sucking up to Daryl. What's so impressive about that? Alex sneered. It doesn't matter how I got to where I am. What matters is that I'm far more important than your girlfriend. She's only qualified to stand at the door. well, I will be leading the American athletes with the whole world watching."
Miriam glared at Alex and continued,
"Have you had a good look at my outfit? It was designed by an Italian designer. Only 40 people in the world have the same suit. It's worth more than $10,000. Now, look at what your girlfriend's wearing. A Volunteers polo shirt. There's no comparison."
Philippa glared at Miriam angrily. But when Miriam called her Alex's girlfriend, Philippa's heart fluttered a little and her cheeks flushed. She looked away. Then they all heard a man's voice calling, "Honey, why don't you go in?" A tall, fashionable young man walked over with his cell phone in his hand. It was Daryl. Miriam took his arm and said,
"Daryl, I'm so glad you're here. Look who showed up."
"Isn't that the man who tried to grab you before and then got into a fight with Jake? Hey, Alex, why are you here?" Daryl said with a sneer.
"Philippa, you should aim a bit higher. You should find yourself a man more like Daryl. Who wants a loser like Alex?"
Miriam said proudly. "Baby, it's late. Let's go in," Daryl said, and then he accompanied Miriam into the stadium. Philippa said to Alex,
"Just sit there for a minute. There's no point being angry with such people. It's not worth it."
She indicated a seat behind her and continued to guide the audience into the stadium. Later that evening, everyone was in the stadium, and Philippa was finally finished with her work. She said to Alex,
"Let's go inside and sit down for a while."
His mood had improved a little. He looked at her, a little surprised, and said, "Don't we need tickets?" She assured him,
"We have a special volunteer area where we can watch everything live on a big screen."
They were about to go in when they heard someone call,
"Alex!"
He recognized Nellie's voice. Looking around, they spotted her heading toward them. She asked,
"Are you going to the stadium? Please, can I go with you?"
Alex asked, "Shouldn't you be working on the stand today? There will be lots of people around." Philippa said with a smile,
"Now that the audience is in the stadium, who's going to be buying pancakes outside?
Besides, someone else is running the pancake stand for her." Alex remembered that Nellie had hired someone to work on the stand. Nellie tapped his forehead and said,
"Philippa is smart, Alex. Your brain is like a pimple."
Looking at Nellie and Philippa in front of him, Alex realized he was feeling happier than he had in a while. He didn't mind having a pimple for a brain. For the moment, he was satisfied. Philippa took them to the volunteer rest area. It was a large area with 8 big screens on the walls, which were broadcasting the opening ceremony. There were more than 100 people in the hall, chatting with each other and watching the screens. Alex sat down on a chair in front of one of the screens. At 8 o'clock sharp, a dazzling firework display announced the official start of the opening ceremony. This was followed by 2 dance performances. Then, the TV commentator said, "And now, the athletes will start to enter the stadium." On screen, they could see the parade of athletes from all over the world being led into the stadium by the lead volunteers. Belgium, Colombia, France, Spain. Finally, the host delegation from the USA walked in, and there was a huge round of applause. Miriam held the sign saying USA proudly in front of her as she led the athletes in. There were 10 seconds of TV footage of Miriam, which was a significant portion of the live broadcast of the opening ceremony. She looked stunning and was smiling sweetly at the camera. When the people in the hall saw her, they were all full of praise. All the lead volunteers were incredibly beautiful. After the athletes entered the stadium, they moved on to the next part of the ceremony. The volunteers in the rest area were glued to the live broadcast. Suddenly, several people entered, and someone said in a loud voice,
"Daryl, didn't I look good in the ceremony just now?"
It was Daryl who had walked in with Miriam on his arm. "The most beautiful woman in the world. I was watching live, and when you appeared, the commentators couldn't stop talking about your beauty," Daryl said with a smile as he pulled out a chair for Miriam to sit in. Nellie saw Miriam and whispered,
"Ugh, I can't stand her."
Most of the people in the hall knew Daryl, and many recognized that Miriam was the lead volunteer that they had just watched in the ceremony. They all stood up to greet them. "Daryl, is this your girlfriend? She's stunning," said one man. Another agreed.
"Yes, I saw her in the ceremony. She looked like a celestial being." "Daryl, are you here to watch the opening ceremony with us?" asked an admirer.
"You're all right. Of course, my girlfriend must be the most beautiful of the lead volunteers," Daryl laughed.
"Oh, they're here too,"
Miriam said when she saw Alex. She pulled Daryl toward them with a sinister expression. They approached Philippa and Alex and said,
"Didn't you see me and Daryl walk in? Everyone else stood up to say hello to us, but you decided to just sit there?"
"What do we care that you've just walked in?" Nellie said with a sneer.
"Hey, you ugly cow! How dare you speak to me like that?"
Miriam said angrily.
"I'm the lead volunteer for the American athletes. Compared to me, you're nothing but trash. How dare you talk to me like that?"
She shouted to all the other volunteers.
"Everyone, look at these 3 people. 2 of them were my high school classmates. They went to a good school, and yet now they're all losers. They came here to volunteer, and they think they're good enough to mix with people like us."
Then she pointed to Nellie and said,
"And look at this ugly freak. We have beautiful men and beautiful women in the hall today. She really shouldn't have been allowed in, don't you think?"
Episode 207, The Sultan of Brunei. Until that moment, no one had been paying any attention to Alex and his friends. When Miriam pointed out that the girl with short hair had acne scars on her face and was quite unattractive, everyone started to whisper about her. But they weren't heartless. There was no way that they would kick her out because of the way she looked. Miriam put her arm around Daryl and said,
"Daryl, you should kick these 3 people out. They have no respect for us."
Daryl said aloud to everyone, "Listen to me. These 3 are not good people." He pointed at Alex. "This guy grabbed my girlfriend in a restaurant 2 days ago. Luckily, I was there, and I stopped him from doing anything else." Then he pointed at Philippa. "I really feel like this girl should know better than to hang out with this creep. My girlfriend knows her. They went to the same school. But clearly she's not making smart choices." He didn't even bother to comment specifically on Nellie. Instead, he gestured at all 3 of them and summed up his judgment, saying, "They shouldn't be here. They're bringing down the whole room." When they listened to Daryl's words, some people started to agree with him. One young volunteer said,
"Mom, look at that boy's cheap clothes. I thought he was a good student in a work-study program, but it turns out that he's the sort of boy to push his luck with that beautiful woman."
His mother agreed.
"You're right, and the girl is just as bad. She looks so pretty, but why would she mix with such scum? She should be more careful about who she associates with."
Her husband added, "Birds of a feather flock together. It's true, you know." Alex frowned and said to everyone,
"Please don't believe their words. They're not telling you the whole truth. They have it in for me, so they're trying to stir up trouble, that's all.
Miriam interjected.
Oh, please. How dare you claim that you didn't grab my hand that day?
Alex started to try to explain.
I grabbed your hand because...
But Daryl interrupted him. He said, "You heard me. This loser just admitted it himself. I think these three should leave now. Are you all with me?"
"But we don't have the right to drive them out," said one boy.
"Listen, I personally know the director of the U.S. Olympic Games. It's not a problem. I will give $2,000 to the first person to kick these three out. I will also give a further $2,000 to the Olympic Committee," Daryl said with a smile.
"Really?"
A portly man stood up excitedly. When he heard that the first person to volunteer would be given $2,000, he called out, "I'll help." When everyone realized that the portly man was going to be given the reward, lots of others started shouting out.
"I'll do it,"
said one guy.
"I'll come too,"
said his friend.
"I want to help,"
said another. More than 10 young people rushed at Alex and his friends, wanting to kick them out so that they could get the reward.
"What are you doing? Leave us alone,"
Nellie exclaimed angrily. Philippa was frightened. She grabbed Alex's hand and whispered in horror,
"Alex, what are we going to do?"
Alex immediately stepped in front of the two girls, blocking everyone from reaching them. He held a stool above his head and waved it violently at the crowd. He managed to keep them a couple of yards away. Assessing the current situation, he realized that they could not stay there any longer. He thought,
"If those guys really do kick us out, they could hurt the girls. I won't be able to stop them."
He shouted, "Get out of the way. We'll leave by ourselves."
"Alex, what a hero you are. Now suddenly you want to leave anyway. You're such a loser,"
Miriam said triumphantly with a smile. She raised her cell phone to Philippa's face. A video of the parade played on the screen.
"Philippa, look. The whole of America, and probably the whole world, has just watched me leading the parade. Although you go to one of the best universities, you're just a menial volunteer. I bet for the rest of your life you'll never do anything as great as what I've done today. You should be dying of shame."
Daryl also sneered. "You stupid loser. Now you want to leave by yourself?" He looked at the crowd and said, "Well, I won't let him. Listen to me. If you throw him out, I'll give you another 10,000. I bet you'd all like to earn that kind of money today." Suddenly, there was pandemonium. It was useless for Alex to wave the stool again. When they heard the amount that Daryl was offering, nothing would stop the young men from trying to earn it. They rushed at Alex and his friends, looking possessed. When Alex realized that he couldn't stop them, he threw down the stool and stood in front of Philippa and Nellie, trying to protect them. At that moment, the door of the hall opened, and a majestic voice boomed, "What are you doing?" Hearing the man's voice, everyone froze. Then they turned around. A middle-aged man walked into the crowd. His expression was livid. He said furiously, "You're here to help us run the Olympic Games, not to fight. Do you want me to throw you all out?" It was Sebastian Wade, the director of volunteers for the Washington Olympics and an important member of the organizing committee. He was responsible for the volunteers, the security guards, and other helpers. The volunteers knew that Sebastian held a lot of power. If he was dissatisfied with them, he would not only deduct money from their wages, but he would also fail their evaluations and prevent them from receiving any awards or preferential treatment from the school. All the work they had put in over the previous month would be in vain. "Mr. Wade, they're just having fun. They're young people, Daryl said politely as he approached Sebastian. Daryl, you're here too. Hello, replied Sebastian. Then he turned to the volunteers and said, We have an emergency in the opening ceremony. The Sultan of Brunei is due to give a speech on the rostrum later, but his translator is cancelled last minute. We're in desperate need of someone who can speak Malay. Can any of you help us? When she heard this, Nellie was slightly stunned and murmured in a low voice, If the Sultan is here, then the Queen must be around here somewhere. Nellie, what are you talking about? Alex and Philippa heard what Nellie murmured, but didn't understand what she was talking about. Nothing, said Nellie. The other students looked at each other and thought the situation was probably hopeless. Most of them had taken French or Spanish in school. Malay was a very uncommon language in American education. No one? Sebastian asked aloud, but no one stepped forward. Several people answered, No, sorry. Sebastian put away his cell phone, frowned, and said, If we can't find a translator, this opening ceremony will be regarded by the world as a disaster. What can I do? Sebastian's eyes strayed to one of the large screens on the wall. On the screen, he could see the Sultan seated on the podium. Beside him was an empty seat with the label, Queen of Brunei. Nellie saw what he was looking at and asked in a loud voice, Didn't the Queen come? Sebastian replied in a deep voice, The Queen should also have been here, but she couldn't attend today. Nellie was happy. She grabbed Alex and whispered in his ear, Tell him that you can speak Malay. Huh? Alex was surprised, but when he saw Nellie's joyful face, he suddenly remembered that she had been able to speak Malay in the square that afternoon. He couldn't figure out what she wanted now, but he trusted her. So he raised his hand and said in a loud voice, Mr. Wade, I can speak Malay. Everyone looked at Alex, and Sebastian said with joy, Really? That's wonderful. You'll be speaking with the Sultan. Quickly, it's not too late. Come with me. Alex led Nellie and Philippa over to Sebastian. Miriam stepped up to them and said coldly, Mr. Wade, this boy is lying to you. He and I are old classmates, and I know that he can't speak Malay. Everyone assumed that Alex had only said that he could speak Malay to give himself a chance to get away. They realized that if he managed to get out, they would lose their opportunity to earn money from Daryl. Other people quickly started to point at Alex. One said, Mr. Wade, he can't speak Malay. He's lying, said another. Someone else shouted, He's a loser. He probably doesn't even know the English alphabet, let alone speak another language. Don't let him leave. Sebastian looked at Alex's shabby appearance and cheap clothes and started to have some doubts. However, under such circumstances, he had no option but to take a risk. Some of the Sultan's subordinates were also there waiting for him to resolve the problem. He frowned but quickly made a decision. He turned to Alex and said, You come with me. Alex, Nellie, and Philippa followed Sebastian to the main office of the Olympic Committee. The chief director was frowning, but when he saw that Sebastian had brought someone who could speak Malay, he was overjoyed. He pulled Alex toward the two Brunei subordinates and asked him to speak with them. Well, I don't know what to say, Alex said with an embarrassed smile. What? The chief director was furious. Alex said quickly, You don't have to be angry. I don't have anything to say, but my friend does. Then he pushed Nellie to the front. Nellie and the two subordinates understood each other perfectly. The chief director and Sebastian were relieved. Nellie looked at the chief director and said, "I'm happy to translate, but I don't want to be on the camera directly. Please let Alex stand on the podium and be filmed. I'll dress up as a mascot and whisper the words to him. Is that okay?" The chief director nodded. He had overheard some of what Daryl had said about Nellie and thought the girl might be self-conscious about her appearance. He was happy to have her wear a disguise if it meant she would serve as a translator. "Director, I think we should also have a Spanish translator next to me. Spanish is the second most spoken language in the US, after all. Is it okay if my friend also comes up on the podium?" Alex said to the director. Thinking of the way that Miriam had ridiculed Philippa, he wanted to give her the opportunity to use her language skills in front of the world. That would show which of them deserved to look down on the other. Okay. The director agreed, and immediately sent Alex and Philippa to have their clothes and makeup done. Alex and Philippa quickly dressed and had their makeup done. Nellie put on the costume of the mascot, which was a bald eagle. No one would be able to recognize her with the head part of a costume covering her face. It was soon time for the Sultan to speak. The director asked the organizers to lead Alex and Philippa into position next to the Sultan. Standing on the podium next to the Sultan, Alex felt very excited. He was impressed with the dignified appearance of the Sultan. It all felt like he was in a trance or a dream. He found it difficult to believe that it was all really happening. A voice announced, "Next, let's welcome the Sultan of Brunei." Thunderous applause broke out in the stadium. Episode 208, Star of the Show. The Sultan of Brunei stood up. Alex and Philippa were both a little dazed. Nellie, who was dressed as the mascot, gently touched Alex's arm to reassure him. The Sultan began to speak majestically into the microphone. However, he spoke in Malay, and very few people in the audience could understand him. Alex heard Nellie whisper to him, "Hello, everyone. I am very happy to be here with you in the United States of America." Alex felt relieved that he could hear Nellie's translation clearly. He repeated her words into the microphone. "Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you in the United States of America." Philippa, standing on the other side, heard Alex's English translation and immediately translated what he said into Spanish. There was a burst of applause and cheers from the audience. Alex and Philippa started to relax as they listened attentively to the Sultan. With Nellie's help, Alex delivered the English translation of the speech, and Philippa delivered the speech again in Spanish. They cooperated very well with each other. In the volunteer rest hall at the moment, everyone was astonished to see Alex and Philippa on the podium with the Sultan of Brunei. They couldn't believe that they had really dared to go up. Miriam was particularly bewildered, and she stood like a statue staring at the screen. When Alex had first stepped up onto the podium, Miriam was shocked, but she still didn't believe that he could speak Malay. She thought that the Sultan would speak, and Alex wouldn't be able to translate. He would disgrace himself and the whole U.S. Olympic Committee in front of the whole world. She figured it would turn into a diplomatic nightmare. She smiled to herself at the trouble that he would be in. She thought, "Alex, you really are the most stupid fool in the world. And Philippa, you are willing to accompany him to also make a fool of yourself. You only have yourself to blame." However, when Alex smoothly translated the Sultan's speech, everyone was awestruck. There was a burst of admiration in the hall. Miriam's heart froze and her whole body felt numb. Questions were racing through her mind. She wondered when and where Alex had learned the language. It had only been 2 years since she had last seen him. How had he become fluent in a new language so quickly? The live broadcast camera remained focused on the Sultan, but Alex and Philippa were also visible on the side of the screen. The volunteers watching them had gotten over their shock of seeing them up there and were expressing their admiration for them. One man said, "Those two are amazing. They're both excellent at foreign languages." His friend said, "The camera's been on them the whole time that the Sultan's been speaking. They're live on TV and will be seen by people all over the country and all over the world. That's amazing. I really envy them." "They're the people we were about to kick out just now. Who would have thought that they would be the big stars of the opening ceremony? They're even more important than those of us who run the show." Miriam's expression was pure fury. She couldn't bear it. In her mind, they were still two losers. She was miserable. She muttered, "So, they're translating for the leader of a small country. What's the big deal?" By that time, Alex and Philippa had finished translating for the Sultan. On screen, the viewers could see that the Sultan was talking to the US president. But then he turned back to Alex and gave him a thumbs up, as if praising him for his good translation skills. The volunteers watching were even more shocked when they saw the president actually shaking Alex's hand. "Whoa, the Sultan just gave him a thumbs up," one man said. "I want to have a closer look at him. I feel very honored that I met him. He even shook the president's hand," said his girlfriend excitedly. "That boy is going places," someone else stated. Miriam was horrified. Before that moment, she thought that even if Alex had done the translation at the opening ceremony, he was still just a loser. But now everything was different. He had personally met and shaken the hand of the president. That put him way above her in Miriam's mind. Alex, Philippa, and Nellie were led off the podium by the organizers and were taken straight to the director's office. The director of the U.S. Olympic Committee and more than 20 staff members were standing in the office, smiling and clapping their hands. The director went to Alex and shook his hand vigorously. He said, "Thank you. Without you, the opening ceremony would have been a disaster. You should feel very proud of your role today." "Director, you're welcome," Alex said. Then he looked at Nellie and said, "But today it was my friend, Nellie, who should receive the honor." "Yes, Director, I am the translator. You should be grateful to me." Nellie pushed Alex aside, stood in front of the director, and said with a smile, "However, I don't need you to thank me officially. I have a food cart outside, and all I ask is that you buy your dinner from me." "Certainly, of course, definitely," the director agreed. Then he turned and said to his subordinates, "After the opening ceremony, let's all go to this young lady's cart. We will spend plenty of money." "Yes, of course," everyone agreed. Nellie giggled. Now that the opening ceremony was over, the director invited Alex, Nellie, and Philippa to dinner, but Alex politely declined. He thanked the director and they walked out of the office. As they were leaving the stadium, Philippa suddenly remembered. "Hang on, I left my bag in the volunteer rest area." "I'll go with you to get it," Alex offered. When they reached the rest area, they paused in the doorway. Alex told the girls to wait at the door. He said, "Don't come in. We don't know what everyone will do. They might surround us again. I'll go in alone. I don't want either of you to get hurt." Alex pushed the door open and went in. Everyone turned and looked at Alex. One by one, they stood up and stared at him. They each felt anxious when they thought about how they had tried to kick him out earlier. They thought, why has he come back? We treated him so badly before and tried to kick him out. Has he come back to take his revenge on us? Of course, this was not the same man that they had ridiculed earlier. Now, he was someone who had shaken hands with the president. They now looked at him in a completely different light. You still want to get rid of me, don't you? Alex looked at everyone, frowned, and said, I'm just here to get my friend's bag, and then I'll leave. If you still want to fight me, what are you waiting for? The volunteers were relieved to hear that he was only there to collect a bag, not to confront them over how they had behaved earlier. With a long sigh of relief, one of the men nearest to Alex said, No, Alex, you misunderstood. We were wrong before. You're very welcome here. Another said, Yes, of course. Which bag is yours? I'll get it for you. Come in and bring your friends, said another. Alex was astounded. He still remembered how scared he had been of these people just an hour before. He couldn't believe they had changed their attitudes so quickly. Philippa and Nellie were still waiting by the door, and they started to worry about Alex. When they pushed open the door, they saw how everyone was welcoming him, and they were also surprised. Nellie laughed. Of course, they must have seen Alex shaking hands with the president, and now they're afraid of him. We don't have to be scared of them now. They won't say anything to us if we're with him. Nellie pushed the door open and went in, pulling Philippa with her. They went over to Alex. Why did you come in? Alex asked. Nellie smiled and whispered back, It's okay. Then she looked around her and said to the other volunteers, You all wanted to kick us out before. Why don't you do it now? Come and try it. Earn your money from Daryl. The volunteers were very worried that Alex would report them to the volunteer director. Now, even the director of the U.S. Olympics was indebted to him. Alex had the power to ruin them all. They were desperate to please him and get into his good books. No, we weren't thinking straight before, one man pleaded. Another said beseechingly, Alex, buddy, we were wrong before. We're all friends here. We're on your side. Of course we have no right to kick you out. We wouldn't even try, said another. Huh, Nellie said with a sneer. You've all changed your attitudes very quickly. Do you expect us to forgive you? She continued. When Alex was speaking with Mr. Wade earlier, he told him about your terrible behavior. He told Alex that he can punish you as he sees fit. Alex was dumbstruck. He knew that Mr. Wade hadn't said anything like that. But he glanced at Nellie and nodded. Nellie looked at the crowd and said with a leisurely smile, Yes, you heard me right. These were the director's exact words. Everyone was shocked. All of a sudden, Nellie roared at the crowd. Now get down on your knees. They were all petrified and deeply regretted their previous behavior. They were desperate to make up for their mistakes, but didn't know how. Nellie's roar made many of them tremble, and more than half of them dropped instantly to their knees. When the other half saw the others were on their knees, they also dropped to the ground. The only two people who refused to kneel were Miriam and Daryl. They sat on their chairs and looked around them. They didn't know what to do. Episode 209, David's Cunning Trick.
I see that some of you still don't want to admit your mistakes, Nellie said as she glanced at Daryl and Miriam. She smiled and continued. It seems that there are culprits here who refuse to admit that they were wrong. However, I don't think we need to be here anymore. We're going to leave, and we won't be responsible for what happens to you once we've gone. Alex, let's go. Nellie pulled Alex and Philippa toward the exit, preparing to leave. Behind them, there was a cry from the crowd. Alex, don't go, someone shouted. Girls, why don't you stay? Asked someone else. Give us a chance to make it up to you, the first man called. Nellie smiled at Alex and Philippa. She turned back to the crowd with a bitter look on her face and said, Look, those two are refusing to kneel down. How can we really believe that you all feel repentant? Everyone looked at Miriam and Daryl, and several people whispered urgently at them. Please kneel, said one man. Come on, kneel, said another. Another pleaded, It's not good for any of us if you refuse to kneel. Daryl was deep in thought. Although Miriam was also afraid, she felt sure that he would protect her. There was no way that she could bear to kneel down to Alex and Philippa. She stood up and exclaimed stridently, You're asking me to kneel for this loser? It's impossible. I will never respect them. Suddenly, Daryl stood up and slapped her across the face. He had been hesitant to kneel down himself, but he didn't want to infuriate Alex further with her words. He was worried that if Alex could now influence the president himself, he could choose to ruin his business and his reputation in D.C. There wasn't time to think. He was desperate to shut Miriam. All he could think to do was to slap her across the face. Miriam clutched her cheek, glaring at Daryl in disbelief. Daryl? He didn't reply, but just sighed deeply and kneeled on the ground. He lowered his head to hide his face, which was red and hot with shame. That left Miriam as the only person who wasn't kneeling. No one had confronted her before because they were afraid of Daryl. Now that he was also kneeling, they all started yelling at her. Miriam, get down on your knees, shouted one girl. Kneel down, girl, yelled a man. Do you want us all to suffer? Asked another angrily. A boy kneeling beside Miriam stealthily shoved the backs of her knees. She wobbled and fell to her knees on the ground. Well, that's better, Nellie said with a smile. Alex and Philippa looked at each other with wry smiles. They were both impressed with Nellie's boldness and amused at her love of trouble. Let's go to the front, Nellie said, as she led Alex and Philippa to the front, where they sat down on chairs. Nellie said to Alex, Well, I've sorted them all out for you. Remember how they insulted all of us before. Now it's up to you how you want to deal with them. Alex looked at Philippa. She didn't look angry. She clearly felt that the volunteers had been punished enough. He looked at Nellie with a small smile and said in a low voice, The most important thing for people is their dignity. You made them kneel down to us. For them, that's much more hurtful than being beaten up. I think that's punishment enough. Nellie had been waiting eagerly to hear what inventive kind of punishment Alex had in mind. When she heard that he wanted to let them go, she rolled her eyes at him and said, Really? That's all? That's so disappointing. She crossed her arms huffily.
Shaking his head, Alex walked up to Miriam and said, "Miriam, that diary was precious to me and you destroyed it. Then you and Daryl provoked these people to attack us and drive us out. And you're one of my old classmates. You're a really horrible person." Miriam looked at Alex coldly, but she didn't dare say anything. She was afraid that if she screamed at him again, Daryl wouldn't support her. Alex said, "If you insult my friends again, I won't let it go." Then he went to Daryl, who lowered his head. He only hoped that Alex would punish him quickly. Before he knew what was happening, his nose was throbbing, and he realized that Alex had punched him in the face. He fell to the ground and lay there on his back. Daryl was out cold for a few seconds. When he woke up, there were 2 streams of bright red blood flowing out of his nose. Alex went back to Nellie. She clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Good. You stood up for yourself. Good job, loser." He replied with a smile, "We're done here. Let's go." He picked up Philippa's bag and they all walked out together. The people kneeling in the hall quickly made way for them to walk through. Nellie said goodbye to Alex and Philippa and went to the food truck. They took a cab back to the campus, where Alex walked Philippa to the girls' dormitory. Philippa was very grateful to Alex for everything that had happened at the opening ceremony. She said, "Thank you for everything tonight. If you hadn't been there, I don't know what would have happened." Alex replied with a smile, "It's Nellie we should both be thanking. Besides, you and I were classmates for many years. You shouldn't feel the need to thank me. You really still consider me an outsider, don't you?" Philippa blushed slightly and lowered her head. She said softly, "I don't think of you as an outsider." She blushed even more, quickly said goodbye, and ran into the dormitory. Alex watched her go, shook his head, and turned back to his dormitory. David Drake was lying in bed in his villa, looking at Debbie's diary. Reading the diary, he had learned all about her and the loser Alex. Using this information, he had been able to make rapid progress in his relationship with Leona Marvel. He had years of experience with women, and he saw himself as an expert. He believed that he had now reached a point where he should cement his relationship with Leona. He looked back at the diary and read the next scene, which described how Debbie had been bullied by Madison Robbins and her 3 friends on campus. That's when she first met Alex. When he read about the love between Debbie and Alex, he decided that he wanted his own relationship with Leona. He closed the diary, murmuring to himself, "I will propose to you tomorrow. You better not refuse me." The following day, Leona arrived early at the university gate to meet David. He had arranged to take her to visit the beautiful West Lake. Leona was very happy. For the past 2 weeks, David had been dressing in cheap clothes to try to understand what life was like for people less fortunate than himself. They had shared many experiences during that time. For example, when Leona was bullied in a restaurant, David defended her with a wine bottle. In the end, the bully had kneeled on the ground and apologized. She also knew that David had donated $50,000 to the Red Cross, although no one else believed it. Leona had no way of knowing that his behavior was all an act based on what he had read about her in her diary. She felt that his very presence made the air sweeter. "Leona, I'm coming," David called when he saw her waiting.
Once again, he was dressed in cheap, shabby clothes. His forehead was glistening with sweat. She said to him, "I know that as the son of a rich family, you feel that it's important to experience different kinds of life, but surely you've had enough now." She looked at his sweaty head and felt sorry for him. She took out a paper towel and wiped the sweat off his face. Throughout the last 10 days that they had spent time together, Leona had started to feel more comfortable with him. He looked at her and replied with a smile, "I am tired, but if it means that you'll take care of me, it's all worth it." Leona blushed but continued to wipe his forehead. She felt happy initially, but then was overcome by a burst of melancholy when she remembered that he was her sister's fiancé. Most of the time, she managed not to think about it. David got off his bike and said, "Come on, let's go get a cab and go to West Lake." They took a cab to the beautiful West Lake area. Because of the Olympic Games, there were more tourists there than usual. They took a leisurely stroll around the lake together. They were so absorbed with the beauty of the lake that they didn't notice the time pass. Suddenly, they realized that they were hungry and saw that it was almost midday. David asked Leona to sit on a bench by the lake while he went to get them some food from the cafe. However, he didn't go to the cafe, but to a hidden grove. Colin Patterson had been waiting there for him, along with the 3 girls he had paid to ridicule him previously. Before, they hadn't known who he was and were committed fully to the performance. Now that they knew he was the wealthy David Drake, they were reluctant to even pretend to bully him. When the 3 girls saw David, they immediately began apologizing. "David, we're so sorry. We went way over the top last time. We apologize." "Don't worry about it. It's fine," David told them as he waved his hand dismissively. Then he looked at Colin and asked, "Have you explained everything to them clearly?" "It's clear," Colin said respectfully. "That's good." David looked at the girls and said, "When the time comes, you must do exactly as Colin told you to. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes," the 3 girls replied anxiously. "Good, go now," he told them. And then the 3 girls walked toward Leona, who was still waiting by the lake. Leona was gazing into the lake when she heard a girl behind her cry, "Leona!" She looked around and saw a girl walking toward her. She recognized her as one of the 3 who had ridiculed her and David that day on campus. She remembered that they had tried to make him feel small. When he had ignored them, they had become angry instead. "What are you doing here?" she asked her nervously. "I saw you with that stupid loser. Have you no shame?" the girl said. This was a carefully crafted reenactment of a time Leona, called Debbie then, though she didn't remember this part of her life, had been bullied back at Preston University. On that occasion, 3 girls had pushed her into the water. Of course, that didn't happen this time. This time, they mocked her and pretended that they were going to push her into the lake, when suddenly, with a roar, David rushed into the water. He kicked the 3 girls out of the way and saved Leona. Several minutes later, 2 cars stopped at the side of the road. A man who looked like a mafia boss stepped out, followed by at least 10 younger men. The boss seemed to threaten Leona, but David stood in front of her and refused to let them near her. The younger men started hitting him, but he held Leona behind him and continued to protect her so that she didn't get hurt. "No!" she screamed, She wanted to protect David, but he was holding her so tightly that she couldn't move at all. "Don't worry, I won't let them hurt you," he whispered in her ear. Drops of blood from his mouth fell onto her face. She couldn't bear to see him getting hurt, and she cried out to their attackers, "Don't hit him! Please stop!" Just as Leona began to fear it would never end, a helicopter appeared from the sky. 8 figures jumped out and rushed over to David. "Are you okay, sir?" asked one of the men. "I'm fine," David answered. Then he tilted his head toward Leona and asked, "Leona, are you okay?" Then he fainted. She hugged his head and cried out, "David! David!" Tears were flowing down her face. Episode 210, Leona and David are engaged. With David and Leona on board, the helicopter flew straight to the nearest hospital. David was taken directly to the emergency room. Leona waited outside anxiously. She wished that it was her rather than David who was lying in the emergency room. Later that afternoon, he was transferred to the general ward, but he was still unconscious. Leona sat by his side, holding his hand and watching him carefully. She waited patiently by his side. Later that evening, she was ecstatic when she saw that his eyelids moved and he slowly opened his eyes. She cried, "David, you're awake! Doctor, come quickly! David is awake!" "You don't need to call a doctor. I'm all right." He smiled and whispered, "Leona, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Leona replied, still far more concerned about him. Her eyes twinkled as she said, "David, you shouldn't always try to protect me. If you hadn't, you wouldn't be so hurt now." "No. If you had been injured, it would have hurt me far more than I'm hurting now. I'm very happy that I was there to protect you," he said as he shook his head and smiled. She looked into his eyes and felt that he loved her. Over the last days, Leona had sensed that he felt more for her than just friendship. But he was still her sister's fiancé. She had thought that he was deliberately ignoring any affection that he felt for her. "David, you need to rest. I haven't told Lindsay what happened. I don't want to scare her. Now you've woken up, I'll call her and get her to come here to take care of you." She sighed softly and then stood up to leave. "Leona?" David said as he reached out and grabbed her hand. Her heart lurched. He stared into her eyes and said, "You must see how I feel about you." His words made her heart flutter. She looked at him but didn't know what to say. Her heart was a mess. "Do you really think that I visit you at Richmond University every day because I want to experience a peasant's life? Do you remember when we ate paella together by the lake? Because you were with me, I now find paella the most delicious food in the world. When I go to dinner with clients at fancy restaurants, I find all other food bland. In my eyes, you are just like the paella. After meeting you, other women seem dull to me. Leona, you must understand what I'm saying." Leona turned to him, and 2 tears fell from her face to the floor. She wiped away the tears, sighed, and said quietly, "Of course I know. But you're engaged to my sister. How can I—" David looked happy and said, "That's what you're worried about?
Then I'll cancel the engagement with your sister."
"What?"
Leona was stunned.
She thought for a moment and murmured, "How can I let you do that? If Lindsay knew that you canceled your engagement because of me, she would hate me."
David said, "No, I think you're wrong. I don't love Lindsay, and I don't think she loves me. She will thank you for giving us a reason to break off the engagement." Leona stopped at the door and looked at David. She thought,
"Lindsay did tell me that she had to marry David, not because she wanted to, but because her family wanted her to. She was only doing it to join her family with his."
"Leona, will you marry me?" David asked.
She didn't know what to do. She wanted to agree, but she still didn't think that she should.
"I've made up my mind that I am going to marry you. If you don't accept this time, I will keep asking until you do. Even if things like today have to keep happening until you are convinced about my love for you."
"Leona, do you want me to get hurt again?"
he said.
"You know I don't want you to get hurt protecting me," she replied.
He smiled and said, "Since you do love me, let's go together and talk to Lindsay and your father." Leona was too ashamed to face her family.
"Please don't make me go. You can go by yourself."
He took her hand and asked her to sit beside him. He said with a smile, "I'm not going alone. If you don't go with me, I'll keep going to your school and pretending to be a peasant. Everyone will laugh at me again. As long as you don't mind your future husband being mocked, that's fine." Leona blushed and said,
"You come from such a good family. Why do you still want to pretend to be poor?"
"I'll pretend to be anything for you," David said. He caught her eye and smiled, eyes twinkling. Soon, she couldn't help but smile back. His ploy had worked. The following day, David couldn't wait to speak to Leona's father, Charles Marvel, and her sister Lindsay. He wanted to go that very night, as soon as Leona said yes, but Leona was worried about his health. The next day, she was still worried about him, but he told her that his health was fine and that the hospital had used the most advanced drugs for him. He assured her that he was now fully recovered. Leona said no more about it. David met with the 3 members of the Marvel family in the luxurious Continental Hotel. Leona was too ashamed to speak. Charles thought that David was just inviting them all to dinner. He had no idea what kind of discussion was in store for them that evening. "Mr. Marvel, Lindsay, I invited you here today because Leona and I have something we need to tell you," David said solemnly. Charles and Lindsay looked curiously at each other. David's serious tone made them feel uneasy. They each wondered if it was about Lindsay's engagement. Leona only blushed and lowered her head. Charles said reassuringly, "David, if you have something to say, that's fine. Please go ahead." "Then I'll come straight out with it." David paused for a moment, and then said, "I want to break off my engagement with Lindsay."
"What?"
Charles was shocked. He dropped his glass, which fell to the ground and broke into pieces. He said with trembling lips, "David, we've been telling everyone about your marriage to Lindsay for such a long time. You are about to get married. How can you? Why now?" Charles wanted Lindsay to marry David Drake to help him win his bid for the development rights of the Heaven and Earth theme park. He knew that without the support of the Drake family, he could not complete the project. Moreover, the news about David and Lindsay's marriage had spread all through Washington, D.C.'s upper classes. David's decision
could ruin the Marvel family for good. They would be seen as a joke.
When Lindsay heard that David wanted to cancel their engagement, she was surprised. She tried not to let it show on her face, but secretly she was very relieved. She didn't actually like him that much. She had only agreed to the engagement for the sake of her family. "I know it's sudden, but please forgive me, Mr. Marvel. The fact is that I've met a girl who is much more suited to me than Lindsay," Daryl said. Charles's hand trembled as he asked, "And just who do you feel to be more suited to you?" David looked at Leona and answered affectionately, "She's your eldest daughter, Leona." "Leona?" Charles and Lindsay were equally shocked. They looked at Leona and David in astonishment. They couldn't understand what was going on. However, Charles's heart stopped racing. As long as David was still prepared to marry into his family, it didn't really matter which daughter he chose. David said, "Mr. Marvel, Leona and I really love each other. I want to propose to her. Do you approve?" "You have to listen to Leona's own opinion on this matter," Charles replied. He looked at Leona and asked, "Leona, what's your heart telling you? Do you want to marry David?" At that moment, everyone turned to look at Leona, and it made her feel very uncomfortable. She blushed with embarrassment and stuttered, I... She glanced at her sister. Lindsay quickly realized that Leona was reluctant to accept David for her sake. She took her hand and whispered, "Leona, do as your heart is telling you. I won't be angry." When she saw that Lindsay was smiling, Leona realized that she was not upset at all about the engagement being called off. Obviously, she had not really wanted to marry David anyway. She told her sister, "David is so perfect. I want to marry him." Charles said to David with a smile, "Since Leona wants to marry you, what else can I say? David, I agree. I can see that you and Leona are very much in love. Shall we agree on a wedding date now?" David took Leona's hand and said with a smile, "I think our original date is still fine, September 15th. Everything can go ahead as planned. We've just changed the bride." Charles thought for a few seconds and then said with a smile, "Okay, that should be fine." "Leona, David is a good man. I know you'll be really happy together." Lindsay hugged her sister with a smile. When David saw how happy Lindsay was, he felt aggrieved. He realized that she had never wanted to marry him. She didn't care at all that the engagement was off. In fact, she seemed to be grateful to him for setting her free. He was disgusted that she was so happy not to be marrying him. Feeling rejected, his natural inclination was to try to win Lindsay back, to ask her for another chance. The rejection made him feel belittled and worthless. But although he felt extremely angry with Lindsay, he knew that he couldn't say anything in front of her family. After the meal was over, Charles said goodbye to David and left the restaurant with his two daughters. Watching Charles's car drive away, the smile on David's face gradually faded. He murmured, "Lindsay, you stupid cow. You laughed so happily just now. How dare you celebrate that I broke off our engagement? Well, don't worry. Even though I'm going to marry your sister, I'm not planning to let you go so easily. I've been thinking about you for too long." He took out his cell phone and sent a message to a group of his wealthy male friends in D.C. The message said, "Treat at Continental Hotel tonight. All come here." That evening, Everyone from the group arrived at the Continental Hotel. David announced to them all that he was engaged to Leona. He told them that he would marry her. Besides Daryl and Colin, who had helped him with his schemes, everyone there was awed that David won Leona's heart in such a short time. They all praised and congratulated him. "David, you're amazing," one said enviously. Another said, "That's great news. We can't compete with you." "David is like Adonis," said another. The group of young men had several drinks and began to brag amongst themselves. In private, David thanked Daryl and Colin for helping him win over Leona and told them that he would do his best to help them in the future. They complimented David and told him that he would have won her even without their help. They were both very happy for him. David had a few drinks and then called another one of his friends, Jason Morley, to his side. He whispered, "I've got an offer for you. There's something I want you to help me with. I know your company's in debt. If you do what I ask, I'll sort it out for you and save your business." "Of course, thank you. I'll do whatever you ask." Jason's heart lifted. He had owed money for such a long time that his family was in danger of losing their entire business. It had been weighing heavily on his mind. "Very good. What I want you to do is go after Lindsay," David told him. Episode 211, Seduction for Lindsay. Jason was surprised and asked, "What are you talking about, David? What do you mean?" David, holding a glass of wine, led Jason over to the window where they wouldn't be overheard. He said, "Before I met Leona, I really liked Lindsay, but I never really got to have any fun with her, if you know what I mean. Don't you think that's a pity?" "Yes, it's a pity," Jason agreed. It was true that David used to like Lindsay as much as he now liked Leona. But because she was from such a respectable family, she had refused to sleep with him until they were married. Now that his engagement with Lindsay had been called off, he had lost his chance to sleep with her. Initially, he had felt fine about that because he thought that Leona was even more beautiful. However, when he announced that he wanted to marry Leona instead of her, she looked completely unbothered. Her smile had really annoyed him. It also made him desperate to have her. He told Jason, "So, I want you to seduce Lindsay. Find a chance to get her drunk and take her back to your dorm. Just let me have some time with her first, and then she's all yours. What do you think?" Jason thought for a moment. He hesitated and said, "David, I want to help you, but what if Lindsay doesn't like me?" "You don't have to worry about that. You're so handsome. Any woman would want to be with you. Also, I'll lend you a Ferrari that I just ordered from Italy. Beautiful women love luxury cars. Use your charm and you'll soon win her over," David said with a smile. Jason was blown away by David's offer and nodded his head, saying, "Okay, I'll do it. I'll seduce Lindsay and get her back to my room. You can have her first and have a good time with her." The next day, Alex had just finished class when he received a call from Lindsay. "Are you free?" she asked. "Do you want to come and watch a tennis match at the Olympic Games with me?" Lindsay sounded very cheerful. Of course, Alex didn't know that it was because her engagement to David had been called off. "Yes, great, I'll go with you," he replied. He wanted to see Lindsay happy, so he agreed to meet her. "Well, I'll come to your school now. Wait for me at the gate."
Lindsay said and ended the call. Alex walked to the gate and waited for more than 10 minutes. Finally, she arrived in a cab. "Have you been waiting long?" she asked as she walked over to him. She was wearing a white figure-hugging sweater with fitted black pants. She clutched her pink-encased cell phone in her hand. She looked very pretty and full of energy. "Why are you so happy today?" Alex asked with a smile. "Well, why shouldn't I be?" she replied. She knew that Alex was interested in her sister, but she decided not to tell him that Leona was now engaged to David. She took Alex's hand and walked over to the cab, saying, "Today, my friend invited me to watch a tennis match at the Olympics. I thought that you might want to go with me. We have to meet my friend soon. Let's go." "Your sister is probably free too. Why don't we invite her to come too?" Alex thought it was a good opportunity for him to see Leona. Lindsay pursed her lips and said, "No, my sister doesn't like sports. Please don't talk about her today, okay?" Alex detected a trace of jealousy in her words and was embarrassed. He said, "Of course, okay." Soon, they arrived at the Olympic Stadium and waited outside. Lindsay made a phone call, and before long, 3 men and 2 women arrived. One of them, a particularly beautiful woman, walked at the front of the group. When she saw Alex, she frowned slightly. "Jane, you've brought so many friends," Lindsay said in surprise. She thought that her friend was coming alone. "Well, I thought it would be fun if there were more people," Jane replied with a smile. She looked at Alex again and asked, "Lindsay, who's this?" "He's my good friend. His name's Alex." Lindsay looked at Alex and smiled. "Alex, this is Jane. She's also my friend." Alex said hello to Jane and the others. Jane introduced her friends to Lindsay and Alex. Jane had been looking at Alex and noticing his cheap clothes. She had already figured out that he was poor, and she finally asked, "Alex, what does your family do?" "I'm just from a normal family, nothing special," he replied with a smile. So you don't have a family business?" she asked, thinking that his vague answer confirmed her suspicion. She was there to help Jason seduce Lindsay, but she was worried that Alex would get in the way. She looked from Lindsay to Alex and back and sensed that there was something between them. She thought, "I need to get Lindsay to hate Alex as soon as possible so that he doesn't pose a threat to Jason." Jane had invited her friends to help Jason seduce Lindsay. They were all listening to the conversation, ready to get involved. When they heard Alex's reply, they started to criticize him. One said scornfully, "You do understand that Lindsay is a member of the Marvel family. Are you with her because of her money?" "Why don't you just leave? Although none of us are from families like hers, we at least have some money. You're clearly out of your league here. You're not the sort of person she should associate with," said another. Another said, "Yes, I think he has bad intentions towards Miss Marvel." "Jane, tell your friends to stop. I don't need their opinions on who I make friends with," said Lindsay angrily. She took Alex into the stadium. "Lindsay, wait a minute. We're still waiting for someone," Jane called. "Who else is coming?" Lindsay's face was dark. If Jane had told her that she had invited so many people, she wouldn't have come. Before Jane could reply, there was a huge roar, followed by a dazzling blue light on the road. It was a magnificent Ferrari. Instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on it. "Wow," said one man. "How beautiful," agreed his girlfriend. "I'd die to have one of those," another man commented wistfully. Everyone watched the sports car slowly drive into the square in front of the stadium. Cars weren't allowed to park there, but the security personnel was not about to challenge the owner of such an expensive Ferrari. The car slowly stopped next to Lindsay. The door slowly lifted and a young man stepped out. He was wearing a light blue shirt and white pants. His hair was slickly groomed, and he was wearing a pair of black designer sunglasses. It was Jason, and he looked every bit the son of a very wealthy family. Jason was feeling very arrogant and superior, having made such an impressive entrance in David's car. He knew that he looked handsome, and had no doubt that he would attract Lindsay's attention. "Jason, you're here," Jane greeted him with a smile, and then turned and said to Lindsay, "Lindsay, this is Jason. He's also from one of the top families in the city. You guys must have a lot in common." "Hello, Miss Marvel." Jason reached his hand out to Lindsay. He had never met her before, so had asked Jane to introduce them. "Hello." Lindsay just nodded to Jason but didn't shake his hand. She realized that Jane had probably only invited her to set her up with this man. "Everyone's going in. Let's go," she said as she took Alex's hand and walked toward the venue. Jason was disgruntled as he watched her walking off with Alex. "Jason, don't worry about him. He's just a poor kid she feels sorry for. You have nothing to worry about. When we're in there, we'll help you make sure that Lindsay falls for you," Jane told him confidently. The others nodded. The group went to the best box in the stadium, with the best view of the match. All of Jane's friends were very impressed with their seats. "This is the best box here. It was reserved by Jason. It can't be booked by just anyone," Jane said aloud, and several of her friends immediately echoed her words. One said, "Yes, we're so lucky to be friends with Jason. Thank you, Jason." "Only Jason could reserve a box like this for us," said another. Although it was all for her benefit, Lindsay was not listening to them at all. She and Alex were sitting in front of the glass window, watching the game with interest. Jason was angry as he watched them. He couldn't understand why Lindsay was so interested in that loser. He winked at Jane, who quickly went over to Lindsay and said, "Lindsay, it's rare for Jason to come out with us. Usually he's too busy with his businesses. You should have a good talk with him. I think you probably have projects that your families could help each other with." Jason walked over with a smile and said, "By the way, Miss Marvel, my father has a business proposal that he's looking for an influential family to partner with him on. Let's talk about it. Do you think—" Lindsay interrupted him. "Jason, I don't understand business matters. If you want to work with my family, you should speak with my father." Then she continued to chat with Alex. Jason was a little angry. Lindsay obviously had no interest in him. He was a confident and laid-back character and rarely felt angry or jealous. Jane was also worried when she saw Lindsay's reaction to Jason. The sole purpose of inviting everyone to the match was to set up Jason and Lindsay. Now it seemed that Lindsay was only interested in that peasant. Jane was convinced that Alex was the only obstacle to the success of their plan. She walked up to Alex, tugged at his shirt, and said disdainfully, "Alex, come here for a moment. I have something to say to you." Alex didn't stand up. He just looked at Jane and said, "Please, don't pull my shirt. She was angry and said, "Hey, how dare you talk to me like that? And how dare you sit next to Lindsay when you can see that Jason wants to talk with her? Get out of the way and let Jason and Lindsay have a good chat. What are you even doing here?" Lindsay looked at Jane angrily and said, "Jane, how can you talk to him like that? Alex is my friend, and I'll talk to whoever I want. It's none of your business." Jane didn't know what to say. Jason simply stood beside her, frowning and sighing. At that moment, another engine roared outside. The people in the box went to the window, looked down, and saw a white sports car pulling up in the square. Alex and Lindsay also went to the window and looked down. Alex was surprised and thought, "Isn't that my Ferrari?" Episode 212. Who can start the Ferrari? The people in the box were amazed to see the car, and they stared at it in awe. "It's a great car. Look at it," said one guy. "I thought Jason's car was a top sports car, but this one's way better," said his friend. "Yes, now Jason's car doesn't seem so amazing," the first guy agreed. Jane frowned and made a gesture to her friends that they should be quiet. She muttered to her friends, "Jason is right here and can hear what you're saying. He won't be happy if you keep belittling his car." However, Jason wasn't angry. After all, the Ferrari wasn't even his. He also looked at the white sports car with envy and muttered, "That car is better than mine. Anyone who can afford a car like that must be richer than David." Then he suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait a minute. I think I heard something about that car." "What did you hear?" Jane asked with a puzzled expression. "Did you hear that a few months ago, the president of Ferrari came to New York in person to deliver one of the most expensive Ferraris in history to a mysterious buyer? I'm sure it's this car," Jason said excitedly. "Oh yes, I remember. I think this is the one. I saw in the news that it was also a white Ferrari," Jane replied. "Damn it, it's an expensive car. His identity's always been a mystery. But there's no doubt that he must be one of the wealthiest people in the country." The people in the square were also astonished by the car and were taking pictures and videos of it on their cell phones. When the Ferrari slowed down, the crowd gathered around it. As it moved slowly through the crowd, everyone was admiring it. Then the car stopped. A door lifted, and two beautiful girls stepped out. One had gorgeous long hair, and her face was exquisite. It was Kelly Phillips. The other girl had curly hair and was her best friend, Sharon Williams. When Alex saw Kelly, he was happy initially. But when he thought about the day that he left New York, he couldn't help but feel sad. When the girls stepped out of the car, everyone exclaimed their surprise that such a cool and high-class sports car was being driven by a girl. It had such a powerful engine. When Kelly realized that she had parked the car in the way of the other drivers, she decided to move it. She said to Ferrari, "Whirlwind, start. Find a suitable location to park." The crowd watching looked at each other in confusion. They could not understand what Kelly was doing. There was no one in the car, so who was she talking to? Suddenly, the engine roared and everyone jumped. Then, something happened that shocked them even more. The Ferrari started to move. Some people wiped their eyes in disbelief. What they were seeing couldn't possibly be true. They watched the driverless Ferrari reverse, then turn, then slowly stop at the edge of the square. "It's a voice-controlled Ferrari!" someone shouted. His friend said, "Let me see it. I can't believe it. As far as I know, that's the most advanced technology available. It's only just been developed in Italy and hasn't been used in commercial cars yet. How can this car have it?" "How wonderful. This must be the best car in the world," someone else said. Everyone looked at the car in awe. Sharon put her arm around Kelly's shoulder and whispered, "Kelly, it's so cool to come out in your car today. I feel like a movie star everywhere we go. It's so great that you finally decided to take the car out instead of leaving it at home to collect dust." Kelly said with a smile, "I know, but remember, this car is actually Alex's. When he left New York, the manager of Metro Skybank sent it to my house. Although he said that I could use it at any time, I was too scared because it's not mine and it's so valuable. I'm so afraid I'll damage it." Sharon said with a smile, "I think even if you did damage it, Alex wouldn't make you pay for it." "Nonsense. Even if we are friends, any repairs would cost a fortune. Of course we would have to pay for it," Kelly said. "Ignore me. I forgot that you always stick up for Alex." Sharon winked at Kelly and asked softly, "Kelly, did you really come to see the games? Or did you come to see Alex?" "I've told you so many times, I just want to watch the games. It's not about Alex," Kelly replied. "Well, arriving in a sports car like this, he's surely going to notice you. You must realize that it'll increase the chance that we'll meet him." However, Kelly hadn't considered that. She really was trying to forget about Alex, and she had assumed that it would be almost impossible to bump into him at the stadium. By that time, the crowd around the Ferrari was enormous. Some were live streaming from their phones and sharing the footage on Tryst, while others were taking selfies with it. Some were circling around it, carefully inspecting every detail. However, none of them dared to touch the car, in case they accidentally left fingerprints on it. Some onlookers remembered the words that Kelly had used to control the car and started to wonder if they could do it. Some people started trying. "Whirlwind, start! Open the door!" one said. "Whirlwind, start! Reverse!" said another. "Whirlwind, start!" someone else shouted excitedly. More and more people were trying to start the car, and everyone was getting excited. Jason and the others in the box had stopped looking at the Ferrari below them, but they could still hear everyone praising it. Jason sat next to Lindsay and said, "By the way, Miss Marvel, I have a surprise for you. Knowing that I would be seeing you today, I contacted a friend and asked for a favor. He has arranged for us to go horseback riding in the national park. He's reserved 2 riding teachers for us today. Please agree to go with me." David had arranged the excursion for him and had arranged a romantic picnic afterward. It was all designed to help Jason win Lindsay's favor. Lindsay replied, "Thank you, but I'm not interested. Alex and I will stay here to watch the game." Jane quickly stepped in. She advised, "Lindsay, don't say that. Jason has gone to a lot of trouble to organize this for you, and his friend has booked the riding teachers. Can't you see that if you don't go, that will put everyone in a difficult position?" Lindsay thought for a few seconds, sighed, and said to Alex, "Okay, Alex, let's both go." Jason looked happy as he said, "Great, let's go now." They walked out of the stadium. When they reached Jason's sports car, he said to the group, "You all go to the bar or something. Miss Marvel and I are going horseback riding." Lindsay tightened her grip on Alex's arm, looked at Jason and said, "What did you say? You think you and I are going?" "No, I'm going with Alex." Jason was so jealous that he gritted his teeth and lied. "Miss Marvel, my friend has booked the riding lessons for you and me. They said that they will only do it for us." Jane quickly echoed, "Yes, Lindsay, you should go with Jason. It would be no fun with this loser anyway." "Yes, Miss Marvel, go with Jason," said one of his friends. "That loser isn't even worthy of being your friend," said another. "Jason is much better than that peasant," said another. Jason walked over to Alex and shoved him. He said, "Look at me, loser. Don't you see that Miss Marvel and I have plans today? What are you still doing here?" Alex tried to push Jason away, but Lindsay got there first. She stepped in front of Alex, pushed Jason back, and glared at him. She said, "What are you doing? I don't want to go with you. Go away." "Miss Marvel, Jason was speechless. He tried to suppress his fury. When he looked at Lindsay's angry expression, he knew that she was determined not to go with him, so he apologized and said, "Okay, I'm wrong. Miss Marvel, please don't be angry with me." Jane stood up for Jason again. She said, "Yes, it's fine. We're all friends here. Lindsay, don't hate Jason. He's a really good guy," she continued. "Let's all go and look at that white Ferrari." Lindsay looked at Jane for the moment, then followed the group of friends over to the white Ferrari. They saw the excited crowd surrounding it and heard people saying, "Whirlwind, start up," to the car. It seemed that everyone was trying to see if they could activate the voice control mechanism. "That's amazing. This car is voice controlled. Let's see if we can make the car move a little bit," Jason said. Then he tried it. "Whirlwind, start." As the rest of the crowd tried it, the Ferrari didn't move. "I can't, but I think Lindsay should try." Jason looked at Lindsay and said, "Miss Marvel, why don't you try it?" Lindsay saw that everyone was enjoying trying to move the car, so she said to Ferrari, "Whirlwind, start." Lindsay also waved to encourage the Ferrari to move, but the car didn't start. She laughed happily. "It won't even move for Lindsay. I think the Ferrari must be deaf," Jason said with a smile. "I'll try too." Jane was also excited. She said to Ferrari, "Whirlwind, start." Jane's friends also came to join in the fun. "I'll try too. Whirlwind, start," said one. Another said, "I don't believe it. Whirlwind, start." "I'm sure I can do it. Whirlwind, start. Drive. Start," said another. Everyone yelled. Jason noticed that Alex was the only one who didn't try. He looked at him and said, "Well, buddy, why don't you try it too?" Alex ignored him. Lindsay approached Alex and whispered, "Alex, have a try. It's fun. You see, everyone is trying." "Well, that doesn't mean I need to try as well," Alex said as he smiled and shook his head. He knew that if he tried it, the car would actually start. Everyone would be gobsmacked. Even worse, the sound of the car starting would probably attract Kelly's attention. And he really didn't want to have to face her. When Alex refused to join in, Jane and her friends started to see it as a good chance to put him down. They started to criticize him. One said, "He's unbelievable." "Yes, we're all just having fun, and he's refusing to join in," Does he think he's better than the rest of us? Said another. One girl said, Really, I don't like hanging out with people like him. Jason had been feeling very disgruntled with Alex all day. He felt that if Alex hadn't been there, he would have been chatting and laughing with Lindsay. He walked up to him and said coldly, You stupid loser. How dumb are you? What makes you think you can look down on us? Of course you know there's no point in you even trying. You would never be able to get the Ferrari to start. Lindsay was so angry that she wanted to yell at Jason. However, as she stepped toward him, Alex put his hand on her shoulder and whispered that she should leave it. Jason, if I get this Ferrari to start with my voice, what will you do? He asked calmly. Jason and his friends burst into laughter. He said, Oh man, my stomach hurts from laughing so much. This little loser thinks he can start the Ferrari. I've met idiots before, but never anyone as stupid as him. Episode 213. I can start the Ferrari. Alex said with a slight sneer, Jason, you haven't answered my question. What will you give me if I start this Ferrari? Jason snorted and said in a loud voice, If you really can start it, I will walk out of here on my hands and knees and leave Miss Marvel to you. If you can't start it, then I want you to squat in the middle of the square, sing the national anthem with your head between your knees, shout out to everyone, I'm a big fool, and stay far away from Miss Marvel. Okay? Alex nodded and said, Okay. Everyone laughed. They thought Alex would definitely lose the bet. How could a loser like him start this luxury Ferrari? He's so stupid, said one guy. Yes, I'm sure he can start it. Absolutely, said another with heavy sarcasm. Alex, we all saw that owner of the car is a pretty girl. If you want to start it, you have to speak in a high voice and pretend to be a girl, joked another. Lindsay worried about Alex. She gently stroked his arm and whispered, There's no need to bet with him. Let's just go. No, just watch. It'll be fine, Alex said with a smile. He went to the front of the Ferrari and touched the hood gently. He looked back at Jason and said with a smile, Jason, remember our bet? Then he looked back at the car and said in a loud voice, Whirlwind, start. The Ferrari's lights flashed. Everyone froze and stared at it suspiciously. Was it really going to start? Everyone thought to themselves. Just as they had decided it wouldn't, the engine roared into life. The people closest to the car fell in shock. The engine continued to roar, and the headlights flashed. Everyone looked at Alex with admiration. The Ferrari started, someone said. Oh my gosh, this man really started it, said someone else. Alex looked at Jason and the others and saw that their faces were full of surprise and disbelief. Jason stepped back as Alex said with a smile, Jason, I've started the car. Now, are you going to fulfill your promise? What? Jason was flustered for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He said with a sneer, You stupid loser! There must be something wrong with the car that made it so you could start it. How can you expect me to keep my promise? Do you really think you deserve that? Lindsay walked up to Alex, pointed at Jason and said, Jason, you are shameless. You're not even a man. Lindsay took Alex's hand and said, "Let's go. Ignore this sore loser." Alex didn't move. Instead, he said, "We're not going anywhere until Jason's done as he promised." He looked at Jason's stony face and said with a smile, "Jason, are you going to go back on your word?" Jason laughed and said, "Hey, I'm not doing anything for you. You're nothing compared to me. How dare you challenge me?" "Okay, then don't blame me," Alex said. He turned to the Ferrari again and said, "Open the doors." With a mechanical whirring sound, the doors on both sides of the car slowly lifted. The onlookers were surprised again. They looked at Alex with even more admiration. He had clearly not started the Ferrari by luck. Could he really be the owner of the car? Alex took Lindsay's hand and walked over to the car. They stepped inside. He held the steering wheel and slowly drove it toward Jason. Jason saw that Alex was driving the car toward him and cried, "Wait a minute, what's he doing?" He was terrified that the car would hit him. Jane and the others were also scared, and they started to move away. They were all afraid of being run over. Jason saw that the car was about to hit him, and he closed his eyes. His body was stiff, and his legs felt weak. He waited for it to hit him at any moment. The onlookers around him cried out and covered their eyes. A few moments later, he was still waiting. He had felt nothing. He opened his eyes and saw that the rear of the Ferrari was only a foot away from his body. Alex had deliberately swerved to avoid him. Jason had not heard the car swerve away because he had been so tense. He saw Alex sitting in the sports car sneering at him. Suddenly, he noticed a weight on his feet. When he looked down, he saw that 2 silver ropes attached his ankles to the bottom of the car. The onlookers were amazed. One said, "Damn it, this Ferrari is so powerful. Its technology is incredible." Another agreed, "It's so cool. If I had enough money, I would spend it all on this car." When Alex drove the Ferrari forward, Jason was pulled by the rope and quickly lost his balance. He fell to the ground with a thud. Alex drove round the square, dragging Jason behind him. Jason was rolling on the ground and scraping his back against the gravel. He was screaming in pain. When Alex stopped the car, his pain was temporarily relieved, but his clothes were ragged. No one could bear to see Jason looking so miserable. Jane and the others were terrified that Alex would do the same to them. Jason crawled up unsteadily from the ground. His shirt was shredded, exposing his back, which was scratched and bloody. In his rear-view mirror, Alex watched Jason staggering to his feet. He pressed his hand on the car's flame-spraying button, and 4 flames burst out of the car's exhaust pipes toward him. The flames roiled dramatically, flickering out at him without quite touching him. The heat made his hair curl. When he flinched, he aggravated the scrapes on his back, making him yell out. But the flame was only fleeting and did no lasting damage. Seeing that he had thoroughly beaten Jason, Alex smiled. He opened the car doors, and he and Lindsay climbed out. By that point, everyone felt a new fear and respect toward Alex. They spoke to each other in whispers. "So, he is the owner of Ferrari," said one guy. "I'm shocked. He looked like nothing special," said another. "That guy who got burned was so arrogant. but he looks like the real loser now. I'd rather be the loser with the Ferrari than that guy. When Jane and the others saw Alex get out of the car, they didn't dare to run away. Jane was thinking, if Alex can afford to drive such a car, he must be very powerful. He'll be able to find us wherever we go. Several of them approached Alex with trembling legs. Now that they had seen what he was willing to do to a guy from an important family, they were scared about what he would do to them. Jane kneeled in front of him and pleaded, Alex, I'm so sorry. I was wrong. Please don't hurt me. Jane's friends also kneeled in front of him and begged him not to hurt them. Alex, we were wrong, one said. I'll never treat anyone like that again, said another. I'm a terrible human being. Please let us go, someone else pleaded. Alex looked at Jane and thought about what she had said and done earlier. He wanted to do the same to her that he had done to Jason. But Lindsay gently took his arm and said softly, Alex, let her go. After all, she is my friend. Alex sighed and nodded. Jane and the others were ecstatic and thanked them both profusely. Thank you, said Jane. Lindsay said solemnly, Jane, I know you like money, but please try to be a nicer person. Otherwise, I don't want you as my friend. Yes, I know, Lindsay. Thank you for saving us, Jane said quickly. Behind her, the others were muttering their thanks to Lindsay in low voices. Thank you, said one, and thank you for speaking up for us, said another. All right, you can get out of here, Alex told them coldly. Jane and her friends got up from the ground, nodded to him, and ran away. Lindsay looked at him, smiled, and asked, Why do you pretend to be poor when you're so rich? This reminded him that Kelly had driven here in the Ferrari. He thought, she must have heard the engine roaring. It's too late to get away now, but I really don't want to see her. Well, the truth is that the owner of this car and I are just good friends. Let's go now. He was trying to pull Lindsay away when he heard a gentle voice behind him calling, Alex. He recognized Kelly's voice and froze. For some reason, his disordered and complicated heart suddenly became peaceful when he heard her voice. He slowly turned around and saw Kelly standing 5 yards away, with Sharon hovering behind her. Her eyes were fixed on him, and her expression was excited, timid, and joyful all at once. Although it wasn't obvious to anyone else, Alex could clearly see the tenderness and love in her eyes. She composed herself and walked over to him. Quietly, she asked, How are you? I'm fine. How about you? Alex sorted out his emotions and smiled at her. I'm good as well. I came to DC to see the games, but I didn't expect to run into you, she replied, blushing. What's happening with you? Why did the car manager of the Metro Skybank give me your Ferrari? I had a small problem, but it will be resolved soon. He didn't want Kelly to worry about him. If she knew that he had become a loser on the street again, she might decide to stay and try to help him. He thought, before I left, I recorded Kelly's voice on the Ferrari computer and changed the owner's name to hers. The car is in her name, so Robert must have given it to her. Have you found Debbie? Kelly asked. He replied, Well, she has been found, but now there's a misunderstanding between us that I'm trying to resolve. But I believe that'll be sorted out soon. Kelly then gave Alex a quick hug, nodded to Lindsay, and climbed back into the Ferrari. Sharon waved at Alex and Lindsay before climbing into the passenger seat. As they drove away, Sharon asked, "Kelly, were you really looking for Alex when you came to D.C.? Why don't you at least stay and have dinner with him now that you're here?" Kelly said with a smile, "I'm satisfied just to have seen him. He and Debbie are the best match for each other, and I'm happy for them." Episode 214, The Woman in White. "Who was she?" Lindsay asked. "She's a very good friend of mine," said Alex, feeling a little sad that Kelly had gone. Lindsay thought that there was more to their relationship than just friendship. She said to him, "Don't feel sad because of her. Do you want to hang out with me for a bit?" Alex nodded and said, "Yes." They took a last look at Jason, who was craning his neck to try to get a look at the scrapes on his back. Then they climbed into a cab and drove away. Jason was taken to the hospital, where he was told that his injuries weren't serious. Once the doctor had dealt with his wounds, he was sent to the general ward. When David heard what had happened, he rushed to the ward to see him. Jason said bitterly to him, "David, I'm sorry. I didn't get close to Lindsay. She hates me now, and it'll be impossible for me to win her over." "What? I even lent you my new Ferrari. What happened?" David asked coldly. "It's not my fault. There was this loser called Alex. He is friends with a rich lady in New York who drives an even better Ferrari than yours. It turns out that Lindsay also really likes that jerk. When I said a few negative things about him, she turned against me. And it was him that caused me these injuries," Jason said bitterly. "Alex?" David was shocked. He remembered that Debbie called her boyfriend Alex in her diary. He found it hard to believe that it was the same man. He pondered for a few minutes, then stopped thinking about it. He asked, "You said he has a friend with a better Ferrari than mine? Who is she?" "I don't know. Listening to their conversation, she seems to be a rich girl from New York," Jason said. New York? He tried to think of who she might be. As he was thinking, his bodyguard, Tom Martin, walked into the ward and said, "David, I have some information for you about the two people you asked me about. The Ferrari driver is Miss Kelly Phillips from New York, while Alex is a student of Richmond University. It's said that he has donated more than €1.5 million to the university recently, but that he is actually poor. It's not known where he got this money from." David thought for a moment and said coldly, "I've heard of the Phillips family. They're a reasonably wealthy family from New York, but they're not a particularly important family compared to mine. Forget her. But who is this Alex?" Jason said, "David, that little loser is an obstacle. With him in the way, no one else will have a chance with Lindsay." He thought again and replied, "If Lindsay is so hard to get to win over, I won't bother trying." Jason was slightly surprised and asked, "David, don't you want to sleep with Lindsay?" David thought back to when he had announced that he was breaking off his engagement with Lindsay that day. He remembered her brilliant smile and it made his heart ache. He sneered, "She's gorgeous. Of course I still want to sleep with her."
But since scheming is clearly useless, we're going to implement Plan B. I'm going to send someone to kidnap her tonight, take her to the hotel and drug her. Then I'll go and have my fun with her. When she wakes up tomorrow, she won't have a clue what happened. All she'll find is a big empty bed. Jason smiled and said, "Great plan." David gave him a considering look. "I didn't realize it would be so difficult. Sorry you got hurt." Jason was really surprised when he realized that David was ready to take full responsibility for what had happened that day. He waved his hand and said, "Hey, don't worry about it." David stared coldly at Jason. "You can rest assured that, although I've taken the blame this time, I promise I won't forget it. You will owe me, and I expect you to repay me in the future." Jason thought, he's apologizing now, but he clearly still wants something from me. But I have to be careful to make sure this working relationship doesn't go sour. He said, "Listen, David, I take responsibility for today, but I hope that you'll remember what I tried to do and help me with my business as you promised." David said leisurely, Yes, of course." Then he looked at Tom and asked, "Do you know where Alex and Lindsay are now?" He replied, "They're hanging out together in downtown DC. Your family does have a lot of hotels in that area." David said coldly, "Okay, order Fergus Plummer to help, and inform me the moment that he brings Lindsay to the hotel." "Yes, sir." Tom took his orders and then rushed out. Alex and Lindsay had been hanging out together in downtown DC for more than 2 hours, and the sky was already dark. "Let's go have dinner. Then I'll take you home," Alex suggested. "Okay," Lindsay agreed. She was holding a few trinkets that she had bought. She had spent most of the day with Alex and was feeling very happy. They went to a pedestrian street where there were a lot of restaurants and bars. They found a particularly nice restaurant called The Playful Hare, which had colorful lights hanging across the door. They looked very beautiful. They entered the restaurant together. It was dinner time, and there were already a lot of people eating inside. They sat down at a table and quickly ordered. Alex suddenly spotted a beautiful woman sitting in the corner of the hall. She was dressed in a white antique dress with a white hat, a white face mask, and huge round sunglasses. Everybody found her disguise quite weird. Everybody at the restaurant thought, "Why is this woman hiding? Who even wears a hat and sunglasses in a restaurant?" Alex couldn't see what she looked like. Her skin was pure white, and her dress floated around her, which made her look like a fairy. Lindsay followed his gaze, and when she saw that he was looking at the woman, she said, "Don't stare at that lady, it's not polite." Alex blushed and said, "I only glanced at her." Lindsay laughed and said, "She's dressed like someone from a fairy tale. She looks so beautiful." While they were talking, the waiters brought the woman her food, and she removed her disguise. Alex saw that she was a beautiful woman in her 40s, with perfect features and a graceful appearance. All the guests sitting around her were secretly watching her too. One of them accidentally put his cutlery into the ashtray and put the wrong end of his cigarette into his mouth. When he realized that it was the wrong end, he spat it out onto his plate. Alex and Lindsay saw him and smiled at each other. Their dishes were served and they began to eat. Then they noticed that a lot of the diners were walking outside.
It seemed strange. Alex looked around and saw that several waiters were standing beside a few of the tables. He watched as one of the waiters whispered something to the guests. Then, the guests stood up and left. Alex was confused. It was obvious that the waiter had asked the guests to leave, but he couldn't imagine why. He wondered if they would also be asked to leave. He thought, when the waiter comes, I'll ask him what's going on. I don't need to worry about it now. I'll just enjoy my dinner with Lindsay. Boss, come here. One of the waiters suddenly called out. He was standing next to the lady in white. A few moments later, a man in a suit approached her table. Alex guessed that the woman was refusing to leave. Let's go and see what's happening, he said to Lindsay. They walked over to the lady's table. The waiter and the restaurant manager were arguing with her and didn't notice Alex standing behind them. The manager frowned and said, Miss, we have promised not to charge you for the meal. Would you please leave now? I just want to enjoy my dinner. Please leave me in peace. I'll leave when I've finished my meal, the woman replied. I've asked you politely several times, but you're refusing to listen. Do you assume that just because we're being polite, we won't make you leave? The manager said angrily. Then he called, Waiters, come and escort this lady out for me. We're coming, boss, replied the two waiters. Alex felt that the manager was being completely unreasonable. They were planning to use brute force against the beautiful woman. He couldn't keep his mouth shut, and he said in a loud voice, Hey, what are you doing? The manager looked at him. When he saw that it was Alex who had spoken, his face changed to an expression of surprise and fear. He took a step back, but quickly recovered and said, It's nothing for you to worry about. Then he said to the two waiters, Why are you two just standing there? Please escort this lady out for me. One of the two waiters grabbed the lady's arm and tried to lift her out of her seat. What are you doing? Alex cried as he pushed the two waiters aside and stood in front of the woman. He said to the manager, How can you run a business like this? What are you doing? How can you treat your guests so rudely? If you run a restaurant in this way, it will close down in a few months. When he had finished scolding the manager, he turned to the woman in white and said, Miss, the service in this restaurant is so bad that we don't want to eat here anymore. Would you like to come and eat with us in a different restaurant? Lindsay took the woman's hand and said, Yes, let's go and find another restaurant and have dinner together. Okay, let's go together, said the woman with a small smile. She stood up to leave with Alex and Lindsay. But the manager stopped Alex with his arm. His face was gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, She can leave, but you two have to stay. What? You can't make us stay. Get out of the way, Alex said. He pushed the manager out of the way and tried to leave, but the manager grabbed his clothes and said, You can't go. At that moment, a few young men raced in. The one in front looked strong and aggressive with a layer of stubble on his chin. He looked at Alex and said with a smile, Now try and leave. Episode 215, The Mysterious Voice. Fergus, what are you doing here? The manager asked when he saw the strong man walking in with his group. The man was Fergus Plummer, the boss of the criminal underground in downtown D.C.
After receiving David's order, Fergus sent his younger brother to find Lindsay. When he received a report that she was at the Playful Hare, he immediately ordered the manager to clear out all the other diners. He wanted to tie Lindsay up there, drug her, and take her to the hotel for David. As for the loser named Alex, he planned to teach him a lesson that he wouldn't forget. The waiters had heard terrifying stories about Fergus's brutality. Although they knew that he was not looking for them, they were still afraid. They stood still, trying not to breathe. By that time, there were only 3 guests left in the restaurant: Alex, Lindsay, and the woman in white. The manager told the waiter to close the door. When Alex and Lindsay saw this, they both felt very uneasy. The woman in white remained calmly sitting in her seat. She had put on her disguise, and she didn't want to see what was happening. Fergus sat down in a chair, glanced at Alex and Lindsay, and smiled. He said, "Hello, Miss Marvel. How could you reject Jason in favor of this loser?" Lindsay was shocked. He knew who she was, but he still had the nerve to question her directly. She looked at Fergus angrily and said, "Did Jason send you here? What do you want? You know I'm from the Marvel family. If you do anything to upset me, my father will destroy you." Fergus sat down, crossed his legs, and took out his lighter. After casually lighting a cigarette and taking a puff, he said, "Miss Marvel, you're so beautiful even when you're angry. No wonder Jason is so besotted with you. He fell in love with you at first sight. Don't you think that you should at least go and visit him in the hospital?" "I'm not going to see him in the hospital. Please, get out of the way, we're leaving," Lindsay replied. Fergus puffed out another mouthful of smoke and said with a smile, "Miss Marvel, you're so heartless. Since Jason asked me to come here, I'll make sure I do as he asked. If you don't do as we say, I cannot be responsible for what happens to you." Then he looked over his shoulder and said, "You two, bring Miss Marvel over here." "Yes, of course," answered Fergus's 2 younger brothers. They walked over to Lindsay. She was so frightened that she grabbed Alex's arm and tried to hide behind him. Alex stepped in front of her to block the thugs from getting near her. "Get out of my way, loser," said one of the thugs threateningly. "You want to get beaten? Get out of the way," said the other. Alex frowned at Fergus and said, "Buddy, how much did Jason give you? Why don't you try asking the Marvel family if they'll double whatever he's promised you?" Lindsay leaned out from behind Alex, nodded and said, "Yes, I'll ask my father to give you more money. I'm sure he will if you promise to let us leave unharmed." She had never been in a room with gangsters before, and she was terrified. She just wanted to get out of there. "What? Do you think we're in some kind of auction? Whoever makes the highest bid wins?" Fergus said. Then he turned to his 2 younger brothers and said impatiently, "What are you waiting for? Beat this little shit for me." "Yes, Fergus," they answered. One of them reached for Alex's hair, and the other for his clothes. They wanted to drag him to the middle of the room to beat him up. Predicting what the 2 were planning to do, Alex pushed Lindsay back further so that she wouldn't get hurt. Then he thumped the outstretched hands of the 2 gangsters. They hadn't expected him to fight back, so he took them by surprise. They were furious and raised their fist again to hit him. Suddenly both screamed, "Ugh!" One had been hit on the nose and the other in the eye. Alex showed them no mercy. As they covered their faces with their hands, he kicked them both in their stomachs. The two gangsters fell to the ground, holding their stomachs and crying out in pain. The two younger brothers were lying on the ground, boiling with rage. One shouted, "How did you do that? I can't believe it. I'm gonna kill this punk." The other cried, "A loser like you shouldn't be able to beat us? Oh, this is embarrassing." Fergus raised his hand slightly, and his younger brothers were quiet. They continued to glare at Alex with hatred. Fergus said with a smile, "So, this loser has some skills. Do you think you can beat all 10 of us by yourself?" "I'm sure that I can't beat so many of you, but as long as I'm here, I won't let you take Lindsay. Fergus, I think we should talk about this and try to reach an agreement. What do you think?" Alex said. Lindsay heard Alex say that he was going to protect her and felt grateful to him. "Hey, you're a little bit brave, but you're also a little bit stupid. You're really trying to make deals with the underworld? Do you think you have that kind of capital? I'll give you one last chance. Step aside now, or I'll let my brother do what he wants with you," Fergus said. Then one of his brothers, who was standing behind him, took a dagger from his pocket. He sneered at Alex, licked the tip of the knife with his tongue, spat gently on the ground, and looked at him with a cruel smile. Alex's heart pounded, but he stayed where he was in front of Lindsay. When she saw the knife and realized that Alex was in danger, her mind became very clear. She would never let Alex get hurt for her, so she stood up and said, "Don't hurt him. I'll go with you." Fergus said with a smile, "Miss Marvel, that's a sensible decision. You will go with us, but we have some things to do here first." "Lindsay, you can't!" Alex cried out. He looked at Lindsay, who smiled back at him tenderly and said, "It's okay. You don't have to worry about me. I'm just going to see Jason in the hospital. It's nothing to worry about." Before Alex could answer, Lindsay turned back to Fergus and said solemnly, "I'll agree to go with you, but only if you don't hurt him anymore. I warn you that if he gets hurt even a little, you'll have the whole of the Marvel family to deal with." Fergus flicked his cigarette butt on the ground and said, "Okay, I promise I won't hurt him." Fergus thought, "Once I've got Lindsay out of the way, I'll get some people to follow him and beat the boy hard. She won't know it was anything to do with me." He looked at Lindsay with a sneer. He was happy to have her cooperation, but he was also disgusted with her gullibility. As soon as he got her in the car, he and his men were going to drug her and take her to a hotel room, where David Drake was ready and waiting to have his fun with her. He knew that when she woke the next morning, she would barely remember what had happened. Lindsay looked at Alex and said softly, "I've really enjoyed spending time with you today. I know you need to get back to school. Don't worry about me. I'll call you when I get back." Then she smiled and went over to Fergus. Alex felt very uneasy. What Lindsay said was reasonable. It seemed like they were just taking her to visit Jason in the hospital. It shouldn't have been a big deal, but he had a bad feeling about Fergus. As he was thinking everything through, he suddenly heard a woman's voice saying, "You can't let her go. Something bad is going to happen to her." He couldn't figure out where the voice was coming from. His first feeling was that it was a ghost warning him not to let them take Lindsay. He stepped forward, grabbed Lindsay's hand and pulled her back to his side. "What are you doing?" Lindsay asked with a puzzled expression. "You can't go with him. I know something bad is going to happen," he replied solemnly. "What the hell are you doing?" Fergus asked. He was furious when he saw that the plot was about to succeed, but that Alex had changed his mind at the last minute. The 10 young thugs with him had already pulled out their daggers. Alex was unarmed. He was now facing 10 gangsters with daggers in their hands, and he knew that he had to be very careful. He wasn't sure what to do next. "Do you know martial arts?" the mysterious voice asked him. "No," he replied, suspecting that he was talking to himself. Lindsay looked at Alex and asked, "No what?" He looked back at her and was about to answer. She asked me if I knew martial arts. But before he could speak, the mysterious voice said, "Haven't you learned even the basics? Didn't you do some kickboxing training?" Alex was shocked. He saw that when the voice spoke, Lindsay didn't respond in the slightest. He looked at Fergus and the others. They were just staring at each other and arguing. Obviously, they didn't hear the voice either. Alex was surprised and felt strange. He thought, "Why am I the only one who can hear this voice? Whose voice is it? Is it a fairy or a ghost?" "Young man, why don't you answer me when I ask you something?" the voice said. Alex was respectful of the voice, but he was also afraid of it. He said, "I learned some kickboxing and some other basic martial arts when I was a child." When the others heard him talking to himself, they were confused. "Who's this boy talking to?" asked one thug. "Maybe we've scared him out of his wits," said another. "I think he's trying to scare us with his talk of knowing kickboxing," said a third. Alex continued, "But I learned it when I was very young. Now I only remember a few of the moves. I've forgotten most of it." The voice answered him calmly. "It's good that you learned it. I'll help you remember, and it'll be enough to beat these 10 thugs." "But they have knives. How can I beat them?" Alex asked in surprise. Watching Alex talking to himself, Fergus thought he was having a joke at his expense. He said coldly, "This loser is playing me for a fool here. Since he says he wants to fight with us, why would we disappoint him? I'll leave you to deal with it. But don't hurt Lindsay, or I'll chop you up and feed you to the dog. Miss Marvel, get out of the way so we can deal with this peasant." He turned to look at the thugs and said, "Whoever takes this boy out will get to use my club membership card for 3 months, and will get another 5,000 in cash." As soon as Fergus gave the order, the thugs rushed at Alex. "Ah!" He was startled and pushed Lindsay out of the way so she wouldn't get hurt. When he saw the thugs rushing at him, his heart started pounding. Then he heard the mysterious voice saying, "Use a whirlwind kick to take out the legs of the first few people. Be accurate, ruthless, and fast. Your feet shouldn't touch the ground." Episode 216, Deadly Ribbon. Alex felt a little timid. When he heard the voice, it sounded like it was speaking straight to his heart, so he trusted it. He proceeded to use the whirlwind leg technique that the voice had reminded him of. With his body lowered to the ground, his right leg swung out toward the feet of the people in front of him. His legs swept 2 gangsters to the ground. He had not practiced this martial art move for many years, so when his legs swept out toward a 3rd gangster, he wasn't able to knock him down like the others. "I'll stab you!" The gangster moved to stab his dagger into Alex's head. Alex went cold from fear. He glanced at the beautiful woman in white who was beside him. He hadn't seen her speak, but he felt the voice must be hers. Her Victorian-style dress's sleeve trembled slightly. The gangster cried out as the dagger fell to the ground. Alex took advantage of this opportunity to stand up. "With every step you take, you can see the man's chest in front of you. His right leg is arched, his left foot is firm, and his fist is striking down from the side in an arc. His arm is slightly bent, and his fist is coming downward to reach the face," narrated the mysterious voice. It also seemed to recognize that Alex wasn't very familiar with the moves, so she made a point to tell him the names, key points, and movements of each move. Although there was a lot to describe, her voice spoke very fast, and her words were very clear. He understood it all in a flash. Following what she had said, he hit the man's chest. The man gasped, snorted, and fell backward. The mysterious voice continued to guide him. "Lunge backward, bend the elbows, and hit the two flanks of the man behind you. The body rises into the air, the right leg bends, and the left leg straightens. When you're about to touch the man, the right leg is straight. The attack is steady, accurate, and firm." Alex's elbow drove into the waist of the last gangster, who screamed and fell to the ground. He obeyed the commands of the mysterious voice and knocked down gangster after gangster until they were all crying on the ground. Fergus was left alone. "You're a bunch of rubbish. You guys can't even beat a loser. Get out of here," Fergus said angrily. He had only seen that Alex had used a set of fist techniques. Every move appeared to be ordinary, but it had been just enough to knock over his men. He didn't know that Alex's power came from the guidance of the mysterious voice. Fergus stood up, looked at Alex, and said with a sneer, "Fine, so you managed to land a few hits. You think that means you can beat me?" With that, Fergus moved step by step toward Alex. As he passed his men lying on the ground, he kicked each of them mercilessly in their stomachs. They cringed away from him, clutching their sides in pain. Alex was already sweating, but he had gained confidence. He adjusted his posture, but thought that he might not be able to beat Fergus even with the mysterious voice's guidance. "You're just a little bully who wants power," Fergus roared violently and rushed toward him with raised fists. The mysterious voice said, "Lower your body, and when your hand touches the ground, send your right foot out to immediately kick forward and block his legs." Alex was stunned as he remembered this move, but he hesitated for too long, giving Fergus an opportunity to slam into him. He felt a sudden pain in his chest, as though his bones were broken. He gasped and fell to the ground. "Haha, did you see that? It only took me one move to finish you. Who are you?" Fergus said in triumph. Some of the other gangsters who had been knocked down by Alex had slowly started to recover and began to praise Fergus. "Fergus is a bull," exclaimed one. "I can't believe that weak children dared to challenge Fergus," said another. "Fergus, kill that boy," yelled the men in anger. Lindsay saw that Alex had been knocked down onto the ground and ran to his side. She quickly asked him, "Are you okay?" Hearing the threatening comments from Fergus's men, she stood up and spread her arms out in front of Alex. She glared at Fergus and said, "Don't come any closer." Fergus picked up a dagger and sneered, "Miss Marvel, this boy has hurt many of my men. He has to pay." Lindsay looked at the dagger. She was scared, but she kept her stance in front of Alex as tears slowly appeared in her eyes. She didn't know whether she was afraid of the dagger or of Alex being killed. Her tears flowed as she exclaimed to Fergus, "You can't kill him!" Fergus had already reached Lindsay and wanted to pull her away. A voice said, "You want to kill people here? Shouldn't you run that by me?" The voice was charming with a hint of sullenness and bewilderment. It was coming from the beautiful woman in white. Fergus turned around and looked at the beautiful woman. As soon as he saw her, he decided to ask one of his men to tie her up. After he had dealt with Lindsay and delivered her to the hotel for David, he would take this other beauty to another room so he could have his own fun. He said with a smile, "Your voice is so beautiful. Why do you hide your face? You should take it off and let me have a look at you." "My voice is beautiful, but my body is not beautiful," she said. "I bet you're so beautiful that even a beautiful actress can't match you," he said and continued, "Your face must be even more beautiful. Can you take off the disguise and let me have a look?" She looked at him with a happy smile in her eyes and said, "You look like a dog. If you want to see me, you can try, but it comes with a price. I want your finger." Her words were harsh, but he didn't mind being scolded by her. Coming from such a stunning woman, it felt like an honor. His men envied him. They would be happy to lick this white beauty's shoes like a dog. "Well then, I'm a dog. Let the dog uncover his mistress's face. Will you let me?" he asked. "You can remove my disguise if you want to come over here, but don't talk so much nonsense," she said leisurely. "Yes, ma'am, your dog is coming," he said, and walked toward her. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. As he walked toward her, her scent made his mind flutter. He slowly bent down. He was nervous, and his heart pounded. She sat calmly and quietly on the chair and waited for him to uncover her face. He took one corner and slowly pulled it down. His eyes widened in shock. He had never imagined that there was such a beautiful woman in the world. "How do I look?" she laughed. "You're beautiful. If you could compare with you, His heart was itching, and his face moved forward to give her a kiss. Suddenly, her chair flew backward by 6 feet. "What's going on?" he asked in confusion. The other people saw that the white beauty's chair had flown backwards. Her clothes also seemed to float, rippling with the speed of her movements. "You've seen my face, so now you can cut off your fingers," she said with a smile. "Beauty, come on. How can I show you a nice time without my fingers, huh? Don't cut them off," he said in a playful tone. He still didn't understand what a serious situation he had gotten himself into. "If you can't speak to me correctly, I'll need another finger." When she finished speaking, her dress's sleeve lifted, and the white silk ribbon from around her waist slithered to the ground like a snake. It covered a dagger that had been dropped onto the ground, and then quickly lifted up to Fergus's hand. Alex blinked. The ribbon had moved too quickly for him to see how the beauty had done such a trick. After Fergus cried out, the white silk ribbon slithered back toward her hands. A dagger fell to the ground with blood on it, and 2 fingers were beside it. Fergus had lost his thumb and ring finger from his right hand. Alex was startled. He remembered that when he had dealt with the 10 gangsters, He had seen her dress's sleeve move slightly. He became more certain that she was the one who had helped him through the fight. Seeing her faint smile as she saw the look in his eyes, Alex was sure that the mysterious voice had come from her. "I'll kill you!" Fergus was so angry that he had no time to think. If he had taken a moment to consider how dangerous the beauty had already shown herself to be, maybe he would have backed down. But he was so angry that he picked up a dagger. "I warned you, so don't blame me," she sneered. She slapped her hands onto the dining table, and a spoon jumped up more than 3 inches. She caught it and flicked it with one finger. It whirled and fired toward Fergus. It hit him in the knuckles. The dagger in his hand fell. As soon as she released the white silk ribbon, its end wrapped around the dagger. Once her hand moved, the dagger flashed with white light. A bright red blood stain splashed onto the ground. Fergus screamed again and fell. His right foot had been smoothly severed from his leg. Episode 217, She is Dangerous. Seeing Fergus's tragic situation, everyone was shocked. Lindsay was even more frightened and threw herself into Alex's arms. Her body shook. The beauty in white looked relaxed. She looked at Fergus on the ground and said, "I only needed to cut off your finger, but you had to make trouble for yourself. A man who was once tall and handsome has now hurt himself irreparably. Why did you have to do this?" He just closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and endured the great pain. He only hoped that she would leave quickly, so he could go to the hospital for treatment. "I ask you, are you convinced?" she said. He replied in great pain, "Yes, I'm convinced." "Will you take revenge on the little couple?" she asked. "No, I won't," he replied. The beautiful woman said with a smile, "Good. I have one last request. Don't talk about what happened here tonight, especially my appearance and whereabouts. If I find out that this news has leaked, all of you here will face severe consequences. You've seen what I can do." "Yes," he replied. Fergus's men and the waitstaff still standing nearby also chimed in. "Yes, we'll never talk about it. Our lips are sealed," they said. "You can rest assured that we won't talk about it." She nodded leisurely. She went to Alex and Lindsay. Lindsay was afraid of her and looked at her in horror. The white beauty sneered and said, "I saved you, and that's the look you give me? Do you think I was too cruel?" Lindsay's eyes were full of tears. She was too afraid and aggrieved to say a word. "It's okay, you don't have to be afraid. She's joking with you," Alex said as he wiped away her tears and comforted her. Lindsay buried her face in his chest and sobbed. Alex patted her on the back and said to the beauty, "Please forgive us. She's just really worked up right now." The white beauty smiled and said, "You didn't hesitate to protect her. I like that. All right, come with me." She walked out with Alex and Lindsay behind her. Fergus's men who had fallen to the ground quickly made way for them. Their faces were full of reverence and fear, but they averted their gaze as the three walked by. None of them wanted to attract the attention of the beauty in white. After leaving the restaurant, Alex wanted to leave with Lindsay, but he was afraid to make the woman in white angry. With her high level of martial arts skills, it could be very dangerous to make her displeased. So he continued to follow her. Eventually, the woman turned and said, "Okay, you can go first." "Thank you," Alex said respectfully. Then he got ready to leave with Lindsay. "Wait a minute. I mean, this girl can go, but you stay with me," she said. Alex was surprised and asked, "What can I do for you?" "I've just come to the U.S., and I'm not familiar with a lot of things. One of my maids is gone. I think you would be just right. When I finish what I need to do, you can go," she said. Lindsay was surprised and thought of the woman's violence at the restaurant. "Isn't it dangerous for Alex to follow her?" she thought. She stood in front of the woman and said, "I'll follow you. You let him go back." The beauty slowly shook her head and said, "It scared you too much, so you're not suitable." Lindsay replied, "Well then, I'll stay with him by your side." "Little girl, you can stay with me, but you'll see a lot of bleeding, fighting, and even killing," she said in a low and eerie voice. Lindsay shivered all over. Her eyes turned firm, and she said, "I'm not afraid. Take me with you." The beauty in white giggled and sighed. "Love leads us to strange places, doesn't it? You must love him quite a bit to want to follow him into danger. How interesting." Lindsay trembled, but she looked at her firmly. When she was finished laughing, the woman in white said, "You must go now. I just want this boy." "I can..." Lindsay had not finished. "If you don't leave, I'll cut off his feet. You saw that man's miserable situation in the restaurant. Do you want your boyfriend to have a taste of that?" said the woman. I... Lindsay was scared, and her eyes were full of panic. "You can go back by yourself. I'll be fine. I understand your feelings for me, but don't worry. I'll take care of myself," Alex said as he took Lindsay's hand. "Alex, I'm afraid for you," she said with tears. "If I count to 3 and you're still here, don't blame me for what happens next. 3, said the woman in white. Lindsay's heart tightened for fear that the beauty in white would hurt Alex. Feeling there was no other choice, she said to him anxiously, "Take care, please call me." Then she turned around and ran away into the distance. Alex sighed deeply. Lindsay's behavior was, after all, of her deep feelings for him. The beauty sneered and said, "If you look at her again, you'll go flying. Follow me." Alex's face turned red as he followed the beautiful woman in white. They walked to the side of the road. Thinking of her martial arts skills, he asked, "Did you guide me earlier? What kind of martial arts was that? Why can't other people hear you? Why can I only hear you?" She didn't look at him, but as she continued to walk, she said, "That's one of the unique skills of my school's technique. Just think of it as a quiet form of communication. If you continue to follow me, I'll teach it to you when it's time." He was overjoyed as he thought it would be fun to learn such a skill. "Thank you. By the way, what can I do for you?" She tightened her eyes and said, "I'm going to kill someone. It will take me some time to find them. I just arrived and I don't know much about the area. Naturally, I need a person to follow me. I think you are good-natured and handsome. You would be a good fit to take care of me for a while." Alex was startled. "Who are you going to kill?"
How did they offend you? Why do you want to kill them? I have my reasons for what I'm going to do. But that's not really any of your business, is it? She laughed. He looked at her for a few seconds, sighed, and said, So, there's a grudge between you. Is that really any of my business? How long do you need to solve this matter? I'm a student and I have my own business to do. She said casually, I don't know. It might be days or months. I won't treat you badly. But you must wait until my business is finished. Alex tried to think of something else to say. But before he could offer any other thoughts, she sneered. You don't have to say anything. What I decided will not be changed easily. I'll leave you once you help me. Alex had no choice. He had to follow the beautiful woman in white for the time being. Alex took a taxi and went to the Tinsdale Hotel in the downtown area with the beauty in white. She had been staying here. She asked the front desk to give Alex a room next to hers, and she went back to her room by herself. When he waited for his room card, the front desk lady and several waiters in the hall came up to him and asked him about the woman. She's covered all day and we can't see her face clearly. The ID card she used to register is obviously not hers, but the money she gave us was so much that our manager promised to check her in. Do you have a picture? Can you show it to us? I dream about that beautiful woman every day, said a waiter. What's your relationship with her? Can you give me her WhatsApp? Asked another waiter. Alex coughed and said with an embarrassed smile, We're guests. Aren't you violating our privacy with all these questions? The front desk lady and waiters apologized to Alex one after another. Please pardon us for disturbing you. The front desk lady took out another room card and said, Mr. Ambrose, you and the woman appear to be good friends. Yesterday she said that her room card wasn't working. We have a new card for her. Would you mind giving her the new one and asking her to return the old card tomorrow? No problem, he said. He took the new card and went up to his room on the 4th floor. He took a bath and rested for a while. When he remembered that he still needed to give the woman her new card, he put on his clothes and walked to her door. Alex knocked on the door, but there was no response. He was surprised and wondered if something was wrong. He used the new card to open the door. He walked in and was surprised after seeing the scene in the room. She was sitting on the bed, naked with her eyes closed. She appeared to be practicing some of her skills. Her skin was white, her posture was graceful, and her black hair was wet. There was a sweet smell in the air from the scented soap she had used in the shower. Alex hadn't expected to walk into anything like this. He couldn't help but shake in surprise. He saw that there were purple curtains tied up at the front of the big bed. He raised his hands and threw a blade at one of the curtain ropes using the technique that Granny had taught him back in New York. Once the rope was severed, the curtains spread out and surrounded the whole bed. He turned his head and said, I'm being reckless. I'm going out now. She opened her eyes and saw him through the curtain. Suddenly, she rose up and flew over to him. She grabbed him by the back of the neck and threw him down onto the ground. She grabbed his neck with her hand and said coldly, What's the relationship between you and Grandma Georgina? He was being choked, almost breathless, but managed to squeak out, What are you talking about? I don't know. She let go of his neck and grabbed him by his clothes, throwing him across the room. He soared through the air and fell onto the bed with a thump. As soon as her hand lifted, the white robe that was hanging by the closet flew to her like a gust of wind. Alex realized that this mysterious woman Must be like the granny back in New York. He didn't know if her powers came from magic, or if it was just some trick or secret technique that he couldn't understand. Either way, she was a dangerous person who he needed to deal with cautiously. She watched him as he gasped for air. I saw the way you handled that blade. I recognize those moves. Who taught you how to do that? Episode 218, The White Beauty and Grandma. Alex was scared and hurt by her attack. He said, "Get off me. This is what the grandma taught me when I was in New York." "A grandma? What does she look like?" asked the beauty in white. She wondered whether the beautiful woman in white and grandma knew each other. He said, "She looks a bit like you, but she wears red. She could do some of the things you do or things like the tricks you do. I don't really get it, to be honest." The woman was surprised, and then happily said, "I know her. She seemed both young and old, didn't she? She looked old one day, and the next time she looked like a teenager, right?" He said, "How did you know that?" Her face brightened as she whispered, "It's her. Where is she now? You must take me to her." He was puzzled and asked, "The person you want to kill is not that old grandma, right?" She sneered, "Of course it's her. You will take me to her, and after that I'll reward you. Where is she?" He was startled. He remembered that day in the villa when he had seen the old lady, and she had said something about an enemy named Zora Cook. Grandma appeared to be very afraid. Was it the beautiful woman in white in front of him? He asked, "Are you her enemy?" The woman said with a smile, "It seems that Georgina Fox told you about me. How much is she recovered now? You must tell me where she is." Alex shook his head and said, "Even though I know where she is, I can't tell you." "What? Why can't you tell me?" Zora asked. "Do you want to die?" Her eyes went cold and she raised her hand. Her white robe rushed toward Alex like it was a living creature and wrapped around his upper body. Zora said coldly, "There are tens of thousands of steel wires as thin as a hair woven into my white silk robe. If I tighten it, it'll act much faster than a knife, and your 2 arms will be cut off. Are you afraid of me?" He tried to wiggle free of the robe, but his upper body was tied tightly. He looked at her and asked, "What's going on between you and Grandma? Please just tell me about it. Why do you have to kill people?" She said coldly, "I have a deep hatred of her. What can I say? I just hope to cut off her flesh bit by bit so that she can die slowly. Did you talk about me with her?" She pulled the silk, and the white silk robe that was wrapped around his body began to shrink. He couldn't help but let out a cry as it felt like his skin was being stabbed by sharp blades into his arm. She said with a smile, "Can you feel it? If you don't tell me, I'll cut your limbs off. I'm asking you again, where is Grandma Georgina now?" Looking at the woman, he said faintly, "Sorry, I can't tell you." Her face appeared angry as she said coldly, "Well, I'll cut off your 2 arms first." She began to pull on the robe. He was forced up into the air and then fell onto the ground. He thought his arm had been broken from the fall, but to his surprise, his arm wasn't broken.
and it was still attached to his body. There were only a few small bloodstains that must have been from the steel wire in the white silk robe. If she had really wanted to go through with it, his 2 arms would have been cut off. He looked at her in surprise. "You didn't cut my arms off." She glanced at him and said, "Boy, you have some courage. Today I'll be merciful." Her eyes moved to the bracelet poking out from a pocket on his pants. She asked, "What's that in your pocket?" When he looked down and saw the bracelet, he was surprised that she had managed to spot it. The bracelet was part of a set. He had bought it at a night market, where the seller claimed it would connect 2 lovers even if they were far apart. But the old grandma had shown him other ways the bracelet could be used to communicate. Now, she used it to bother him and try to get him to bring her the live chickens she demanded every day. After he had left for Washington, D.C., she had continued to nag him using the bracelet, and he had finally taken it off to get a bit of peace. He had been carrying it in his pocket ever since. Her hand quickly stretched out and snatched the bracelet from his pocket. She pinched the bracelet in her hand, felt it for a moment, and then said with a smile, "It is indeed the grandma who has formed a connection with you." She put the bracelet on her wrist and shook it gently. The bracelet reacted, and the white beauty's finger moved. It was obvious that Grandma Georgina had felt the wearer of the other bracelet. She said with a smile, "It seems that Grandma Georgina thinks you're very important." He said, "I'm just helping her by delivering live chickens. I don't know how she's been doing in New York since I came to Washington, D.C. She chuckled and said, "That's great. With Grandma's narrow-minded nature, she's obviously upset that you left when she's in the most critical stage of her healing. She's very angry, so it seems that she will come to Washington, D.C. to find you. That's perfect, as I won't have to go all the way there to find her. Thank you." He glared at her and said, "You shouldn't be too happy too soon. I've seen Grandma's martial arts and it's really good. You'd better stay away from her." She nodded and said, "She's more than 40 years older than me, and her martial arts are better than mine, as they should be. To make sure that she can be killed, you should help me." "What? Why me?" he exclaimed. She said, "It must be you. I'll teach you how to do it, so you can watch for the opportunity to attack her and give her a fatal blow when we fight." He shook his head and said, "Grandma and I have no resentments or hatred for each other. She's been very kind to me. I can't do that to her." Her eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity as she coughed. She had covered her mouth with her hand, and when she pulled her hand away, there was a bloody stain on her palm. "What's the matter with you?" he asked in shock. She looked fine, so how could she be coughing blood? She wiped the blood stain from the corner of her mouth and said weakly, "I got to a critical point in my martial arts practice. When you used Georgina's technique to shoot the blade, I thought it was Grandma Georgina who had come to get me at last. I had a very physical reaction to even the idea of her presence. She injures me just by existing." "Ah, I'm sorry," he replied. She said slowly, "You didn't intend to do this, so I don't blame you. I'm just weaker than she is with martial arts. I'm afraid I'll be killed by her." "Then don't meet with her," he said. "No, I'll take my revenge out on her even if I die," she said so passionately that he didn't dare argue with her.
"What do you think, young man? I'll teach you, so when we fight, you'll be able to help me. If I can't beat her, you can help me save my life. Will you promise me that you'll do this for me?"
"This..." he hesitated.
"You just walked in on me and saw me naked without my permission. I could make things very difficult for you if I wanted," she said coyly.
He sighed. "Well, I guess I have to help you." He thought that he had already learned those special skills. When Zora and Georgina met to fight each other, he thought he could try to mediate and resolve the conflict between these two ancient beauties. She said with a smile,
"Since you have promised me, let's start practicing now. I'll teach you. You will learn the forms carefully, and tomorrow morning, I'll teach you the recitation."
She proceeded to demonstrate in the middle of the room. She was dressed in white with bare feet. Her figure was so graceful as she practiced kicks and turns. She had just bathed, so there were bursts of fragrance as she moved. Her face appeared sad sometimes, but she also smiled with an evil look. She finished after a few minutes. When she thought about the past, the time that the three disciples had practiced martial arts together at the foot of the mountain, she couldn't help but have mixed feelings. She turned and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, so Alex couldn't see her. She turned back and said,
"What I just practiced were the 36 basic skills. Now, you show them to me."
I only remember a few of the moves," he said, feeling embarrassed.
"If you don't remember them all, then I'll teach you again," she said.
He had no choice but to perform the moves that he could remember. He finished most of the first 10 moves correctly, but when he got to the end, he had forgotten the rest and just stood there looking at the woman in embarrassment. She sighed a little, and then walked over to him to guide his movements. He was pulled by her delicate hands, and her soft voice whispered into his ears. Sometimes her soft hair brushed his cheek, distracting him from what he was doing. She had been teaching him for more than 1 hour, and it was late. He decided that it was time to sleep, so he turned to go back to his room.
"No, just sleep in my room. You'll be safe from Grandma Georgina," she said.
He was surprised, but he stayed in her room. She had asked him to sleep with her on the bed, but he insisted that he didn't need to do this. Finally, he asked the hotel for an extra quilt and spread it on the ground. He was exhausted and slept soundly on the quilt. While Zora taught Alex these techniques, Fergus went to the hospital. He had just been pushed from the emergency room to the intensive care unit when he saw David waiting for him. "What's going on?" David had been puzzled by the news of Fergus's failure. They had said that 2 fingers and his foot had been cut off. He thought that sounded too dramatic to be believed. Yet Fergus did indeed look injured. Fergus said, "David, I'm sorry. I didn't finish the task you gave me." "What happened to you?" David asked. When Fergus thought of the warning that the beautiful woman in white had given him before she had left, he trembled. He couldn't tell David that it had been the beauty in white. He could only put the blame on the little loser. He said, "It was that little loser named Alex." "He cut off your fingers and foot?" David asked. Fergus nodded and said, "Yes, it was him. David, he's a cruel character." David slowly looked out of the window, and his eyes flickered with anger.
His hands tightened as he said, "You loser. You keep destroying good things for me. This is going to cost you." Episode 219. Is that the Queen? The next day at 6 o'clock in the morning, Zora woke up Alex. She covered herself with a scarf, and they walked out of the hotel. When the hotel attendants saw that the two of them had been in the same room, they were shocked. Some of the waiters and guests were extremely unsettled. How could such a beautiful woman pay so much attention to such a poor young man? Zora and Alex walked to a nearby park and found a small open space with few people. She said to him, "I'll teach you the recitation now. You should remember it carefully and sit with your eyes closed and your mind still." It took her 5 minutes to recite it. There were 80 sentences in total, with 5 words in each sentence, and most of them rhymed. However, to accurately express the main idea, several sentences were extremely awkward to recite. "You sit down and write out the recitation I just taught you," she said. He sat on a rock and worked on remembering the recitation he had just been taught. If he forgot something, he asked her again. After only half an hour, he recited it twice to himself, and then happily said, "I've memorized it." She asked him to recite it to her, and he didn't have one word wrong. She said with a smile, "You've done very well. You should review this recitation every day. Okay. Now we'll continue to practice the basic skills I taught you last night." She demonstrated it once to remind him, and then he practiced by himself. Occasionally, people who played in the park passed by and saw him practicing the martial arts moves, but he glared back at them. An old man stood and watched him for 2 minutes, shook his head, and then said, "Young man, did you make this up? You look strange. You'd better practice our style with us. Although you can't use it to fight, it will strengthen your body. It's much better than your strange boxing." Alex looked at Zora, and she whispered to him, "Just practice your own style. Who cares about what others do?" He nodded and continued to practice. They stopped for lunch and then walked to a sandwich shop. He asked, "Did you use these special skills in the restaurant yesterday?" She shook her head and said, "I was using a different style, which was designed for women. If you want to practice it, I'll teach you, but I don't think it would suit you." "Oh, no, I'm just asking about it," he said. "I know you want to ask me to teach you," she said with a smile. "You can watch and see how powerful it is." She saw a waiter who was carrying 2 trays of sandwiches. She shot a peanut in his direction and hit the waiter's leg. The waiter lost his balance, cried out, and the 2 trays full of sandwiches flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, she reached the waiter's side, grabbed his back collar, picked him up, and quickly caught the trays. She collected several of the sandwiches that were falling onto the trays one by one. "Thank you, that was amazing," the waiter thanked her profusely. There was a burst of cheering from the other diners in the shop, but she wasn't moved. She just smiled faintly. Alex knew she did not always take kindly to compliments, but he couldn't help joining in with the rest of the crowd's applause. When he opened the sandwich wrapping, he was surprised to see that his sandwich had been rearranged.
Instead of one full sandwich of ham and cheese, he had 2 halves of different kinds of sandwiches matched together. He remembered there had been nothing like it in the deli display. Zora must have done this when she was catching the sandwiches on the trays. "Did you do this?" Alex asked her in surprise. "I don't have to fight against people. I can show you other skills. I've taught you some martial arts that are much better than the other styles," she said with a smile. "Thank you," Alex responded gratefully. Over the next few days, Alex practiced with her day and night. When they returned to her room in the evening, she would test him with questions. Under her instruction, he had already mastered her set of martial arts exercises. That night, in the hotel room, after finishing the test with Alex and answering several of his questions, she said to him, "Now you've learned all the 36 routines of the special skills which make up the foundation. When you really face the enemy, you should adapt to different circumstances and all the coping methods that evolve from there." "Thank you," he said seriously. He already regarded the woman as a master. After that, she took a bath, put on her purple pajamas, and sat down on the bed. He practiced martial arts by himself. Usually, because she lived alone, she would practice naked after bathing. But since Alex was staying with her this week, she made sure to put on her pajamas before settling into her routine. When he finished practicing, he washed and played with his phone for a while. A news headline attracted his attention. "Washington, D.C. police are searching the whole city for the Queen of Brunei." He remembered that when he had attended the opening ceremony, the Queen's position next to the Sultan had been vacant. He had thought that the Queen had not attended the opening ceremony because she had not been interested. It seemed now that the Queen had disappeared that night. He scrolled down the article, which said that the Sultan and Queen were going to leave after attending the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Due to the sudden disappearance of the Queen, the Sultan had remained at the Westlake State Guest House. He waited there now, hoping for news. At the bottom of the article was a picture of the Queen. He was shocked when he looked at the woman in the photo. Her bright eyes and snowy skin were beautiful and familiar. She was the woman in white. Alex looked up and over at Zora, who was sitting on the bed practicing her skills. "Yes, it's her. She's the Queen of Brunei," he thought. He thought back to all the odd behaviors he had observed in her during their time together. When she went outside, she wore a scarf, and she had booked the room without her own ID card. She had also said that she had not been in the U.S. for a long time. This explained everything. And now she was practicing martial arts in this room. At the same time, David was eating with Leona at the Continental Hotel. They were going to be married in a few days, so they were spending more and more time together. David's phone rang. It was Tom. Ever since the incident with Fergus, David had considered Alex to be his enemy. He had asked Tom to monitor Alex and privately contact some martial arts experts to deal with him. After all, Fergus had said that Alex had been terrifying. "Leona, you keep eating, and I'll go pick up this customer's call. I'll be back in a minute," David said to her, smiled slightly, and walked over to one side. David, the underground boxer Sonny Sullivan, and Gordon Lawson, a famous martial arts expert, have agreed to help you with that Alex. They're ready now, said Tom. Good. What's the situation with Alex? David asked. 3 days ago,
Tom had already reported his whereabouts to him. But he was afraid of Alex's terrible strength and hadn't made a move against him yet. It's the same as before. He's staying in the same room with a beautiful woman at the Tinsdale Hotel. He's a lucky guy, Tom said. Well, maybe it'll help distract him so we can deal with him more easily, David said coldly and continued. Take them to the Tinsdale Hotel right now. Leona and I will go there at once. Miss Marvel is coming too? But I thought Alex had some history with Miss Leona. Should she really be there? Asked Tom. He's not that important, and Leona will take my side. After we teach him a lesson, we'll have the police take him away, David said coldly. Yes, I understand what you mean. I'll take them to the Tinsdale Hotel now and wait for you, Tom said. David walked back to Leona and said, Let's go meet some friends at the hotel. Leona nodded obediently. They got into the car and went straight to the Tinsdale Hotel. At the Tinsdale Hotel, David met the two men that Tom had brought with him. Sonny was a young man in his 30s who wore black leggings and had arms covered with scars. Gordon was a big man in his 40s who wore a training suit and had an evil look on his face. Seeing the two men, Leona felt scared and hid behind David. David smiled and shook hands with the two men. At this time, the owner of the hotel welcomed him and said, David and Miss Marvel, how good of you to visit. Please excuse me for not coming out before to meet you. You're very polite. But I've heard a rumor that there are prostitutes in your hotel, David said with a smile. David, absolutely not. Don't believe these lies, Byron Babcock quickly said. He wondered what David meant. No, I'm quite sure. I've been told the boy in room 403 has a prostitute in there right now, David sneered. Byron, you may have been negligent. You need to look into this. Byron was a bit confused by the accusation. He knew there was a woman staying in 403, and he had found her extremely impressive. She hadn't paid for her room in cash or credit, but had taken off a 3-carat diamond ring from her hand to cover the room fee. The value of the diamond was at least $80,000. So although she didn't use her ID card, Byron had let her stay. Yet according to the front desk report from a week ago, she had been staying in the room with a young man. He didn't understand why this mattered to David, but he could only smile and say, Yes, I'll invite that gentleman to come out. Alex had been practicing basic skills alone in his room when he heard a waiter call him from the hallway. Mr. Ambrose, please come out to the hallway for a moment. He was surprised. He opened the door and saw the people standing in the hallway. He also saw Leona, which made him very happy. He looked at David and Leona and said, Hello, David. Hello, Miss Marvel. Were David and Leona here on their own accord? He thought. David snorted coldly and said, Leona, I'm so sorry. It looks like your friend has gotten mixed up with some prostitute here. Episode 220, New Skills Revealed. Daryl had told David that Alex had been interested in Leona in the past. David wondered if that was going to be an issue. He hoped this confrontation would squash any lingering interest Leona might have in him. What? Alex was surprised to hear David accuse him of bringing a prostitute into the hotel. He was embarrassed to have Such a strange confrontation in front of Leona. He was also really surprised that it was David who was trying to make trouble for him. Alex had been really impressed with the cool way he handled those attackers at the barbecue. Why had he turned on him? The whole thing made him feel suspicious. "You're denying it? So, who is that woman in your room?" David asked. "Oh, that's just..." Alex realized he was talking about Zora. He knew they hadn't done anything wrong. Zora was just training him in martial arts. But he also knew it probably didn't look so innocent to outsiders. "You can't tell us? Is there a ghost in there?" David sneered. Alex glanced at Leona's face. She looked as though she believed David's words. Alex said in a loud voice, "No, I have nothing to do with that woman." "It's okay to be in the same room. Just call that woman to come out here," David said and continued. "Tom, you go into the room and call that woman to come out here." "Yes, sir," Tom answered, and then he went to call someone. Alex knew that Zora was practicing martial arts in her pajamas in her own room next door. If Leona saw her, the misunderstanding between them would deepen. He had only one idea in his mind. He couldn't let them into the rooms. Alex said, "Hey, where are you going?" Tom snorted coldly and said, "I'm sending up more men." Tom knew that David hated Alex deeply. He had come here to make trouble for him, so he saw no reason to be polite. Alex grabbed Tom's shoulder to try to stop him. Tom angrily said, "Hey, do you want to die?" Tom's face looked fierce. He turned and tried to knock Alex down to the ground, but he lost balance before he could knock him down. Alex then picked him up over his shoulder and slammed him down. Tom hit the ground hard and felt his ribs crack. "Are you all right?" Alex asked apologetically. He had not realized how strong he had become, or how effective these moves would be against an opponent until he saw Tom in pain. He felt a little embarrassed. "Ow!" screeched Tom. He couldn't stand up. David was shocked. Alex was really good. David knew Tom was an exceptionally good fighter, yet Alex had defeated him with just one move. Fortunately, he had brought two master fighters with him that day. They had just arrived on the elevator. David asked his men to help take Tom to the hospital. David said coldly, "Alex, you're just causing all kinds of trouble. Bringing prostitutes into this hotel, hurting my bodyguard. It's just not okay. Today I'll teach you a good lesson and send you to the police station." He turned his head to call to the two men who had just arrived. "Sonny, please teach this arrogant boy a lesson." Sonny slowly moved toward Alex. A few other guests and waitstaff had gathered to watch. When Sonny began to move, his twisted muscles and terrible scars scared the people around him. "This man looks so strong," said a guest. "His arm is thicker than my thigh," said a waiter to his friend. "He's got so many scars. I'm worried about that boy he's attacking. He doesn't have a chance," said a woman guest. Many people watched them. Byron recognized Sonny. He was shocked and whispered to the other onlookers, "That man is the champion of underground boxing in the city." "Yes, I gambled in a DC underground fight club last month. Sonny fought a middleweight champion and only needed 6 moves to knock out his opponent." "Yeah, he's won 41 fights in a row. He scares the other boxers." Alex looked at Sonny. He had learned the special skills, But seeing that Sonny had solid steps with small strides, he thought, that man looks strong. Sonny walked up to Alex, looked him up and down, and said with a sneer, "Young man, kneel on the ground and bow 10 times to David and me, so that I don't have to fight you." Alex was angry. He knew he couldn't back down while Leona was watching. He replied, "You bow down to me 10 times, and I'll forgive you too." Sonny was furious and said, "Little boy, I don't think you want to live. David said to take care of you." David said to Leona, "Don't worry, it'll be easy for him." "Don't," Leona whispered to David. But he said with a smile, "It's okay. He'll just teach him a lesson." But he personally thought it would be much better for Sonny to kill Alex. "Well, I'm going to get rid of this arrogant boy with one blow," Sonny sneered and moved to hit Alex with his right hand. It looked like his biceps were about to burst. The people who were watching exclaimed in surprise and thought that Alex was doomed. Alex thought of the special skills he had learned with Zora these past few days. "My master taught me that the enemy is not afraid to fight hard and fast. I just have to figure out his style and use his own strength against him," he thought. These special skills covered a wide range of aspects, such as leg techniques, fighting and dodging. Alex used a move and put his right hand on Sonny's arm. His wrist shook, and Sonny's body swerved away. This move wasn't an attack move. Instead, its main purpose was to deflect the attacker without hurting them. Sonny hit Alex with 4 or 5 punches in a row. Each blow made the people around him marvel. "Is this Sonny the champion of underground boxing? His strength is amazing," thought the onlookers. Each time Sonny swung to hit Alex, Alex tried to get closer to Sonny. By moving a few inches, he managed to quickly change directions, so the punches missed Alex. Sonny glared at Alex and said, "Little boy, what kind of ghost moves are you doing? Can't you fight with me for real? You're just a jumpy little bug." He roared and attacked Alex with his fist. Sonny didn't have that many approaches to his attack. So, after a few attempts, Alex felt he understood his routine. He then used a maneuver so that Sonny's fist changed direction and hit a column in the hotel hallway. The column was 2 feet wide and covered with a layer of stone glaze. Sonny's punch shattered the stone glaze into powder and fine pieces, revealing the column's cement interior. All the onlookers were terrified. It was clear that it would have been horrifying if the blow had landed on a person. Sonny's fists bled, and he was even more irritated by Alex. Although he was a handsome man, he looked like he was ready to eat someone. Alex looked at Sonny and said, "Okay, show you who the bug is." With that, Alex rushed toward him. Sonny said with a sneer, "I'll blow your head off with one fist." Alex already had a move ready to dazzle him. His right hand first hit Sonny's wrist, and then he quickly grasped the wrist and pulled his hand sharply up. He heard a few clicks and Sonny screamed. He had broken his right wrist and elbow. Alex kicked his foot into Sonny's abdomen, and his big body fell and slapped down onto the ground. Sonny cried in pain. "My arm! I need a doctor!" Everyone looked at Sonny and Alex in horror. They didn't dare to make a sound. They had thought Alex was going to be beaten by Sonny until he begged for mercy. They didn't expect Alex to have the skill to reverse the situation David asked his men to take Sonny away too. He frowned at Alex. He couldn't believe that Sonny hadn't managed to do more damage to him. David, let's go. Leona didn't know what to make of the situation, but she was frightened. David didn't look at her. He just looked at Alex coldly. He said in a low voice, "Wait a minute, Leona. Your friend is messing around in this hotel and hurting my people, and now you just want to walk away? I'm sorry, but I can't do that. My reputation in D.C. won't allow it." He turned to his other fighter and said, "Gordon, it's up to you. Please teach this arrogant boy a good lesson for me." "Yes," Gordon responded. He walked up to Alex and said, "I can't believe that DC has such a martial arts talent like yourself. Why haven't I heard of you?" Although Gordon had come to help David, he was, after all, a martial arts master. He was happy to meet someone with such incredible skills. "I'm flattered, but I'm not really part of the martial arts world," Alex said politely. Gordon said, "My name is Gordon Lawson. Although I'm impressed with your talent, David is my employer. I'll try my best, but you must be careful. If I injure you or kill you, I'm sorry." Alex was shocked. It was a scary threat, but Gordon seemed like a good guy. He replied solemnly, "Thank you for letting me know. If I'm lucky enough to beat your moves, please forgive me."